Hello and welcome to day two of the Azure Community Conference. My name is Liji Thomas and I am your host for this track. Also joining me is our sign language interpreter, Diksha Merlin. This year, we are proud to host an exclusive track for diversity and inclusion in tech. At AZConf, it is our mission to create an inclusive space for the community to promote the sharing of knowledge and diverse insights. And it is our utmost priority to ensure that all voices are heard. Especially in the wake of the pandemic, the tech sector has accelerated in dominance across all industries, and now more than ever, it is essential that we focus on inclusion in tech. So, we are excited to bring you some amazing sessions from eminent personalities who walk the talk in this space. So, let's get started. Our keynote speaker for the day is Chaitra Vedulapalli. Chaitra is a recognized, influential business leader with a passion to enable digital equality and access to achieve economic prosperity in our communities. She's the co founder and CMO of Minda, focused on helping customers to modernize their business with cloud solutions. Chaitra is also the co founder of Women in Cloud. She sits on the board of several companies and drives global conversations, the United Nations, and top corporations. So using the power of AI, cloud, and IoT, Chaitra is fiercely committed to empowering business owners to access the digital economy. She is also recognized as an author, speaker, TEDx, and United Nations speaker. AZConf is proud to present our keynote speaker who believes that only together can we go further. Welcome, Chaitra.
Thank you, Liji. I really appreciate you having me over today.
Thank you, Chaitra. It is a pleasure and a privilege to host you.
Absolutely.
Would you like to share your screen? I will add that
There
also.
you go. Perfect.
Okay, perfect. The stage
Awesome.
is yours, Chaitra.
Thank you, Liji. Thank you. Really appreciate having me here. Hopefully, it's going really well for all of you. It is, I'm here to talk about like the power of representation. I'm calling in from Seattle. It's pretty much like 9:30 in the night, and it's Friday evening. So I'm hoping that I'm going to deliver the best presentation I can through for the next 1 hour. So as we think about, the power of representation, I think the conference has created each one of you to represent your voice, and really thankful to Liji and thank you to all the conference ecosystem, especially the leaders who have brought all of us together here. And the reason why they asked me to do is to talk about representation for women in India is because there's a need for it, and there is a deep need for it. So I'm really thankful to having all of you kind of spend some time with me and engage with me today, if possible, to really talk about this particular topic. Okay, so before we get started, usually the question that I usually have with most of the people is, what do you think about the DEI, which is the diversity, equity, and inclusion strategy missing today? Most of them actually feel like there is something that's missing. So let me know what you think is missing. So I'll take a moment to pause for like literally a couple of seconds so I can see the response from each one of you. So take a moment and let me know, what do you think the diversity, equity, and inclusion strategy is missing? So as you think about that and you start communicating with me, it will help you understand is like most of the people would say, well, we need this, we need that, we need this strategies, we need that strategy. But over the years, what I have seen is really it's all about people and it's really about you. Are you really represented well in the ecosystem? Are you really focused on creating the right inclusion for people? Are you bringing the right people to the table? Do they feel like they belong here? So that's really at the end of the day, DEI is all about people. And if you are not getting represented, it is a time for you to speak up, to use your voice. So as Liji talked about, I actually run two companies. One is Mela and second is Women in Cloud. So Mela focuses a lot about the tech innovation, especially in the smart city area, focused on marketing and communication, a lot of automation with digital transformation with cloud and AI. But with Women in Cloud, what I've learned is through the journey of me struggling through build a business, I realized that my voice was not enough to make any change in the industry. So that's how the Women in Cloud was born, with the audacious goal to create $1 billion in economic access. And I've worked with at Microsoft and Oracle, and really spent a lot of time with other businesses in the US as well as outside of US. So I work with a lot of the enterprise brands to make sure we are connected with each other to really make the change. So that's kind of a little bit about me. I have two boys. I spend a lot of time hanging out with them and ensuring that they are creating the right inclusion in the world. But the thing that I really focus a lot about is the representation, the inclusion, the voice, how women are represented really well in the industry. So now when you think about where do I live? Well, I live in the cloud state. This is where, Amazon and Microsoft are. So they literally are in my backyard. But before I get into talk about what representation we need to think about or what we need to have, I want to take you through my journey. I think that would help you understand how did all this whole thing start about, how did you influence the things? Because now people think like I influence the industry in certain ways of what economic access women should get. But let me tell you, each one of you, if you're listening, is really, I started my life as an engineer, and now people recognize me as a cloud thought leader. But it started with being an engineer, and then basically my parents decided that I should get married like all other women do in India. So it was an arranged marriage, got married, and I stayed at home for a few years. I would say at least 3 to 4 years that I stayed. And then I decided to go and take database classes and got skilled in database programming. And that allowed me to get a job at Oracle. I joined as a consultant. And then within 6 years, basically, I was able to kind of I would say, climb the ladder to become a director. So as part of that journey, learned a lot of skills to learn what does it take to really have your voice represented. And then after that, I spent time at Microsoft. So I spent there for 9 years. And I used to run a lot of the $1 billion strategies, especially go-to-market strategy with the channel partners. So I spent a lot of time understanding how does $1 billion ideas come to life. And that was one of the best, I would say, amazing years to learn such a great skill set to make our industry change. Resigned from corporate because there were multiple reasons, but it was really around focusing on what I wanted to do the next 20 to 25 years. Once you come to a mid-age, you really realize it's something you need to do. That's how kind of where I started to think about as building a tech business. And from there is also creating a community that can champion voice and really influence the UN goals. And now I really am focused a lot on kind of driving the industry narrative and changes that we need to do. But during this whole journey, here are a couple of things I learned was if you cannot find your voice, if you don't use it, you really have to make an effort to find the voice, your perspective, your narrative, your angle. If you don't do it, if you don't do it, you will never use it, right? It's very important. So make sure that you use your voice for the right reason. So that was very important, was a aha and a learning for me. And second is you belong here. You don't have to run away from the ecosystem. You belong here. You really need to contribute, because to create a $1 trillion of economic impact and really influencing the GDP in the tech industry, each of us have to be represented. And if you are not represented, what is happening is the world will not be inclusive enough to create the value that we want to. So that is something that I learned through the journey. So what do I represent every day? Like, each of us really need to have something that they represent. First is I really focus a lot on the economic access for women in the tech industry. That means ensuring they get into the equitable jobs, They focus a lot on, building the tech solutions in the market, whether it's enterprise or SMB, so they are represented really well. Second is really focus a lot on the tech innovation that's bias free, that is inclusive. So most of the AI that's coming, I'm putting a lot of policies around there to really drive how the tech innovation needs to happen. I invest a lot in bold and sustainable solutions to solve the global goals. And especially, I've worked very closely with the UN folks. And the last one is taking collective action to solve the global goals. Really, I bring in very diverse groups, diverse partners, and also businesses to come together, and we take a collective action. And that is when we know that it's not just my voice, it's the collective voice. And that was very powerful when you learn through the journey. So I'm going to share three stories before, three stories for each one of you. But before we do that, I want you to take a moment and share with me, tell me, what do you represent today? Like, what is the thing that you represent? So if you can put it in the comments, that would be fantastic. But here are three stories that I want to share that will help you understand, right? The first one is the power of speaking up, or power of standing up for yourself. So let me give you the story. I joined Oracle, and I was hired as a consultant. And as the conversation happened, my manager, Nima, would bring me into the meetings. And anytime I had a perspective, I would just go to next to her and talk about and say, hey, we should talk about this. This is the angle we should be talking about. And she saw that that was a very repetitive behavior I had. I would never speak up in the room. But I would tell my manager of what my perspective is. And one day she said, why don't you come to my office? I have something to share with you. She said, why don't you speak up in the room? And I said, well, when elders are there, I cannot speak up, because it was a cultural learning for me, right? That was how I was raised. When elders are in the room, you don't speak up. So I thought in the workforce, it applied the same. And she said, no, 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 that doesn't work in the world, in the business world. When you have to speak up, you really have to have a point or a perspective, and you need to really articulate well. So she got me the coach, she gave me the resources, she gave me all the tools and resources. So she really created a lot of access for me to ensure that I had a power to speak and have my point across, so I could use my voice. So that one was very important. So learning about having your perspective was very important. So that one was the first thing, is you have to speak up. You need to learn the skills to speak up. You need to, if you have to go to Toastmasters or public speaking or whatever it takes, get a coach. If you're afraid to speak, it's a time you need to spend your time on public speaking, so you can at least have your voice really articulated. Okay. The second learning, which is the seat at the table, this has happened at Microsoft. So when I was at Microsoft, I had one of the fantastic manager, Todd, and I would say a fantastic leader I was able to work for, and he was fabulous. And during one of those budget sessions that we do when we have strategies and you have to put all the pieces together. I put all the pieces, all the budget deliverables, and put all the pieces for him to go and be at the meeting. However, I was not invited. I never raised a point that I needed to be invited, but I did all work. I put in all the effort to make sure that we had the right budget documents and plans in place for our team, because we were working on a very big a solution for the market, for helping our channel partners to work with Microsoft. And after a few days, he calls me, he says, hey, I want to talk to you about it. He said, how come you never raised your hand to have a seat at the table? You put in all the effort. You knew exactly what needs to be changed. You knew exactly the plans. How come you never raised your voice? He said, I didn't know. I don't know how to go about it, or what should I do? He said, no, you have to have a seat at the table to make a transformation, to make a change. So you need to have a voice and you also need to have a seat at the table. So those were the two important things that I learned through the career that I had. So as you're thinking about it and the work that you do, ask is, do you have a voice to share your perspective, your angle, and do you have a seat at the table? Do you have an ally who helps you make sure you have a voice represented in the room? If not, that's a question for you to ask for. The third one, which I learned, was championing bold ideas. This is a story when I left Microsoft, and then I had to pull together the company together, and I had no idea. I can tell you is when you leave a corporate world and you go into the entrepreneur world, the life is very different. You really need to understand basics. You have to understand all the pieces. So when I was raising funding, or if I needed access to credits, or I needed access to talent, it was extremely, extremely difficult. I can't tell you how difficult it is to build a tech solution and bring it to market. People make it feel it's easy, but when you are going into an enterprise market where the funding is less than 2% allocated for female founders, it is extremely hard. So at that time, I went about asking for change and working at the leaders, but my single voice did not matter, right? There was there, but it didn't really influence the change I wanted to. That was the time when I brought together, got all my friends together and said, as we have an industry issue, we are not well represented in the tech innovation for the future, whether it's cloud, AI, or quantum. We are less than 1% to 2% of the tech solutions built by women. And that is the place where I had to go out of my comfort zone to put a bold idea together and then set a narrative to really make sure we champion an idea as a collective. So having Gabriella Schuster, Gretchen O'Hara, Karen Fazio from Microsoft, all coming together and saying, let's set the bold idea and let's work together. So when you think about what we were able to accomplish is we were able to put a mission together where we are, leading a community, an economic development organization, which is taking action to generate over $1 billion in net new global economic access for women entrepreneurs by 2030 in partnership with corporation, community leaders, and policymakers. So that was kind of a big, audacious goal we get to champion. But what was the outcome of that? It was huge because we have a 50,000 people in the world in 8 countries, all working together for championing economic access for women. We have a proclamation in Washington State, and we have declared Women in Cloud Day as January 26th. So we are also in the policy making. We are focused on driving acceleration for entrepreneurs through the accelerator. So we were able to do a lot of things, but what it did was we were able to create a platform for every woman to have a voice represented in the tech industry where women need to be represented. So we became a platform for change. We became a platform for belonging. We became a platform for creating that access that we all need so that we can have an equitable future going forward. So here is how, going through the journey over the last 25 years in the tech industry, the 3 things that I learned is when you really want to see diversity, equity, and inclusion, if it's working, that means each one of us are truly represented in this journey. And if they are not represented, that means it's not working. They all have to be represented. All genders, all colors, all languages, everyone needs to be represented. The second one is you actually have to address the systematic issues via the policy. The DEI work only functions when you remove the systematic policies. For example, if you think about your organization, you can just go and ask for inclusion representation map or an inclusion scorecard and say, we want to know how is your board represented? How is your executive leader represented? How is your leadership, the E-suite leaders represented? How is the employee representation, supplier, community? When you look at all that, and then you start to see that it's not representing you in the ecosystem and your customers not represent, it's usually a systematic issue. And that actually has to come from the top. That means the governance needs to be put in place. So the policies needs to be changed. And third is you have to invest in change by getting involved. Without you getting involved, you really can't change. For me, I was thinking someone else should make the change, but I realized is it's not about someone. It is about me getting involved and really focusing on what the change I want to create. And that is how you can drive the change that you want to see. Okay. Now, so as you think about it, you say, well, Chaitra, you did it, but was it hard? Of course it's hard, right? But I know when you're thinking about it, so what is the hardest thing of getting involved and being represented? So if you have answers, go ahead and put it in the chat. Is what are the hardest part of getting involved and being represented? And that is something you always have to ask yourself, because if you're not speaking up, if your voice is not getting heard, you are not able to drive a change. It starts with you. So, but here are three problems that I have seen consistently when people are not raising their hands or representing. First is they don't know how. I don't know how it works. I don't know what it is, but I don't know how to really represent myself. Second is a lot of self-doubt, right? I don't know if I can do it. And second is I'm afraid, what if people will say something, especially in the society where it's patriarchal. There is a lot of fear for women to speak up or have their point across. Whether it's men or women, it doesn't matter. It's very, place where elders have their point of view. So when you have that, that fear is always there. And third is not safe to speak up. You know there will be repercussions that may happen if you speak up. So those are kind of the three problems that I see consistently in when people are not speaking up or getting represented. So let me talk about why you really need to make a deliberate effort and why you really need to get engaged. So let me talk about some trends so that maybe it'll inspire you to change your point of view. The first one is just let's look at the India's landscape, right? It's 49% of the Indian women constitute 49% of the population, but the economic contribution is only 18%. And the COVID has impacted women significantly in India. So 4 out of the 10 jobs that are being lost in India are women. So that's a question you need to ask is this okay? Can India afford not having 50% contribution from women in the economy? And imagine if both of the genders are actively contributing to the Indian economy, where will India be, right? That's the first question to think about and ask. The second one is the cloud and AI solution innovation is happening. 8% of the patent that is held by, that are held are by women. Very few women have patents. And the more you look at it, because there's less patents, there's also very, very less investment going for women to build this cloud technology. So the question for you is this okay? Is it okay for women not to have patents and new innovation and not get funding to create amazing innovation for the 50% of the population who would need it, right? Think about all the scenarios. And the third one is there's a lot of workforce movement that is happening. And in the past 5 years, if you think about the economic forum, they're tracking like there's a lot of movement of jobs happening right now. And this one will also, empower some, women to go out of the workforce because there's not a skilling available, or we cannot upskill them. So there's just a lot of challenges that will happen. So a lot of the companies will struggle to figure out what exactly we need to do, and they may never ever focus on this space. So it's your responsibility to really speak up, because you don't know, you may be the one next who will be on the chopping block, right? So keep that in mind. You need to think about the workforce. It's moving, it's changing because of COVID, and there's a huge exodus of women leaving the workforce. So, as you think about any of the data that gets you excited or inspired, here are three ways I want you to watch and also get involved. The first one I want you to think about is your leadership representation. Think about building the leadership skills and thinking about how you represent yourself as a leader. So, those are all the areas you need to think about. And also look at the leadership around you, how they are getting represented. Is it just all male leadership, or is it a diverse leadership? Keep eye on for it. So keep an eye on how your leadership around you and your personal leadership is actually getting represented. The second one to keep an eye on is the workforce representation. How is the workforce for your organization going to look like? How is that your company is transforming? Are they focusing on gender inclusion in your organization? Are they focused on including all the people who need special needs? Are they included well? Is there a very specific patterns you're seeing where they are not included? And does it really represent your customer ecosystem? And the third one is your supplier representation. Go and ask your supplier teams and ask them, what is the percentage of suppliers who are women? Are they equal? What is happening? If you look at it, just create a map, and you can literally do it on a back of a paper, and you'll see is if your company is really doing the right DEI work. And are you in an organization that supports inclusive practices? Are they representing you in a mechanism that can help your growth? Because if you're not represented, the chances you cannot really grow, right? So that is the piece that you need to really understand the map first. So once you understand, you will say, it's like, now that I understand, so how do I get involved in this process? What do I need to do? How do I go about it? There are a few things I need to do. Is when you have to get involved, it's all about creating access. And so access means people around you. So let's say if I come to you and say, Liji, I want to meet the conference organizer. She has access to him. It's very easy for her to get me introduced. So that is the first level of access you can create, right? So that's a way you unlock your Rolodex. And that's the first way of getting involved, that you're making that, relationships come together through people. Number two is technology, access to technology. Let's say I have a technology that I am building, which is a speaker management platform. And if any one of you are event organizers and you want to really optimize your event execution, and Ligi knows me and I have this technology, however, you don't have the money to pay for the technology, she can basically introduce us, and also we can create access to the technology at a way that helps you and helps me at the same time. So that's the second access, is if you have technology, create access for it. Third is customer markets. You have amazing marketplace, or you have a group of people who are buyers of some products or services. You can really work with entrepreneurs, or you can work with your ecosystem to really create those market. So there's a buy and a sell that's happening in your equation. So you actually can create access to future customers for people who are in your network. And the last one is, if you have money, then you can start investing in companies and programs and events. So you are actually unlocking access for people to be very, very successful. So those are the four ways that you can create access. And that happens when you get involved in the journey. So here is the framework. If you have heard my TED talk, I talk about the golden SIP circle, and it's a framework which allows you to really go about how do I go about when I have a conversation with somebody, how do I really go about unlocking access for them. The first one is serving. First, you need to know who you're serving, right? So if you have the people around you, you need to know who am I taking care of? Who do I give a lot of my attention? So if you are customers, so think about your customers and how are you serving them? Are you helping them achieve their goals by, helping them do their application development, whatever it is? You need to really know is how you're serving them. So that's a very important piece. Second is you can partner with them. So let's say I come to you and you want to partner with me, that will allow us to create massive scale access because both the companies can create access for each other. That means you can have access to my customers and I can have access to your customers. And that creates a significant a momentum that we can see in the market. But if you are in a company and you say, well, I don't know what to do, look around and see which other organization you can partner so that the work that you're doing that can really drive some value for them. And the third one is really influence. Like, how do you grow your influence? And to grow your influence, there's a lot of work you have to do. It's a high trust relationship. So you really do, by when people come to you, you unlock access to people, technology, market, or investment. And by doing that one, not only you're creating access, but also you're becoming influential in that journey. So keep that in mind is using the golden SIP model. It allows you to kind of unlock that access for people. And in that process, you're getting involved. And in that process, you're actually growing your network and becoming influential. Okay. So here's a case study which I wanted to take you through it. It is the Empower Her Family initiative. We just launched 3 months ago when India was hit with COVID. And we had a huge ask for the Indian community to say, can we have Women in Cloud step up to help? So yes, we did. We did step up and we created is an initiative by a set of volunteers came together and it became a cross-sector economic relief initiative, which was powered by the technology ecosystem. And the goal was to empower 1 million women in India to have an effective future by curating actionable digital solution to provide economic relief. So that was the mission and the vision we set. We had nothing. It was just a white paper bringing all the people, everybody talking about how they want to serve, how they can create influence, they can create access. That's how Empower Her Family initiative was born for India. So in the last 3 months, we are able to set up the Center of Excellence for Cloud, AI, and Cyber for women at RBC College of Engineering in Bangalore, the first of a kind in India. Never has been done. Now this college provides that access to make that possible. Second, we were able to partner with Microsoft to bring 500 Azure scholarship that's made by Microsoft, and it's delivered through 5 NGOs in India to make sure that women are getting access to those scholarship, because we learned was just to get trained on Azure or any cloud software and get certified, it's extremely expensive. And there's not even investment not available for women to really go invest in there because they're just trying to meet their, daily needs. So that was one thing that we saw that we needed to create access for those scholarship. And the third one is we were able to create 69 families. They got economic assistance through the Chalo Gift campaign. And this campaign will be open for another 1 year with a goal to create $1 million of fundraise. And everybody, we are asking every company, every individual to come together, take a collective action so we can help 2,500 families to have economic assistance. And this one all was done by 64 people through 8 organizations who all came together to take in collective action. So that was kind of the power of when you get represented, you make impact in the ecosystem. So here are three strategies for you as you think about, oh, now that I know how representation works, what are the challenges with representation? What I need to do is to increase my influence and representation. So, but then how do I go about it? So here are my three strategies. First, get involved. Get involved in the conference, either become a speaker or a mentor or a partner or an advisor or a volunteer. Just get involved, get time and energy like you are able to put in that particular mission. So you have to get involved. Without that, you really can make a difference. Second is get skilled, learn skills that you can contribute to a cause for your passion, and invest in a lot of soft skills, that is communication skills, leadership skills, and a lot of the technical skills and business skills. If you can get skilled, you actually can truly contribute to your ecosystem. And third is get network, really meet lots of people, add value to people, build long-term relationship, and really take time. And start with three, start with four. And by the time you realize you have a Rolodex of 50,000 people, and then you know that you can reach out to anyone because now you have the power to make the connection happen. So if you go to womenincloud.com, we have a platform called as Get Introduced platform. Now we are able to make warm introductions on scale using technology because we just couldn't keep up with the demand of warm introduction. Now we have automated that process too to really make sure we can drive those warm introductions very easily. So if you are really thinking is like, I need to be networked, we'll just go there, ask for an advisor relationship, and we can make that happen. So at the end of the day, what I am asking each one of you to do is be that change that you want to see. There's no one else on the planet who can do the change that you want. You have to become the change. You have to represent. You have to come in and get involved. That is when you can start to see the changes around you. Really, it starts with you. And take a moment to really see if my voice is getting represented. If not, ask the question, what is the change I want to create and how do I create by getting involved? You'll find the answer for it. And the last one I will close with Malala's quote is, when the whole world is silent, even one voice becomes powerful. So I'm asking each one of you to develop your voice and really become powerful and represent the cause that you want the change to happen. And trust me, by just doing the daily action, taking micro changes happen, by the time you realize the compound effect will happen, and you will see that you were able to influence the world with your representation, your voice, and your influence. And that is the best gift you can do for the planet and also for people around you. So with that, I just have to say is thank you so much for having me here. And I'm asking each one of you to consider is joining the movement for India. Just go to womenincloud.com and /empower her family. That allows you to immediately get involved, immediately get represented. And we will be bringing a lot of the curriculum and education so that you can all get skilled, because there is a huge need for women to get into the workforce and make sure that they're contributing to the economy so that everyone can be very successful. And if you want to reach me, you can reach me at cvedula@womenincloud.com, or you can go to Women in Cloud and send a request. And I usually will look into my email. So feel free to send any email, because I do read every email to make sure that I am very well aware of what the community needs at this time. And right now for India, we are highly focused, and I'm asking each one of you to join the movement with us so we can really, impact 1 million women to be successful over the 1 year. So with that, Ligi and everyone, thank you so much for having me. This one was fabulous to have everyone here.
Thank you so much, Chaitra. It's our privilege and our pleasure to have you join us. As you said, it's pretty late for you at Seattle, but so appreciate you taking time to share your thoughts with us. As I wait for the audience questions, if you may, I would love to, pick your brain on a couple of questions that I had watching your slides.
Sure.
You've had a very impressive and a very inspiring journey yourself, Chaitra. One of the things that we are doing this year in terms of this DNI, this track, is bringing on board people who have walked the talk in this space. And I, as much as we've met, we've had conversations, the first time that I get to actually see your journey in a beautiful visual, which was very inspiring. Even for seasoned professionals in the tech industry, no matter where you are in your journey, uh, the imposter syndrome is something I think every woman sort of fights with on a daily basis, if not. And it kind of ties into a lot of things that she wants to do as well. And I think this is, I mean, irrespective of whether what gender you belong to, also. And for example, one of the things that you advocate for is networking, and the power of networking is so much that you can probably not imagine it until and unless you've tasted the success of that. And as part of inclusion, people tend to generally bias it in terms of, networking is good for a certain label of people, maybe the extroverted, maybe the best personalities, and those kind of things. I'm curious to learn from you, Chaitra, on how, what kind of a mindset should you have for networking, if you may. It's less of the skill, I would think, and it's more of having an open and curious mind and expecting to give more than receive. Or what are your thoughts on how do you go about really networking?
Sure, Lizzie. First is a great question. You touched 2 points. One is around imposter syndrome, and that definitely comes in play when you're networking. So I'll talk about how it works. So I was reading the book by Jay Shetty. He's a famous, I would say, philosopher, absolutely a monk, and he's written a new book which is called as Think Like a Monk. So if you get a chance, you should consider that. And in there is a Stoic quote. It says is, I don't care what I think about myself. I don't care what you think about myself. I care what I think you think about myself. Okay. That is what imposter syndrome looks like, because you are writing a narrative in your head thinking that that person is thinking about you like that. So when you show up, you don't show up really well, right? Because your bias and your things come in play. So when I'm in a networking environment, I never think I'm networking. I'm actually in a conversation that I'm building a relationship with that person. And it really starts by knowing is the intention of the person that you are going to meet. And then you're exploring if you can work on ideas or what level of engagement it is. So when you meet people, there are three ways people engage in a conversation. The first one is people talk about people. That's the first level. And that is gossip, right? You have a lot of gossip and you have to say, do I spend a lot of the time gossiping about people? That's the first layer. The second layer I look at is what are people talking about? Are they things like they'll talk about car, my watch, my Rolodex, like all the things which are brands that they wear. That's the second level. The third one is people who talk about ideas like innovation and cool stuff. So when I go into a discussion or something, I'm first assessing that one. Which level am I going? If I'm my best friend, sometimes I want to go all the things, I talk about everything. But when it's net new relationship, focus a lot on the ideas, the big ideas that you can work on, and think about how they can contribute and you can contribute to that idea. If you don't have an idea, contribute to their idea, right? And the idea will be is creating access for their success, either through people, either if you have technology, either you have customers that they can get access to, or money. So you have those four currencies that you can contribute to them at any given time. So when you are able to contribute that currencies, it makes it very easy. And when you are seeking help, you know what currency you are looking for. Are you looking for money, or are you looking for people, or are you looking for networks? So it kind of allows you to kind of have a similar language to have a conversation. So my advice to all of you is like, don't think networking is a bad thing. Networking is a truly a beautiful relationship building where you get to exchange currencies that you have. And when you exchange those currencies, that relationship gets tighter and tighter and bolder and bolder. So invest more time on people who have big ideas and thinking about big ideas. That is my mindset.
That is so great. Thank you for sharing, Chaitra. I've learned quite a bit here. And as you said, networking is typically taken in a negative connotation, which is something that we need to get over with, I guess, get over. And of course, as I said, both for men and women, it's a struggle with that. But if you kind of think about it from a relationship building aspect, that's a life skill. That's what you do on a daily basis, you're personally as well as professionally. So it's basically your mindset with regards to, I'm not going there to get something from this person. It's yeah, as long as you stay away from the gossip and from the objective idea, the ideas is definitely what you're in for, and trying to bring in more and add more value to the table. So
Sure, sure.
great thought. Thank you so much, Chaitra. Any closing thoughts you would like to share with us before you leave?
Sure. First is thank you for having me. I am pretty excited to be part of this ecosystem. And really, as we build the Empower Her Family initiative, I really want to invite all of you to be part of it. At least raise your hand to create access for one woman to get into the tech industry. I'm not asking for a lot. If you have a job opening in your company, try to find people who can take that position. I know it's hard to do. It's like it's because it's very competitive in the ecosystem, but you need to create access. You need to create equal balance in the economic development. Otherwise, you will have a country that will always be behind. You want a country that needs to be ahead, and when a country is ahead, when both the genders are well represented. So that is my ask from each one of you, because tech industry is a leading sector right now for the next 10 to 20 years. And India has the potential to do it. And I'm asking each one of you to consider joining the Empower Her Family initiative and make a difference.
Thank you so much, Shaistra. And please join the Women in Cloud initiative as well. It's just a click away. I've joined it myself, so I can tell you for that, and I vouch for it that Chaitra replies to all emails as well. So it's a great connection, and please stay connected with Chaitra even after this keynote. It's an honor and a privilege to have you grace our keynote today, Chaitra. One of the things that we are always focusing on this track is the eye of the inclusion. It's not rocket science really as far as inclusion. We typically kind of think about it as organizational policies and leadership roles. Great to be driven top down, but it's also good to hear that there's something that each and every one of us can do. So thank you once again, and wish you a great rest of your evening. Thank you,
Awesome.
Chaitra.
Thank you. And thank you
Thank
to
you.
Diksha. She did a fantastic job. Thank you.
Thank you, Deeksha. You're a rock star.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bye-bye. Hello, everyone. So that was Chaitra on the keynote today, and we will start our next session in 10 minutes from now, which would be on psychological safety. Tatagat Parma would be talking to that sharp at 11, and join us back at 11, and we see you then. Thank you. Hello and welcome back to the DNI track. Our next session is on psychological safety, the secret sauce of inclusion. In recent years, psychological safety has emerged as the number one prerequisite for building a great team. But what does it even mean? And why is it important for teams, especially in the context of creating a culture of inclusion? And what is the role of leaders and managers in building psychological safety? And how does one even go about it? Our next speaker will explore these questions and present a roadmap for leaders and managers to build psychological safety in teams. Tathagat Verma currently heads technology strategy and business operations at Walmart Global Tech, and additionally plays the role of chief of staff, a software professional by education, a computer scientist by accident, and a project manager practitioner by training. It is a pleasure to have you with us. Welcome, Tathagat.
Thank you, Liji. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are. Yes. Would you like to share your screen? Yes.
Yes.
The
Uh,
stage is all yours.
all right. Thanks a lot, Liji. And morning, everyone. It is my pleasure to be here this morning. And I'll talk to you about some of the aspects of psychological safety that I feel are very important in today's time and age. But as Liji introduced me, I work with Walmart Labs out of Bangalore. I'm also pursuing my PhD from Indian School of Business, Hyderabad, in artificial intelligence. So those are some of the areas that are very close to my heart. Now, as we think about psychological safety, we'll talk about these four topics today. I will introduce briefly what is psychological safety, why do we even need it? Because just because is it a management fad or is it something serious that we need in the organizations today? And if we need it, how do we build it in the teams and the organizations? And finally, what is the role of managers? So let's get started. Now, some of us might remember the Challenger disaster in 2003 when the inquiry committee sat through and they looked at the reasons why the disaster took place. One of the things that came out was a very interesting interview, which goes like this. When asked why by Charlie Gibson in an ABC News interview, why he did not speak up, he said, I just could not do it. She, meaning senior manager Linda Ham, who was at least two organizational levels above Roca, was way up here gesturing with the hand like this above his head. And I was very down here gesturing with his hand near the lap. So, this is one example of a very, very highly evolved organization which was sending shuttles to the space. And there they had this kind of a challenge there. Take a look at another example. We have all seen how there was this so called defeat device scandal at Volkswagen for almost 7 years, where 11 million diesel vehicles were actually fitted. Almost, we can say that without really having any legal reason to cheat the pollution test. And in an interview, it came out that a very small group or a small group has done damage to our company. We need a climate where mistakes are not hidden. I mean, it sounds very strange that a small group of people can actually cause this kind of a damage to the company. It doesn't, something is clearly missing there. Then, if you look at this very interesting one, we have all read about the cases of how such a brilliant company actually, from the stellar heights, it fell down to becoming a no non-player in this market. And a very interesting article from INSEAD said, based on the findings of an in-depth investigation and 76 interviews with top and middle managers, engineers, and internal experts, we find that the organizational fear was grounded in a culture of temperamental leaders and frightened middle managers scared of telling the truth. Now, it looks almost like science fiction or a management fiction, if you will, because we cannot believe that there are organizations where such a culture of fear prevails so much that even the organizations or their key projects are actually jeopardized in such a significant manner. And yet, this is really such a big issue there. So the question begs, Why do the people not speak up? In the previous keynote, I was hearing how Chetra was talking about the whole issue of absence of voice, why people do not speak up. And I think this is becoming a very important point for all of us in today's world. And of course, it's very easy to stay silent, right? If you don't want to look ignorant, don't ask any questions, because if you ask questions, people will think you are an ignorant person. If you don't want to look incompetent, don't simply admit that, hey, sorry, I don't know anything, or I didn't do anything mistake. Or if you don't want to look nosy or intrusive, don't offer ideas. Just say, okay, I respect your boundaries and I'm not going to really get into that. Or if you don't want to look negative, don't critique the status quo. I mean, these are really the things that Emmy Edmondson talked about in her TED talk, which are some of the ways in which people create some kind of an excuse or a facade in front of them that they don't want to look any of them, and they stay silent there. And the challenge there is that while by itself it is not a problem really, the problem is that the silence really actually benefits no one. If you see the voice, the benefit is to the organization, it is to the customers. The challenge is obviously that the benefit occurs after some delay, and the certainty of the benefit is low. We don't know whether it's going to really work or not. But when it comes to silence, guess what? The tables get turned. The benefit is to me as an individual. The benefit is immediate, because right now, if I stay silent, nobody's going to judge me and everything is going to be fine. And the certainty is almost high, actually. So imagine that's the reason when you compare them on the scale, it's always the individual with the silence who wins against the individual with the voice. But actually, that is not really the winning, because and another thing is that there is a surprising benefit of silence. And can you guess what is the benefit of silence there? And it's kind of not really a benefit in that sense, because no one was ever fired for silence, right? So that's really the thing why people really take a very safe route in staying silent there. But as we saw, organizations don't really gain anything out of that. And the reason why it is important is that in order to increase the intellectual friction, and that intellectual friction is what really brings the most creative ideas in a team or in an organization, we must reduce the social friction. Imagine if there is a team of adversaries, if there is a team of team members who don't trust each other, imagine a team of people who are backstabbing each other all the time. There will not be any kind of, the social friction is so high that the intellectual friction will never happen. And the intellectual friction, if it doesn't happen, people will keep operating in the silos, and we will never see the collective intellectual outcome of the team there. And if you look at the global stats, these are very alarming. We hear that one third of the US workers believe their opinions count, two-thirds of them believe it doesn't count. And if you see in the last 3 months, we have heard of things like the great resignation, where millions of people are leaving the workforce. I think it's even more important to recognize that there are significant challenges or undercurrents which are not visible to us, but they are causing sufficient damage to the organization. And hence, it is important for us to really think about how do we improve that. Because the potential benefits of improving the psychological safety are that even if we could go from just 3 out of 10 to 6 out of 10, it will reduce in it could result into 27% reduction in attrition or turnover, a 40% reduction in safety incidents, and a 12% increase in productivity. I mean, these are very, very compelling numbers here. So now the challenge is, how do we do that? It sounds very obvious, it sounds very logical, but the challenge is, how do we go about doing that? So let's explore some of the ways in which we could do that. The first thing I want to talk about is a very interesting project that Google did, and they called it as Project Aristotle in 2012. And the whole problem they were exploring was what makes a team effective at Google. And they basically came to the conclusion that in a team with high psychological safety, the teammates feel safe to take risk around the team members. They feel confident that nobody on the team is going to embarrass them or punish them for admitting a mistake, asking a question, or offering a new idea. Now imagine when they look at this in the the number one reason that stood out is psychological safety, and rest of the things like dependability, structure and clarity, meaning, and finally the impact follow there. So this is really the foundation or the core DNA, if you will, of the team that we are talking about. So let's explore a little more on what is psychological safety, right? And probably the first recorded use was by a paper by William Cann in 1990, when he talked about and said psychological safety was experienced as feeling able to show and employ oneself without fear of negative consequences to the self image, status, or career. People felt safe in situations in which they trusted that they would not suffer for their personal engagement. So imagine there is a lot of things that are holding us, even in a social context or in the workplace, because we feel people are going to judge us, people are going to ridicule us, people are going to reject us, or many other ways in which we believe it may or may not be true. I'm not saying it is always true. In many cases, it might just be a self induced fear, but there is some other example or some other reason why that self-inducement of the fear might have happened. Then the bottom line is, I as an individual, if I do not feel socially protected, psychologically safe, I am probably not going to offer anything that might be seen as against the grain, anything that might be seen against the group thinking, anything that might be seen against the social norms or the policies of the organization. And hence the organization will continue to, because everybody is drinking from the same well, they will all continue to simply keep doing the status quo, right? So and if we look at a little bit of how does it really influence the team performance, we can see that the team beliefs, which are all about the team safety and team efficacy, they have an impact on the behaviors in terms of seeking the feedback, discussing the errors. I think something as simple as discussing the errors in a team itself is such a big motivation, because it brings the culture that you don't have to hide the mistakes. You are perfectly okay to reach out to your peers, and they are not going to make fun of you, they are not going to really put you down, but they are going to really help you, so that together we can grow as a team, as an organization. So those are some of the things that I think we need to recognize. Now, why do we say that it leads to a high performance? What is really the reason behind it? Imagine if you are setting very low psychological safety, so people don't feel comfortable, and the standards are also low because nobody is expecting them to do anything. That is like an apathy zone. Nobody is even bothered about it. You are, whether you exist or not, it doesn't make a difference, right? But if you now take and set high standards in the same thing, there is no psychological safety but very high standards, then the anxiety will be very high. There is a lot of stress on you, there's a lot of pressure on you to perform, but you don't feel safe to really do that, right? So then let's say you go to the zone where you increase the psychological safety, but the standards are still low. So that's like a country club. Everyone feels safe, they can do whatever they want, but then the standards are very low, nobody is expecting them to anything. So, from Amy Edmondson, who is a pioneer and a professor at Harvard Business School, she says that really the right zone to perform is when the psychological safety is high and the standards are also high. So we are really looking at a learning zone and a high performance zone, because that is where really things happen. You are creating the right environment and you are setting very high standards of performance, and that is what really leads to the thing there. So that's kind of a general in terms of what does it really mean. And in general, if you have to very specifically define what psychological safety really mean, I would say that, as Timothy Clark says in his book, The Four Stages of Psychological Safety, it's a condition of an individual in which human beings feel included. First of all, they feel included. That's really the first thing. They feel it is safe to learn. Learning, a lot of times we don't think, but learning is actually a very high stage of being vulnerable. The reason why learning is so difficult for a lot of people is because they feel vulnerable to expose in front of others that I don't know this particular thing. And by admitting it, if people are going to judge them, if people are going to make fun of them, they are going to have no incentive to learn it. In fact, they will actually retreat socially, and they will either not learn, or they will stop admitting that they do not know it, and then they will go to the bravados and say, I know everything, I can do everything. But that's not really the right way, right? The third is safe to contribute. They are actually willing to, they are the lines where they feel my role ends and somebody else's role goes, they get blurred. They feel that they have a stake, they have a skin in the game, they feel like contributing to that. And finally, they even feel that it is safe to challenge the status quo. So they are not just a passive observer, they are not a mere participant, but they are an active owner. They feel that they have a stake in the success of a particular assignment, all without the fear of being embarrassed, marginalized, or punished in some way. So that's a very, very heavy definition, because it expects and it requires a very, very strong culture of inclusion. So, how do we do that? How can we really build some kind of a culture where people really feel psychologically safe? Now, Andy Edmondson offers some perspectives in terms of saying that when we are solving a problem, we should think of it like a learning. We should not look at it like a guaranteed thing that no, only success can come out of it, but look at it as a learning problem. That hey, you are trying something, and it's great if you can solve it, but if you cannot do it, learning is really still the outcome out of that one. The second thing is acknowledge your own fallibility. We are not perfect. We human beings, everyone makes mistakes. Whether you are a novice on the job, whether you are an experienced professional or a leader, everyone has their own fallibilities. By acknowledging it, we only make the situation very, very non intimidating for everyone, where everyone feels welcomed, everyone feels that they can play without the stress and the pressure that everything should look absolutely top class. And the third thing is model curiosity. Ask a lot of questions. It's perfectly okay to ask a question and say, hey, what does this mean? Or I don't know it. And can you tell me? Can you please help me with that? Some of those kind of a thing. So these are general advice that Amy gives there. And if you are in the role of a manager or a boss or a leader, you can also really shift your frame. So you can reframe how the problems are being seen there. The normal traditional frame that we see is the boss is, it's a one way traffic. The boss has all the answers, the boss gives the orders, and they assess the performance. But look at it in a different way and reframe it. The boss is only setting the direction and raising the aspirations, creating some kind of a moonshot challenge and say, hey, that's where we want to go. So raising the bar for everybody, inviting the inputs for clarity and improvement there. Instead of saying, I know everything, says, hey guys, this is what we really want to do. I want to really get your individual ideas. You are an expert in this, you are an expert in this. And so that the collective outcome of the team is much more than the individual outcome of the boss herself or himself. And finally, create the right conditions for continued learning, because we are not talking about a one and done. We are talking about a culture, an environment that supports continuous learning all the time there. And if you are a team member, then you are not really seeing yourself as a subordinate who must do what has been told to you, but really look at contributions with the crucial knowledge and insight. I mean, you are in the team because you bring a special value to the team, because you have something, past experience that others don't have it. If you don't speak up, then you are depriving the team of that opportunity for which you were hired in the first place. So think about that for a moment. And the way you acknowledge the fallibilities is that you actually admit and say things like, I don't know. Now, of course, if you say, I don't know too many times, there is some problem, because it's just going to create too many trust issues in the team, whether you are even the right person for the organization. But when you use it in a very judicious manner, you actually help people understand that there is no way you can know every single thing, right? We cannot boil the ocean. We have to really pick and choose what we want to specialize in. Or I need some help. I believe I was reading some articles. I think one of the most courageous things that people can say is, I need help. And it sounds very simple. It sounds very strange that people cannot ask for help. And why should it be courageous? But being able to ask for help is all about admitting that you do not know that. It's not about saying that I'm incapable of doing it. It's about saying that, hey, I've tried it. I've really tried to figure out, but there are places where I'm getting stuck there. I know you are an expert in that, can you please help me? So some of those kind of things. Or making a mistake, it's okay, we all make mistakes all the time. If we are going to reprimand people for the mistakes they make, guess what's going to happen the next time? They are going to stay silent. They are not going to step out of their comfort zone. They are going to wait for the orders or the instructions, and they will never take any initiative. So net net, the organization will go into a very micromanagement or a very submissive kind of a role where people don't speak up, they only have to be ordered. And you can imagine how bad that culture would be. Or finally saying I'm sorry when they make a mistake, being able to accept it wholeheartedly and saying, there is something, I made a mistake, my judgment was poor, but I've learned my lesson and I'm going to work on that. Imagine what a power these words can have there, right? Finally, I want to talk about a wonderful model that can help you improve the psychological safety, which is from a book by Timothy Clark, and I'll explain these phases. But he gives a very interesting model of how we can measure, or and then hence we can create a roadmap of psychological safety. So let's look at that briefly. He talks of four stages of progression. So he says the first stage is really inclusion, where you are basically saying that, do the people even feel that they belong to that place, or you don't even invite them, or they don't even feel invited to the club, to the party, to the team meeting, to where whatever is the social unit we are talking about there. Once they feel included, the next stage is really all about saying, do they feel safe to learn something? Because learning is all about, like I said, accepting the status quo and saying that there are things I do not know and I'm willing to learn there. The next stage is all about being able to contribute, or being accepted, or permitted to contribute, right? That's a very important thing, because sometimes in many companies people are told that's not your job, somebody else will do that, or do as you have been told. Now these are all very disturbing cultural traits actually, because they are a very clear signal that you are not expected or welcome to contribute outside what is your job description. So that's a very important part. And finally you are able to get to the point of that you can meaningfully challenge what is really happening so that the organization can become better. So I hope you can see a big difference between the first one to the last one. Now those are the four stages Timothy Clark has given, but how do you really make them happen? It's not something that magically happens there. So he talks of two axes on which he measures it. One is on the x-axis is permission, on the y-axis is respect. Now both the things are needed there, because he says if you only have if you only have the permission, as you can see here in the picture, then you end up being in the exploitation stage there. So you don't have any respect, but somebody is exploiting from you and you feel like that I'm being used there. On the other hand, if all you get is respect but you don't have the permission to participate, then it becomes a very paternalistic kind of a culture there. So we have to stay away from these boundaries, but really focus on this bowling alley in between, because that is really how it can really work for you. So the first thing is really all about saying the stage one of inclusion safety. Now remember, as you can see in the picture, if even the inclusion safety is not there, that is the exclusion. So imagine you do a team meeting, but you don't invite somebody in that. That's a big deal for most of us actually. We may not admit it, but it's a very big deal for us. It can upset us for the rest of the day, and it can actually cast serious aspersions whether I belong here or not. But the first step will be inclusion really, and the next stage will be, so you are gradually increasing the permission, and you are gradually earning more respect, so that you are kind of growing in these four stages of it. So that's a very good ladder actually of how you can see, and eventually going to the point. And very interestingly, the innovation really in Timothy's view happens when you are at the stage 4. The innovation doesn't really happen in the first or second stage. Now this is also very logical, because unless you really feel that you have the permission to really go and question something, unless you feel invited to the conversations, you're not going to speak up. If people are going to basically rap you on the knuckles, you don't feel that comfort that is needed for you to innovate, because innovation is all about asking questions, sometimes not very comfortable questions. And that is really how the right from inclusion we can go up to the whole innovation stage here. Finally, the role of managers is really all about making sure that the team members feel included. They are really supporting their team members from a learning point of view. They are essentially ready to give autonomy to their team members to contribute and deliver results. And finally, are they prepared to accept the viewpoint that my team members also have the permission to kind of come and challenge some of these things there. So finally, I'll just recap it. The whole idea of building teams is not just about subject matter knowledge. It is a social organization. People come there and they are looking for ways in which they feel the comfort, they feel the safety, and only then they are going to really speak up. If we do not create, as managers, as leaders, and also as the team members, the right culture, some of the team members may always remain silent, and that is not the loss for the team members, but I think that is the loss for the organization and for the customers in the long run, because best ideas cannot be monopolized by only a few. The best ideas happen when the innovation is truly democratized. Thank you. With that, I'll stop here now, and if we have some time and if we have any questions, I will let Liji help us with that.
Thank you, Taptakat. That was brilliant. We have a lot of engagement in our chat, and we have a couple of minutes. We can actually, in fact, a lot of comments that have been shared. But first off, I wanted to thank you on behalf of the community for an absolutely brilliant presentation. It was great to hear the story from NASA to Nokia on how this can actually be a game changer, in fact. I think you nailed the head in terms of saying courage is actually being able to ask for help. It's a very profound thought, very simple, you might think, but it's a very, very profound thought and much needed for the technical community. Because I just want to share some of the comments from the chat where Santosh said, maybe we should put a temporary hold on learning technology and focusing more on the important things here, and those kinds of things. And we did have a chat about Project Aristotle as well while you were talking about that. And also, Santosh says communication among teammates is very key to achieve the team goals. And there's a lot of other comments as well from other people who said that we typically don't feel comfortable speaking up. We're not great speaking up in team environments, but we try to create a very psychologically safe environment in the tech industry. So we all feel happy to speak up. So, and Ritvik was very happy to be a part of a very encouraging and motivating community. And I think I'll just share a couple of more comments. We can learn technology just reading through blogs, but people skills can't practice with real people. So well said, Santosh.
Very well
Thank you
said.
for
Yes.
sharing your comments. That's absolutely on point. And Denny also says, this was great. I do my best to practice this in my team. So thank you, Tapagat. Once again, the audience simply loved your presentation, and we hope to have you back soon for engaging conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Liji, for a wonderful opportunity. I know this is a tech conference, but I'm so happy to see that you chose to also have a track on which you're talking about some of the very important people and social issues. Because I think, end of the day, we are not machines coding, but we are people programming and people building solutions. So thank you, and great listening back from the community. I look forward to continuing engagement with that. So thanks, Liji, once again, and thanks, Diksha, for a wonderful keeping up with the pace of the
Yeah.
presentation there. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Tapagat. So that was a brilliant presentation by Taptagat Varma. We will join back in 1 minute with Shalaka Varma on a fireside chat. Stay tuned. Hello and welcome back. Our next session is a fireside chat. So, we will talk about the professional climate and culture for women working within STEM fields. Join us as we discuss unique opportunities and challenges and how we can work together to encourage women to pursue and succeed in STEM careers. Joining us is Shalaka Verma. She's a passionate global technology sales leader, currently leading a team of global cloud solution architects to drive development of solutions on Microsoft Cloud and services around it. With a strong technical background, she was chosen to be one of the first quantum ambassadors for IBM in the IC region. She has several US patents to her credit and won several key awards and recognitions. Honored to have you join us today, Shalaka. Welcome.
Thanks, everyone, and thank you for having me on the show.
Thank you, Shalaka. So let's dive right in. And our audience is waiting to ask you these couple of questions. What sparked your interest in STEM and especially quantum computing?
Yeah, I mean, interest in STEM goes a long back to the childhood, and I would rather attribute it to the laziness, I would say. Uh, I think mathematics and physics were the subjects where you have to write less. Uh, and that sort of got me stuck on the path. I realized that uh, if you enjoy it, it's really an easy subject to pick up as well. Um, and so I just continued on that journey. I think it really stemmed off from laziness.
I so loved hearing that comment, Shalaka, because we typically do not get to hear that a lot from the girls or the women. At least the boys that I've learned with this is about 20 years back in college. Oh, you guys are used to writing long essays and the 25-mark questions, and then you can beat it. Girls can do so well in MCQs, and we do appreciate math and physics as well. So that's absolutely a wonderful way to start the conversation, I'd say. Um,
Yeah.
so, Shalaka, I think one thing that we have in common with all emerging fields, at least these days currently, especially coming out in a post pandemic world, is the struggle for talent, competency, and competent professionals in our tech industry in general. And quantum computing, I'm assuming, is no exception to that. Especially given the circumstances, does it really matter now who you are or where you're from, as long as you can really excel and you are good at what you do?
Well, it's going to be like any classical technical answer, right? The answer is yes and no. Uh, yes, it doesn't really matter anymore because of the democratization that we have achieved on tech, first of all. So, largely, tech population has access to networks. They are able to consume knowledge irrespective of where we are, um, right from our home, and that I guess gives a lot of flexibility to women, especially in countries like India, South Asia, where we tend to take up larger responsibilities in the household functioning. Um, so I think to that extent, this levels up the field. The second one is the adoption or the mindshare on technology itself is right now very high. So you don't really have to struggle to explain people that tech is a enabler to develop, move forward, any certain priorities, right? So to that extent, you don't really have to struggle to even set in context the value proposition on why you would like to pursue tech in most of the business world where we operate. So I think those two are the great levelers for women, first of all. Now, especially in quantum, um, it may matter where you come from and what's the background. And I will take a couple of minutes just to elaborate on that. Right? So it's an emerging tech. I started my quantum journey because I was always fascinated by light. And light is one of the um, you may call as whatever particle wave that uh, shows the quantum phenomena at ambient temperatures. Um, and when I started, so that is why quantum was back of my mind. And when I picked up in 2016-17 that we are trying to make computers based on those properties, it fascinated me and I picked up the learning. Um, Initial period was tough because in the emerging tech, what happens is you don't have standardization of enablement. Like in any course, you don't really have a step course curriculum. People won't tell you these are 5 steps, this is the first certification, so on and so forth, right? So people will have to figure out own paths on learning, and you will always be able to figure out a path based on where you stand today. So if you have really done some basic research on physics in quantum field, um, the journey may be easier initially, right? Otherwise somebody has to really go back and start picking up from there. If you most of the qubit, which is the abstracted bit in quantum computing, most of the qubit operations are really matrix operations and they use complex numbers. So if you understand complex numbers and matrix and 3D coordination geometry, linear algebra, then your understanding of qubit manipulation is going to be a little bit more easier than somebody has to start from scratch. So that's what I mean when I say it will matter where you come from. Your background may make it a bit difficult or a bit uh, easy to grasp the technology. And I think this applies to every emerging tech. Having said that, I don't think that it's a barrier. It's really just a matter of your individual conviction on how fascinated you are, your perseverance, your resilience, and patience. And those skills matter any which way, right? Whether you pick up quantum or anything else, those skills will matter irrespective of the gender. So as long as you are rooted in them, I think it would be it's a pretty level for your playing field, right?
Great, great. And from your experience in this journey, what is your take on the women representation in this field, in quantum computing? Are there enough women involved, or what is the status now?
Yeah, I mean, obviously there are not enough women involved. There are not enough women involved anywhere, according to me, in the tech field. So quantum is just, I think, one of the additional endorsement for the same. Um, and I mean, I don't think it's a matter of really just quantum, right? It's a matter of uh, in general how the presentation of women is less in tech, and it's really at to that point. I think it really plays down to what's in it for women, and I'm just going to leave you with a thought here. What happens is the amount of time that we have to invest either in learning or even in careers, right? I mean, um, women need more. I think the hunger for more is more in women because of the sense of sacrifice. Like for a man who works for 9 to 6 in an office, uh, in his mind, what he is leaving behind, and against that, the counterbalancing fact of what value is he getting from the career. In women's mind, the perception of what they are leaving behind is very high, and hence you need a lot more to counterbalance that to really make sure that women feel motivated and attracted to keep those 8 hours in the office. And I think that plays a huge role in the way women approach careers.
Cool. And that kind of ties into my next question I wanted to ask on, what you thought would are really the biggest challenges faced by women in quantum. But I think it stems from the fact that, as you funnel down, right from our school to our college, and then the industry and the tech industry, and then when you come to quantum or any of those trailblazers, you definitely see that impact being created. So it's as you said, it's definitely a mindset issue, especially probably in our part of the world, maybe more than anything else. Our keynote speaker Chaitra was talking about how that affects representation. There is perhaps an undue weightage given in terms of the expectations of women to share with how much would they need to take care of a shared household versus how much of the currency of time, and how would they equitably use that across their various responsibilities. Do you foresee any other challenge that is faced by women in quantum or in tech in general that you'd like to share with the audience?
Yeah, no, I think what you called out is fundamental. The second is what I also told you, that women will need more to keep them tuned and spend that time in the career, because their perception of what they are sacrificing against or balancing against is very high. Uh, so finding that motivation is important. The third one is, of course, the kind of flexibility, and I think that need for flexibility is seen as a demand that women are placing on the workforce. Um, uh, but I think it really originated from the fact that how the jobs got developed in the first place, right? So, uh, first of all, this 9 to 6 paradigm came because people realized that they will have to meet and talk to each other to do their work, because at those days, probably telephones were not so ubiquitous. It was not so easy to connect on a video chat or things like that, and so on and so forth. And I think honestly, that's where the concept of office was born, right? That you come together in a place so that you can talk to each other. There is lot of information to be shared. You don't have emails as proliferated, and hence you need to share that on a piece of paper. And I think the binding of location and the binding of a time zone, that we work in this time window, really came because those things were not present at that time, irrespective of gender. And it sort of got so ingrained in our head that this is how we're supposed to work, that now, even if we want to work, like I probably work best from morning 5 to 8, and then after breakfast I probably want to be very lazy for an hour or two, and then my energy levels are very high after 2 to 30 once I have digested my lunch. But then I can work up to 8 if required, because I really get my rhythm then. There is no reason why I should really work in my non-productive hours. It's a disservice to the job, disservice to myself. But I think this is not a ask. I think it is just a smarter way of working, because you are allowing people to work at their most productive place and most productive time. Uh, but I think if companies take that conscious decision to allow this, it will help balance so many things for women. And women is, I would say that helping women is a consequence. It is not merely a goal. You will achieve a lot of more things by just enabling that flexibility for your workforce, right? So I think the flexibility is the third thing that I would like to call out.
That is such an interesting perspective, Shalak. I mean, I've never thought about it that way in terms of, why did we have offices in the first place, so to speak? And we do think about that quite a bit, especially coming out of a pandemic year, as to, some of us have blessed the years thinking, and, as much as we have gone through in the last 1 or 2 years, couldn't have imagined what we would have done had this thing struck like 5 years back or like 4 years back. What the industry would have done, or how we would have perhaps coped with it personally and professionally as well. And you bring about a very valid point, because the great resignation that the world is talking about these days, especially,
Yes.
isn't specifically about the workforce just for no reason moving places. It's about the great flexibility that they're seeing, irrespective of genders, as you rightly put it. I think that's a huge leveler. That's a great thing that organizations and teams can actually consider, irrespective of women or men, and giving them the space to productively be a part of the team. Like you said, who wants to do a disservice to their job in the first place? That's a great point. But for those who are really doing well, I mean, people like you, Shalaka, who've even gone on to great leadership roles. In your journey, have you probably felt that this is an absolute myth with regards to a woman in STEM and tech? That's not true at all. And would you like to use this stage to, dispel sort of some of those myths that you've encountered, of maybe it's first party or otherwise, hear from your experiences about being a woman in STEM and tech?
Yeah. So I would call them as myth. It's just the way the people perceive you. Um, Especially because of the unconscious bias. So I would rather bucket it in unconscious bias rather than myth. And we all carry them. It's not just a gender type. We all carry them, and we build them as our basic building blocks as we grow up from our childhood, right? So the way an individual would have encountered women in his life, the role models, his mother at home, his sisters, his relatives, right? The community that he functions in, all of that, all of that plays a very vital role in the way they will perceive women in what they can be good at and what they cannot be good at. And I think that's one of the, it's part of the change management, I would say, right? Because women have been traditionally doing well in roles like, say, a nurses, which is, or a hospitality or HR, uh, which are seen as better fit because it has that nurturing element which we are just so good at. And we unfortunately decided that tech does not need nurturing probably as much because it always got manipulated or dominated by the other gender. So what happened was, the roles where we were not traditionally very active as women, the success of those roles got defined by attributes which probably do not look very feminine to me. And that is why I think people carry that misconception in the mind that in this role to be most, at least more productive or most successful, you need these five things, and it's very hard to find a woman with these five things. Uh, but we haven't really thought about how a nurturing skill, how a creative attribute that women are so good at, and if they bring it that to the table, how that role can be reimagined and how it would really break the barriers that you're sitting in with that role today. So I think there is an opportunity for all of us to challenge our unconscious bias based on what we have seen historically and how we are defining a role and the success of the role, and allowing it to take its own shape just because a different perspective is coming in. If we could just exercise that, I think a lot of these things would be auto taken care of.
That is a fabulous thought, Shalaka, in terms of, the, as you said, the status quo itself probably, and you look at the, though, there's a lot more to a job and a role than that's what's spelled out in a job description. And beyond that, when you come to the table, there's a certain expectation that you are to wear your attitude a certain way, you have to talk a certain way, you have to behave a certain way, and that's probably not traditionally, that was not suited or meant for women. And it goes back to that unconscious bias, and hopefully we can create a safe environment where I think all organizations these days talk about bringing your full self and your true self to work. And what does that really mean? To be, just being a woman and coming to work in whatever capacity you are operating in, right? So that would be a great start for the tech industry. And but I'm sure, with all the excitement of working in a trailblazing industry, and all that, there must be a host of negative beliefs that for women themselves, for our listener, for our audience who's listening to this, there must be beliefs that for a woman and girl, that put them at sort of like a disadvantage. We've talked about these in other sessions in the conference, starting with the imposter syndrome to a lot of this. So is there something that we can concretely contribute to how would you reinterpret that and replace that with saying that there's nothing to really fear? I think it's more than just the technical capability for women to be included in, to be a part of an industry like quantum. And yesterday we were talking the same way with Mini Naran, who was coming from a gaming industry. It's not traditionally heard of for women or for girls. What advice would you give for them?
Not advice, but I mean, you have touched upon a very interesting point of fear, right? And I would I would like to spend some time because I've just spent recently read a book called as uh, The Power of Now by Eckhart Tolle. And it gave me a very interesting perspective on fear. Uh, so what the author said was, if you look at fear, if you really try hard and look at fear, fear is always in the future. There is no fear in the present. Uh, because the action is always in the present. The anticipation of failure is always in the future. And the moment you have that thought in your mind, you could actually think about fear as a tool. Fear is something that tells you that there are things that may go wrong. There are things that may fail. So, without really giving in to that fear, if you could just use that as a tool and think through on the things that make you fear, what is that you think will happen in future that you fear, and what can you do now to make sure that it probably is mitigated already, or it is not as fearsome as it would sound in terms of the outcome itself. I mean, sometimes speaking up is a fear for some people, and it's really the fear of embarrassment or whatever, right? And if you really just try and look hard at that fear, you will eventually realize that it is just a passing thought. When you actually talk, there is no fear, because then you are really talking from your conviction. And at times you fail, and it's fine, because failure is where the growth is. Your resilience. I mean, I was working with IBM. Jenny Rometty, the earlier CEO, had a very good quote to share. She always said that growth and comfort cannot coexist. So, the moment you have to grow, you will have to face your fears and get into a discomfort. And that's where all of the growth really happens, right? So I think it's really foundational for each one of us to think about fear as a tool, as an empowerment that can really help us move forward in a very productive way. For the leadership, while women in tech um, is itself is a topic for discussion today, but I think within women in tech, leadership also has a very nuanced role to play, and lot of times the fear factor is what takes us down, and hence I also wanted to sort of bring that perspective in here, right? So uh, first is leadership. Yeah, definitely it puts more demand on your time and your abilities, and time is actually is going to be an independent variable here, like I called out, right? The amount of time that you would need to invest in the leadership role versus what you get out of that, it really has to outweigh the lesser amount of time that you will be giving to your family, in my mind, right? And that's how I perceive the importance of the role. And I think everybody will have a very, very different way of uh, balancing out or finding the value in the leadership. But once you have accepted that, I think it's both a privilege and a responsibility. As women, we bring the diverse thought to the table, and it's very important not to lose that. Because there are going to be a lot of people who are going to tell you to behave, act, and do things in a certain way, because that's how people have been successful in those roles. And if we try and sort of imitate that, then we lose the actual value that we were bringing to the table in terms of our diversity, our different approach, our different opinion and point of view. So it's important. I encourage whoever is listening that if you're a woman leader, don't lose the authenticity of being a woman. It's our responsibility and privilege, and that's the only way we will redefine those roles, which will make it that more easier for the women who are coming after us.
And such a profound thought on being able to use fear in a very productive way. And that's something I picked up from you today, Shalaka. So thank you for sharing that. We have the a couple of minutes, and I'll probably ask the closing thoughts and your final answer on like the industry is now booming more than ever, and probably we're at a point where the tech people in tech are touching every single aspect of the audience's personal and professional lives in terms of the products and services and all that we are creating. And especially as you said, we need more representation at this point in time. Tech cannot do probably without that. If you had to leave us with one parting thought on what you think would make tech inclusive, what would that be?
So, not a parting thought, but I think inclusivity is a two-way street. One is the leadership intent to create a diverse workforce and inclusive culture, and making sure that the trust is inbuilt so that the diverse point of views are heard and debated upon. You need to have enough resiliency in the team so that people have the courage to disagree. Uh, uh, People are willing to get challenged and still are able to collaborate as a team. While for an individual, it brings an immense responsibility in two terms. One is we bring an excellence and competence. Irrespective of the diversity, we have to always remember that competency is non negotiable on the table. So we will have to always bring that. Pursuit of excellence is important, and the other one is the individual grit to speak up. I mean, we can have all kind of diverse people at the table, but if you don't show up, get over your fear or hesitation, and speak up and put that point of view across, we lose the advantage of diversity at the table. So I think it's an individual responsibility to bring that forth, and then the leadership responsibility to create that culture.
And I thank you for saying that, Shalaka, because you bring it back to the theme of our entire track, which is the eye of the inclusion. So it's great to hear that each one of us have a role to play in that. Denny had an interesting question. Should people still be paid per hour in a remote world, so official login and log off on the system, or should people be paid in any other way? Shalaka, if you want to take that question.
Yeah, that's modern. I lead the modern work, so I would rather attempt, right? Now, hybrid is something that we are really learning, Denny. I don't think anybody has got a master solution for this problem statement. It's an evolving work strategy. Um, I like to think about the way we are working around now as a huge human experiment on how the work would settle in. And I think we should just attempt. We should attempt more flexibility. We should attempt people giving fixed hours in the office and then non-fixed hours off the office, remote locations, pay by day, pay by month, uh, pay by hour, whichever way works. I think different organizations will take different bets to try and figure out what's the right kind of mix that they will arrive at, and then eventually I think we will settle into a pattern which says that okay, for this kind of work, this kind of flexibility and this kind of model is probably the best productive and efficient way of addressing the workforce. uh, I'm apologizing that I don't really have an answer, but it's a fun place to watch for sure.
Absolutely. No, thank you for saying that, Shalaka. I mean, it took us ages to get to the office model that we are talking about. And we just started this so called exercise of the hybrid world. And as
Yes.
you rightly said, we've got different definitions of hybrid as far as the spaces and the organizations, even within an organization, the teams, each one of us have got a different definition for hybrid. It's be very interesting to see where this goes. But I wanted to thank you for your time, Shalaka. This was a very interesting conversation. I picked up a lot myself in talking to you. So thank you for taking time out for the community today.
Thank you, Liji. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Diksha. And thanks, folks, for your patience and time. Bye.
Thank you. Take care, Shalak. And we have 1 minute before we start the next session, which is with Anusha on tech in India, a level playing field. Actually, we are on time, so we would probably just start with Anusha as well. Let me introduce Anusha. Um, So Anusha would be talking to Time. Time stands for teach, inspire, mentor, encourage, be the giver. So in a fast-paced world like ours, we know that time is a powerful tool, but this is an acronym for teach, inspire, mentor, and encourage. Anusha is a business technology analyst and ambassador for Google's Women Tech Makers, mentor and social impact head for Women in Tech India. She leads various social projects to enforce positive change in the society. She strongly believes, like AZConf, that change begins with each one of us. Glad to have you with us today, Anusha. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Liji, for giving such a wonderful introduction. And I fall short of the amazing things that you've been doing. I mean, to really organize such a big, conference of this sort and have me among your stalwart members is really great. So I will quickly just get into what I really wanted to talk about. And to all the folks out there, thank you for tuning in. You're in different parts of the world, and I'm glad you're here to listen to each of us talk about our experience, our journey, and our thoughts about different topics. So you may all be wondering, so what time is, and Liji just explained to you about it. But let's say in this setting, before getting into the context, really, so aren't we all so busy running about our daily lives, making a to-do list, checking the boxes, or even simply just going with the flow? But sometimes we end up pondering over taking that one crucial step in our life. And it could be just about what specialization to choose and to know which trend or which tech is basically trending. I'm pretty sure that every one of us would have Googled to find what is the trending technologies of 2021. And this keeps going on repeatedly every year after. And also the question that, am I good at this? Should I opt for this, although I'm a novice? But of course, we're all capable enough to make that one great choice. But a gentle nudge could be a really great boost, right? So let me share a personal story of a young graduate who was in the final year of university study. And one fine evening, he happened to end up at a friend's place where he met a third person for the very first time. And upon casual conversation, this third person shared a piece of her draft work and introduced him into writing white papers. This was basically a complete format as to how to go about choosing a tech topic and how to research upon it and how to make an entire paper out of it to submit to the IEEE committee. And he followed up with her while she was helping him with some proofreading, and he also began publishing a number of articles henceforth. From there, his recognition kept growing, and eventually he made a paper of his own, and he got it published in one of the big, committees like IEEE and also Elsevier. And he's and because of this recognition, he got into a master's program abroad. It's cool, right? So it doesn't stop here, and he kept on publishing more papers. And you know what? Today he works at Microsoft, creating groundbreaking work impact for Microsoft Teams. He has solely authored 6 IEEE papers, and he has over 128 citations. So citations are something that wherein, if at all you're not aware of the term, it is about using your paper as reference into multiple other contexts. So let's say I write a paper and my paper could probably be cited in some other paper that you're working on. So he has 128 and more citations, and some of which appear in standard textbooks on applications of cryptography, patents, and several theses. He continues to be an independent researcher, and with the interest that he's garnered over the years, he keeps doing it in different niches. So This person who helped him by sharing a draft is me, and that dear friend of mine is today working at Microsoft. So, what happened to be a gesture so small created a chain of events that made him achieve his dreams. I'm proud to have played a very tiny part in his accomplishments, but that really gives me a sense of satisfaction. So this is where time comes into picture. I would like to indicate that you could seek for someone who could teach, inspire, mentor, or even encourage. So you could be the giver of these attributes, and if not, simply just seek for it. So mentorship could literally transform someone's life, just like I told you about in this short story. And this for sure is a concrete way to bring change in this world. So you could wake the untapped potential and shape people into the brightest with the smallest of actions. In time, I imply T for teach. Teach someone about something you know. I'm sure it will stick in your memory for long. And of course, you would impart the knowledge without boundaries. I imply I for inspire. I remember one of many conversations that I had with an amazing VC, that you must be surrounded and try to immerse yourself with the kind of experience you want to gain and that kind of person you want to be. Let's say you want to learn something about cloud computing or about startups or finance. Just be a part of it, join some community, engage yourself with them. You might just be a complete beginner, but that's totally, totally okay. You will get inspiration from others, and one day you will be an inspiration for the rest. And here in I imply M for mentor. I've always thought, I wish someone told me about this while I was contemplating a couple of choices. But the truth is, did I ask enough? Did I ask diverse number of people? Ask yourself that question and you will find the right direction. Also, you could be the mentor. Although you may not officially have a title, you could already be doing something like that. Let's say you're already advising your junior or your sibling, so which means you already are a mentor, right? And that is the most satisfying feeling, to see a person's life transform with your little advice and mentorship. I imply E for encourage. This is a very powerful word that can change someone's life. Be the one to spread that encouragement and be encircled by the ones who do. I have heard of people say about negative encouragement, but probably it works for a lot of people. And also, a positive way could help you. But encourage, try to find out what that person really wants and how you could be the part, a small part that you could really help out. And do not hesitate to ask to be a mentor. So, anyway, why seek a mentor anyway? And why should you even be one? Why am I talking about all of this? You could seek a mentor because they will help you identify your true strength and will give you an unbiased opinion. Let's say you go and ask somebody next door, or you go and ask one of your best friends, and they probably might give you an answer that you want to hear. Maybe your best friend will do that, but probably the person around you will give the thought that what he or she wants to do. It might not be too relevant to you, and that is when you have to seek to someone who actually is an expertise in that domain and will help you recognize your skill set. You could be one because you have the power to change someone's life for good. I mean, you literally can. I've been a mentor some way or the other in all my life. And trust me, the satisfaction I derive from it makes me want to do more and be better version of myself. Having said that, I hope I imparted the right tools to get you started in your journey to seek for mentorship, because if you want and you know that you deserve it, all you need to do is politely ask to begin with. And if you want to become a mentor, be ready to change the world one person at a time. I've kept it very short and simple, and I hope it was clear enough to get you into that context. And this is all that I have got today to talk about. I know I've really finished it quite quickly, but um, I don't think we need too many things to talk about mentorship when it comes to it. And you all been doing it every day in and out. You just don't realize it. Thanks for
But
having me here, Liji. Yes, yes, go ahead.
no, but even in the 10 minutes that you did, Anusha, you touched upon probably some of the most critical aspects that the that a person in the tech industry needs to think about today. One of our YouTube comments in the morning said probably if we spent a little more time, less less finishing over technology per se,
Yes,
and also kind of using the little time that each one of us has to also think about these perspectives, that would be great. And it's also interesting that you shared your personal journey on your personal stories of how you've mentored dear friends, and how they have made strides with regards to that. And mentorship is not something that comes very easily to
exactly.
someone, typically what they say, but I think it's just about being able to be visible, be there to help, we extend a lending hand. It does not take a huge bit of a qualification to be a
Indeed.
mentor, but the
Yes,
mindset is definitely a willingness to be able to be there. And as you said, in a very authentic manner,
yes,
being honest about how what you feel and how you feel about that. If you wanted
definitely.
back patters, you would find that in your family and friends and your
Yeah,
relatives.
of
So
course.
that's a great thought that you shared.
Thank you,
Um,
Liji. So, yeah,
uh,
actually, honestly, this has been a journey for me, and it's not just about going in directly and say that I want to be a mentor. It's just those small, small things that you actually do for someone without intentionally doing it. And always be open when someone comes and asks you a question. If
yeah,
you could be in that position one day, you will probably ask somebody, and when nobody is replying or having no ears to you at all, then that is a really sad feeling, right? I mean, you feel very pessimistic about it, but when you switch roles, it's completely different. So
yes,
probably be that person who you want someone else to be. So that's as simple
yeah,
as that. And
yeah,
so much knowledge is out there, and all that we need is for someone to give us that right information. Of course there are books, of course there are YouTube videos, of course there are a lot of other things, but simply asking somebody who knows it makes life much more easier, and for the one who's seeking it. So like you mentioned, all the points are super important, and tech is of course growing, and we know that there's a plethora of things out there to learn. But
yes.
then this is just common for anybody who wants to pick it up from there, or easier ways to have a human interaction, and work together
Right. Right. Yeah, I wish we connected more with each other as humans, as much as we stayed connected
with
with
us.
the technology and with the
Yes,
products and the services that we create. And it really does not take a lot in terms of as so you can share your thoughts on this, Anisha. You've been a mentor yourself, and in the little capacities that we've operated as mentors for someone in somewhere, some way, we never come into that conversation with a know-it-all attitude. I mean, I would
yes,
say for myself, I have taken back far more in terms of insights, experiences, and perspectives. Being a mentor myself, I was there for the experience, for the learning as much, and I've learned more with my mentees than I have. And I wish to think it was the same when someone has mentored me as well. As much as you think that's a great
true.
opportunity for us to pay it forward for any mentor. I think it's a great experience for the mentor themselves if you're really looking to step up on that learning journey. What are your thoughts on that?
Definitely. I mean, it is a two-way street. It is
Yes.
literally a two-way street. So the mentor and the mentee both benefit from this experience. As a mentee, as a mentee, of course, you get to know something that you're looking for and you're seeking, and but also as a mentor, you get to uh, learn about the different perspectives. Honestly, it is mind-boggling to see how the mentees actually think, and why they think it is an important decision, or why they think this track is important for them.
Yeah.
And but sometimes we're also always hell-bent on just being there, knowing what we know, and and that would be the best thing to do. But as a mentee, they come up with it could be a very small thing that they would be contemplating about, but for them it's a very crucial step, and that is entirely a learning journey. So you automatically start being patient. You listen a lot. You comprehend a lot of their thoughts and also try to give an unbiased opinion. That is super important. And it has no barrier, it is completely diverse and inclusive. So it's not that you only relate to just one community. Of course you'll need to know that niche. If let's say somebody is asking me about Java, or somebody is asking me about which computer course that I have to choose, or should I go into so for instance, these are the examples. So but of course I need to know and have some knowledge about it, and then it is the right way for me to step into be a mentor. And as a mentee, they literally trust you, they literally trust you to give that answer. But we cannot just straightforward go and say, no, this is right for you, wrong for you. That is the art of mentorship, I believe. It's not about just picking a yes or no button. It's just about trying to get that answer from them. I'm pretty sure you would have been there as well, to get that momentum out of them and to get their own decisions out rather than us imparting something onto them. So that's the art of it. And as a mentor, I've literally learned that art. So yeah, that's very true.
As a mentee, I would say some of my earlier perceptions on when I approached my mentors for technical and for non-technical things, I really thought they were answering machines who would give me the exact answers. Maybe even to a certain extent, there was a confirmation bias in it. I wish you told me what I was here to say, what I was looking forward to hear, sort of thing. And then, but then is when I realized that a good mentor really does not just give you the answer, probably never gives you the answer per se. The
Yeah.
mentor is not the person who gives you the right words at the right time and just
Time, yeah.
feeds you with that. They show you the path, they allow you to explore and come to the answer. That journey is very, very important. It's essentially the difference between giving you a fish and teaching you how to fish in the first place. So
That is true.
that's a great thought. It's something that I have come to learn, and I make a conscious effort to not do that in my mentorship journey as well. I mean, even if I know the absolute right objective answer to that, to help people derive that answer and to achieve that answer, it gives them a lot of confidence, and it builds their confidence in themselves. And to your
Definitely.
point on trust, absolutely, they blindly trust you, and I think that trust can only be reciprocated by undivided attention and care for your mentees. You just need to
Definitely.
be there and care for them. If you really care for them, ground up, I think everything else can be sufficed for, and that care is something that cannot be replaced for all the trust that they put in you, unequivocally.
Yes.
So great topic, Anisha, and really pleasure talking to you at Azure Community Conference. Thank you for taking your Saturday morning to talk to us, and
Thank
we
you,
hope
Liji.
to keep connected and talk in the future as well.
Thank you. The pleasure is mine. And literally, thank you so much for putting me onto the stage and giving this wonderful opportunity. It was really fantastic. And you've been a great host. And Eunice, thank you so much for being a perfect translator. I'm so happy. This was a very interesting thing to see. I've never seen it anywhere in any conference. So I'm super happy about it. And all the
Pleasure.
very best for the rest of the event.
Thank you, Anisha. You take care too.
Thank you.
Thank
Bye
you.
bye.
All right, folks. So that was Anusha with her time acronym on mentorship, especially. So, as we move on to our next session, which will be coming up in the next 10 minutes, I wanted to give you a precursor of what to expect. We would be talking with Tiffany Brar on accessibility and inclusion, on how to include people with disabilities. Now, Tiffany is a disability activist, and it would be great to hear her first-hand experiences on what we can do to make tech a more inclusive workplace and more inclusive conversations in this space for these people with disabilities. So stay tuned. We're up in the next 10 minutes. Hello, everyone, and welcome back. We apologize for the short delay in getting started, but our next session will be thoroughly interesting for you. This is on accessibility and inclusion, on how to include people with disabilities. Globally, over 1 billion people, which is about 15 percentage of the population, live with some form of disabilities. Beyond their impairments, people with disabilities face huge barriers to inclusion in different aspects of life. So they tend to have fewer socioeconomic opportunities, limited access, they face stigma and discrimination. How can we contribute to the inclusion of people with disabilities? So, sharing her experiences is a born fighter who did not let her disability stand in her way. Our next speaker is Tiffany Brar, a disability activist who has presented on various stages and conducted many sensitization sessions inside and outside India. She believes that there is nothing a blind person cannot do. Maybe driving a car, but hopefully that also shall soon be achieved. As an activist, she has raised her voice for the community in trying to make currency notes accessible for the blind, conducting inclusive elections, inclusive travel and tourism. It is such an honor to welcome on stage Tiffany Brar. Thank you for accepting our invite, and let's add Tiffany to the stream. Welcome, Tiffany.
Thank you. Am I audible?
You are audible and you're all good to go. The stage is yours. Thank you.
Hello, everyone, all esteemed dignitaries and guests here. I'm very privileged to be part of the ASCONEV Dev conference and to talk about my experience with accessibility and inclusion. I would like to thank Ligi Thomas for introducing me to this session also. Imagine yourself in a classroom with a lot of noisy children. And the teacher comes in with her bag and her big fat books, and she says, "Okay, children, turn your books to page 109." So that will indeed be a very difficult process for you to do as a blind person because you cannot see the pages. You cannot see the diagrams. And there are no braille books. There are no tactile diagrams. Everything is inaccessible. While you hear your friends shuffling their pages, opening their books, doing all these kind of things, they are jotting down and you are just sitting in a corner. This is what I mean by inaccessibility. Imagine yourself in a playfield, standing gloomily while your friends are playing cricket and basketball and shouting with glee. There are no sound balls, there are no hearing baskets, there are no adaptive games there in that school. This is what I experienced as a child, and I wanted that my target group, the visually impaired, do not always experience this kind of experience, that things are included. Now, according to our RPWD Act, Rights of Persons with Disabilities Act 2016, Article 6 says that inclusive education is compulsory in every school, so that every school has to give at least 4% of its seats to people with different abilities, or you can say disabilities. Actually, I don't like the term differently able. I mean, what do you mean differently abled? Are we like witches and wizards who go whizzing around with their broomsticks? No, we're people with disabilities, and that's what we want to be called. We don't want to be called differently abled or Divyangjan. We want to be called people with disabilities, PWDs. Also, the RPWD Act has 21 disabilities listed under it. But are all these disabilities being catered for? Article 9 of the UNCRPD, United Nations Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, says that everything, public services, public transport, private services, digital information, infrastructure, buildings, everything, sports and recreation has to be accessible for people with disabilities. In our RPWD Act in India, accessibility is mentioned 48 times in the document, but is this happening? What can we do to make this world inclusive?
First, start with inclusive education at the very, very primary level in schools. Include children with disabilities in the class. Get access technology. If there are no braille books, if every place does not have a braille printing press, of course, use technology. Use alt text to describe images. Use tactile devices which are available in NIVH, National Institute for Visually Handicapped, Dehradun, Chennai, Sparsh Trust. There are many organizations. Contact the nearest blind organization. Get proper resource teachers. What do resource teachers mean? Teachers who are specialized in special education. And when I mean special education, I mean that they are specialized in not only visual impairment, but in all the 21 disabilities. They are specialized in all the 21 disabilities. So they are specialized in visual impairment, hearing impairment. So there are different special educators for different fields. And they should be allotted in the school that needs, like if a school has 4 hearing impaired children, there should be a resource teacher allocated to that school who is specialized in dealing with children in hearing impairment, or who knows Indian Sign Language or American Sign Language or both. So who can interpret it, the signs. So this is what is needed. But what do most of the schools do? They follow the cluster model of education, is that they send a special educator to the school which has children with disabilities, but it's not necessary that that teacher is specialized in the same disability that the child is from. When I was in school, I was lucky to have one resource teacher who was specialized in visual impairment. But there are many schools and there are many children who are having learning disabilities and who have to make do with a resource teacher who is specialized in visual impairment. Now, how will that help a child with learning disability? That's not inclusion. The government has to make these provisions. The private schools also have to make these provisions. It's as part of their philanthropy or CSR, corporate social responsibility. At the workplace, at the college, how can we can make the content accessible? Again, making infrastructure accessible, making the classes of the PWDs, the people with disabilities, in a room which is in the ground floor, or where there is a lift wide enough for the wheelchair to access, and also where digital content is accessible for people with visual impairment. When I studied in a college, they refused to give me the content on a pen drive. They refused to give me braille books, and I had to write one of my exams twice over. So this was indeed a very, very big setback. Now, what we have in digital accessibility is the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines 2.0 and 2.1. And they follow certain success criteria, A, AA, and AAA. So they are called the WCAG, Web Content Accessibility Guidelines. And the 4 principles that they follow are perceivable, operable, understanding, and robust. So when we talk about perceivable, we mean that we can visualize, or we understand. We know what is there. Operable, when we talk about operable, we can operate, or we can use this content. We can use this website on using a mouse and a keyboard or a joystick or any other assistive device. We can even use voice commands. So it should be compatible. That website should be properly coded. It should have clean coding. It should have proper headings which are marked in the proper way using proper coding, and the styles also, the font also should be accessible so that it can be operated by using all kinds of assistive technology. It can be understandable. The content should be easily understandable in easy, simple language. The content should not be moving content, because moving content often causes seizures for people with locomotor disabilities and other disabilities. So the content should be, if there are images, they should have alt text, alternative text attached. For example, now in Facebook, it says an image which may contain 2 people standing outdoor, sky, nature. It gives a rough description. But when we have our own website, we should say, this is an image of Tiffany Brar wearing a black kurta and a white salwar. She is holding a white cane in her right hand. So, because we know what these images are, we can actually describe them because it's our own website. So, a lot of organizations don't make that effort. Around 98% of home pages have proved to be inaccessible according to the 2020 Alien Accessibility Report. Welcome. Thank you. So they have been proved to be inaccessible, these home pages. Why? Due to lack of proper input labels on the form fields, missing proper document language, empty links. So, like, sometimes just imagine you close your eyes, you're using a computer, you're navigating through a website with a screen reader. A screen reader is a software which gives speech output to whatever is shown on the screen, audio output. And you just imagine your just screen reader saying link, 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 link what? If there is a text there like link home, link who we are, link what we do, link our training, link our activities, link our gallery, then I know which link to click on. I mean, in the blind people's language, we press enter. And of course, with other disabilities, of course, they can click. So I will know where to click, because otherwise, if you say click more, click here, read more, link, 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 it doesn't help. So these are a few things that websites can adapt, or web developers can adapt while making content or while preparing their content, and also using clean coding, using certain fonts like Helvetica, Times New Roman, Arial, Tahoma. So these are some of the fonts that we can use while creating. And also there should be an option for zoom in, zoom out, for increasing and decreasing the font size, so that some people, and the headings should be either 12 or 14 and the text size should be like 11, so that people with low vision can also read, and also the headings should be highlighted. So now, so yeah, this is what we can do. And with regards to tourism now, what can we do to include people? Make beaches accessible. For example, remove all those stones and high steps, and just make a ramp or a simple pathway where people with wheelchairs can just come motoring their wheelchairs down the beach. The Marina Beach in Chennai was made accessible by a few activists in 2017-18. And there are many other places which are being made accessible. Museums, although everybody says don't touch this, don't touch that, in many places they have audio guides where there's a microphone and there's a headphone, and when you switch it on, it tells you all about the place that you're currently visiting. This place contains this statue, this place contains that. So these kind of things can be implemented. Also some tactile diagrams. So these kind of things can be done. Audio toilets should be placed in hotels. There should be, in the audio toilets, it should have a wide enough space so that the wheelchair can enter. So there are many things that we can do to make tourism, to make traveling. Also the trains. Now, for instance, how will a person with a wheelchair get down a train? The train has 2 steps in India. Of course, there is one hole where if we're not careful, our foot will go inside the railway track. And then we have to like jump. So how will a person with a wheelchair do that? Also the big buses. Now there are low floor buses. There are the buses which have the facility for wheelchair. But the ordinary buses, which people with physical disabilities will take because they are less expensive, those buses are not properly accessible. So there are many ways which we need to like start inclusion. Of course, in 2016, there was demonetization where all the currency notes became inaccessible because they became of different shapes and sizes and different lengths. While earlier it had a uniform kind of length. The 5 rupee was the smallest, then 10, then 20, 50, 100, 500, and 1000. But now, of course, the 200 rupee note and 50 rupee note have the same orange color, and the 2000 rupee note and 500 rupee note are almost the same. So there's no uniformity. But otherwise, we knew the 1,000 note was the biggest. The 500 rupee note was a little smaller than that. We would measure it with our finger. Also, a friend of mine named Paul D'Souza invented something called the Tiffy template. He named it after me because he calls me Tiffy. And we could fold our notes inside this Tiffy template. It's a small, low-cost device made out of cardboard and ATM card material. And it's in steps. So the 500 is the longest. It comes in the longest steps, and the 1,000, then 500, then 100, then 50, 20, then 10. So that was how it was. So this is what I have to share with you about accessibility inclusion. It's not difficult. It's just not at all difficult. We can do it if we all try together, not just PWDs and not just people who have a pinching point. I recently heard that there was a very eminent engineer in Microsoft who had someone with a disability in his family. And it was then that he woke up and he decided to make things accessible. But that's not only the reason. Whether or not you have a family member with a disability, it's regardless. It's the call and the need of the hour to make your content, to make your school, to make your whatever you can. Even if you're just a normal person, guide your friend with disability, describe the nature to her or him, describe the trees, describe the flowers, tell her where the cars are coming from, just show her how to cross the road, give him or her minimum help, and give it to them when they ask. Address them by their own name. Like often when I go for programs, people are like, does she want that? Does she want that? When I take someone with me. So I've stopped taking people with me because then they'll have to talk to me, right? Because if I go alone, then you have to ask me, because I'll be like looking you directly in the eye and saying, excuse me. So address us, treat us the way you wish to be treated. So this is all I have to share. Thank you. If there are any questions, I'll be welcome to answer.
Thank you so much, Tiffany. And, this is, you might accept, it's a huge learning space for all of us, myself included. One of the things that we will definitely keep in mind is to call out the names and to treat each one of our brethren with respect. And thank you all for all you're doing for the community as part of your activism. And we see no questions from the audience, but we want to thank you for the time that you've taken to join us, and wish you all the best for the future as well.
Also, my organization, Jyotirgamaya Foundation, it's located in Trivandrum. We have an access technology training center where we teach blind people how to use access technology, how to use a computer, how to use a smartphone, how to use a white cane, how to be independent. We teach them vocational skills. So we are located in Trivandrum. So those who wish to know more or wish to drop me a message, or who have liked today's session and who really wish to know how to make the world a better place for everyone, not only for yourself, but for everyone, you can always look us up in social media on Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook, and all. My organization name is Jyotirgamaya Foundation, which means leading to light, but not light as in the external light, but the inner light of blind people. We don't need eyes to see. We have our inner eyes. So thank you all today, and thank you, everyone. And if there are no questions, then yeah.
Thank you, Tiffany. Thank you so much for sharing your insights and your experiences with us. We truly appreciate it. And for Jyotirgamaya Foundation as well, all the best and wish you good luck. Thank you, Tiffany. So that was Tiffany Brar sharing her first-hand experiences with us on what people with disabilities encounter at all walks of society, starting from their school to their college, to their career, to their workplaces. And let's hope that as a community, we can pledge that we will do our bit, our little bit in making the products and the services that we create at least accessible for our larger community. So with that, we will take a short break before we come back at 1 for a session by Asha Sridhar. And this will be on me, my autism and tech. Stay tuned.
So hi everyone. I hope my voice is audible. So our next speaker is someone who did not allow her autism to define her. Asha Sridhar is a quality associate at SAP and an autism advocate. In her talks, Asha always points out some of the very valuable skills that people on the autism spectrum can bring to the team, including emphasis, meticulousness, and dedication. All of them are extremely important in the tech industry. Without these abilities, we will not be where we are today. Asha's story reminds us of the value of bringing people with different and complementing abilities together. Only by embracing differences can we spark innovation and inspire change together. Delighted to have you join us, Asha. We welcome you.
Thank you, Dinesh. Can I go ahead and share my screen?
Uh, yes, Sasha, but would you share your slide deck by yourself, or should I need to share?
I can share if it's okay.
Yeah, yeah, you can go ahead. You can share your screen. I will add to the stage.
Yeah, let me open it. Just hold on.
No problem.
Okay, let me see whether it comes. It's not seeming to come. Is it possible? Yeah, it's coming. Can you see my screen?
Yeah, yeah,
So shall I go ahead
yes,
and
buffering.
start?
Yes, they are able to see your screen.
Okay,
You can present it, and can you switch on the subtitles, Asha? On the top
subtitle.
slideshow. Yeah, on the top you could see the option slideshow.
Okay, slideshow.
Yeah, in that you should be able to see the use or you on top of it. Always use subtitles.
Okay, it's unavailable.
Oh, fine, no problem. Because since it is DNA, we thought subtitles would be a good option. If it is not available, not a problem. No problem. You can go.
Okay, can I go ahead and speak?
Yes, you can present the screen and you can go ahead.
Okay, so my name is Asha Sridhar, and I work as a quality associate at SAP Labs. This will be my story today. Thank you, Dinesh and Leji, for calling me to come and give a speech online. I really appreciate it, and it is an honor to be here. This is the first slide, the Azure Community Conference 2021 slide. Let me move on to the next slide. This is a photo of me with an umbrella to represent diversity and inclusion and how unique we can be. So my title is Quality Associate at SAP Labs India Private Limited in Bangalore. This is my title, Me, My Autism and Tech slide by Asha Sridhar. The agenda today is an introduction about myself, and then childhood times in Africa, childhood and adolescence times in US, college years in US, employment life in US, software testing courses in Bangalore, Enable India training program, SAP Labs India work life, personal life, hobbies and interests, and advice to organizations. The next slide. This is my introduction, and this is a photo of me with the umbrella. So, my name is Asha Sridhar. I have autism spectrum disorder. This is the story of my autism life journey from my childhood times until today. I have been through a lot of barriers and problems in my life, and this is my story and journey of how I overcame to be where I am today. Childhood times in Africa. I was born in a country called Malawi, which is located between Mozambique and Tanzania in South Central Africa. It is known for its beautiful sceneries like lakes, mountains, farms, animals, etc., and comfortable climate. When I started preschool, a teacher noticed that something I was outdoors studying and going to class with other kids. She told my parents that something is wrong with me and that I needed to see a specialist or a doctor. So, this is the next slide. My childhood times in Africa. My parents took me to South Africa, and the psychiatrist diagnosed me as having lack of motor skills and dyslexia, since autism wasn't known back then. She recommended that I go through some therapy like speech, games, cognitive, and behavioral at a center in Malawi. I underwent some therapy sessions with a therapist for some time. After that, I started attending a British private school where the students and school staff were very accepting despite my disability. They encouraged me to study well and participate in different extracurricular activities like sports, country dancing, athletics, track, cross country, swimming, young farmers club, art, book club, and theater arts drama. But as the academics and studies started becoming harder, so my family and I decided to take a big decision to move to USA for me to have a better life and to receive some autism help. And then this is a photo of my fifth grade class photo, childhood and adolescence times in US. I moved to US with my family at a young age and got enrolled in an American public school. The school staff diagnosed me with lots of paperwork and assessments through tests and said that I have autism spectrum disorder and Asperger's syndrome. After that, the school provided lots of therapy, speech, behavioral, cognitive, and special education services until sixth grade. I had a lot of problems with the students as I faced bullying, teasing, taunting, and exclusion since they didn't understand my disability, but I still managed to focus on my academics. And then after sixth grade, I studied on my own with the help of teachers and also participated in different extracurricular activities. I used to volunteer at a local hospital during my high school years in different departments. I also learned driving and got a driver's license in high school. Then I graduated from high school and enrolled myself in a 2-year community college close to my house. So this photo with the blue background is my seventh grade picture. And then this photo with me holding a cap and the diploma is my high school graduation photo. College years in US. I attended a 2-year community college near to my house as I was not ready to attend a 4-year university due to it being a fast-paced environment. I enjoyed it very much and studied on my own with the help from professors. I got inducted to join the Pi Theta Kappa International Honor Society due to my good grades and participated in many community service activities, such as raising money for miniature horses, building houses for low income families, feeding the homeless in downtown area, and spending time at a mental hospital with patients. I also volunteered at another local hospital in different departments. I graduated from college with highest honors Pi Theta Kappa in medical office administration. And this photo is of me at my sister's marriage. That time I had long hair. Employment life in US. After graduating from college, I struggled for employment due to the recession and not having work experience. I got offered few jobs in doctors' clinics and hospitals and started working in them, but couldn't sustain employment due to extensive multitasking and customer service interaction. However, one of my managers observed me on the job and told me to pursue a career in the IT sector. Even by coincidence, I met Dr. Temple Grandin at an event, and she told me to pursue the same sector and career. Next slide. After this is my next slide of software testing courses in Bangalore. My parents and I decided to move to India and took me along with them. So we came to Bangalore. We found an institute for software testing courses. It was a one-on-one interaction session between me and the instructor. I learned about manual automation telecom testing courses. I participated in the internship with the institute as well. After completing the courses, I got presented with 2 certificates from the institute. And then with my aunt's tremendous help, I found an organization called Enable India, which helps individuals with different disabilities like visually impaired, hearing impaired, physically handicapped, etc., and enroll myself for the Autism at Work training program. So these photos are, the first one is when we went to Makali Durga for mountain climbing. Second one is art session, which we used to participate. And third one also art session where we played musical instruments for fun. So in the Enable India training program, I was the only girl with 10 other boys and learned a lot of skills related to employment. It was fun and we were like a family where we got along and also played pranks on each other. I also used to go for volunteer work and activities like trekking, playing games, etc. on weekends. After completing the training, I got selected and placed for a job as a quality associate at SAP Labs India Private Limited in Bangalore, India. So these photos are the convocation day photos when we completed our training at Enable India. And the next slide is SAP Labs India Work Life. I joined SAP Labs India Private Limited in July 2015 as a quality associate, where I am still working today. The trainers from Enable India came to SAP Labs and gave a presentation about me and my autism disability. The colleagues were shocked to know that I have autism and wanted to learn more about it. After that, they accepted me on the team and started including me for team lunches, games, events, and outbounds. So this is our team photo in SAP when we had Ethnic Wear Day. Next slide. SAP Labs India Work Life. I have written 2 Autism at Work blogs about my employment experience, which are shared in different social medias and platforms. I was also featured in Economic Times and Hindu Business Line. My manager and workplace colleagues are encouraging, supportive, concerned, and friendly with me, and they also help me out whenever I need help in my work and tasks. I have also given speeches at autism events in SAP and also hosted the Autism Summit event in November 2018. I practice yoga 3 times a week with the other Autism at Work colleagues whenever I have time. So the first photo here is of me hosting the Autism Summit in SAP Labs. Second photo here is where I'm practicing yoga with the other colleagues. And the third photo is my team photo when we went on a team outbound to Kumarakam Lake Resort. Next slide. This is my personal life. I am part of Eka Educational and Charitable Trust as an advisory board member. I am part of Rotary Abilities Club, where I participate in many volunteer work activities. I received the Rotary Heroine Award in December 2018. I have given many speeches outside the workplace and participated in many panel discussions for different organizations and events. Next slide, personal life. I hosted the India Inclusion Summit in 2019 and also corporate panel discussion with 3 other members. I got to participate in United Nations as a panelist on April 8th, 2021 for World Autism Awareness Day, and I wrote my story for the UNESCO website. So these 2 photos are India Inclusion Summit, where I'm hosting, where I'm giving a speech about myself, and this is where I'm hosting an employee panel discussion. My hobbies and interests are reading novels and articles, watching different movies on Netflix in different languages, traveling, photography, listening to music, playing games online like Scrabble, tic-tac-toe, bingo, etc. My interests are animals and wildlife, learning new foreign languages, tourism, visiting other countries around the world, social sciences subjects, and different cuisines like Vietnamese, Japanese, Chinese, Burmese, etc. So these photos are this is first photos when I took part in a photo shoot with Mission 1000, where I'm reading a book. Second photo is where I was in Australia, photography, taking pictures. This third photo is of me listening to music. I was also posing for Mission 1000. And the fourth photo is when I went to Phuket, Thailand, and took a photo of this as I found it interesting. My advice to companies and organizations. The next slide. My advice to companies and organizations for hiring individuals with autism are the following. Check on the individual's interests of which industry they would like to work in, since everyone is different. Focus on the individual strengths and talents for job placement. The organization which hires the person with autism must provide very good training until the individual is comfortable and independent of working on their own. They must also understand the job tasks and requirements very well. You must educate the workplace colleagues about the individual and their autism disability so that they can work with them nicely. And you must check on the individuals and have follow-up meetings with them on how the job is going and whether they are happy. If they are not happy or not doing well on the job, then the company must help the individual to transition to another department. And then the other advice to companies and organizations are the colleagues must include the individuals with autism for team activities, events, games, etc. The company and workplace colleagues must provide support, encouragement, and understanding for the individuals with autism. And then title here, the title sponsors, the learning partners, the communities, and now it's Q&A session.
Yeah, that's a very delightful talk, Asha. Thanks a lot for
Yes,
sharing your entire journey
you're
from
welcome.
childhood till where you are now.
Yeah,
And of course, the dedication is amazing. Not just you brought yourself to limelight, but also you're contributing back to the community as well.
yes,
We don't have any questions so far from the audience, but anyway, I have a question. So can you talk
yes.
a bit more about India Inclusion Summit, which you hosted in November 2019? How was your experience uh, in that?
It was a very good experience hosting the event.
Uh-huh. So maybe know what was the event about, and how it helped the artistic people, other artistic people out
So the
to.
event was where they asked me to first give a speech about myself
Mhm.
and about my autism disability. And then in the inclusion, I told a funny thing that when I was in school, kids used to tease me a lot. So I
Oh,
included that funny prank which I did to the kids in school.
mhm, mhm.
The audience enjoyed it.
That's great. Yeah. So I have another question, Asha.
Yes.
How do you think the education system for the autistic kids have changed from your childhood until now?
It has changed. I would say now people are more aware of autism
Mhm.
and have started knowing which therapies to provide for them. And there are also separate autism schools for them.
Okay. Okay. So how about the companies? How the thing has changed?
Companies have started putting ads out and increasing autism awareness that we are hiring and doing interviews with them.
Uh, that's really great. So we have very positive comments the, from the audience. Arthik has told it's a great session, and Jenny again has told nice to hear the story. So it's
Yeah.
very great. And Denny also has a question. How is working
Yes.
from home impacting you?
So working from home is not having much impact on me, but I don't like it because I miss going to the office. And mostly I just face internet issues and distractions.
So how's the connection with your coworkers, Asha?
Connection is very good with coworkers. They're very encouraging, supportive, helpful, and they check on me.
That is nice to hear. Great. And, and again, we did a positive comment in great session. Thank you so much. Anshul. Really, it's an inspiring thing for many people who think that their life doesn't go anywhere. It just stopped somewhere due to uh, their kind of special abilities. People like you are really encouraging to uh, make them believe that uh, they can even come over that and they can do a normal life. That's really great things. And once again, I thank you for presenting your live session as a talk. So, do you want to add any closing
Yes.
note? Yeah, please.
Yeah. So it was a great honor being here. Thank you very much for having me here. And I enjoyed telling and sharing my story. I hope it brings inspiration and hope to many individuals with autism.
Thank you, Asha. Thanks a lot.
Welcome.
So that's an inspiring story from Asha. So so stay back, guys. At 2 p.m. We will be having the next session from Henk Boilman, who will be talking about building accessible experiences with artificial intelligence. So his talk will be beginning at 2 p.m. and it will be going for 1 hour from 2 to 3. See you there. Hello, everyone. Thanks for being connected with us. So we have next talk going to be started, and the next talk is going to be presented by Henk Boilman. So artificial intelligence can be a game changer for people with disabilities. Already, we have witnessing this as people with disabilities expand their use of computers to hear, see, and reason with impressive accuracy. Microsoft has been putting to work stronger solutions such as real-time speech-to-text transcription, visual recognition services, and predictive text functionality. Our next speaker, Henk Boilman, is a senior cloud advocate with Microsoft. In this session, he dives into the tools and services that are available for you to create solutions that are more accessible and inclusive. The session will be packed with demos, use cases, and lots of tips and tricks. Stay tuned to learn how you can help building the future of disability inclusion and accessibility. We welcome you, Hank.
Hi everyone, how are you doing?
Yeah, we are doing great. Hope you too. Is the voice audible?
Sorry, I'm having trouble hearing you, Dinesh.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I think the stage is yours. Hank. Which one should I share the screen?
Please share the shared screen. No, not the video, please. We save that one to the end.
Oh, fine. Okay.
Yes, that one.
Okay. This one?
Yes, please. Perfect.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Cool. Thank you, everyone, and welcome to my session, Building Accessible Experiences with AI. And did you know you can follow this presentation in around 100 languages? So let me show you how that works before we get started. So I have my phone, and on my phone I have, here we should see it, we have a translator app. I can start a conversation, click start, say my name is Henk, and my input language is English. Click enter the conversation, click enter, go into settings, set it to presenter mode. So I'm the only one that can speak in this conversation, and I'm going to mute everyone that joins our conversation. So let's go back and let's see if it is starting to work. I will click here. Oh, perfect, it is green. So hi everyone, you should now be able to see my text appearing in the app. Perfect. So everyone else can go to translate.it and use the code which I'm going to share with you in a minute. So that is AQHLJ. So it would be really nice, Dinesh, if you can share in the stream this URL I'm editing now. So using this link, you can join this translator app and you can select your languages. So let me open this URL. Go back to presenter mode here. I can also go to translate.it, type the code, say join the conversation. My language is Dutch. And now what we should see is that everything I'm saying is directly being translated in my language of choice. There are about 100 languages you can choose from. Another cool thing is that you can actually make this application speak out in your language. So we
Laat
should...
deze applicatie eigenlijk spreken in uw taal. Dus schieten.
So very quickly, because my microphone is picking up the speech, so I will not show it too long. But this is how you can follow along this presentation in my language. So it would be great if we can share this link in like this cool scrolling banner in the stream, so people can just join in and actually get this presentation in their language.
Yeah, can you copy that link to the private chat so that I can?
Here you go.
Yeah, just give me a second.
Perfect. Cool. So type in that link and try to follow along with this presentation. I'm going to close mine. I said leave page. And then we will actually start with the presentation. And now everyone is able to follow it with just a little bit of implemented applied AI. So my name is Henk Boelman and I'm a cloud advocate at Microsoft. I'm a white male with brown hair, wearing glasses, and I think I need to shave a little bit. Today I'm wearing a black shirt and I'm sitting in my living room surrounded by a world map, some screens, some swag like from GitHub and from my team. And this is in my home office. So if you want to connect with me, you can do that the best on Twitter. If you want to see some code samples, you can go to my GitHub. And if you want to read some more about AI, you can go to my blog. So in this session, we're going to talk how AI building blocks can make your application more accessible. And we're going to do that by making sense of the world with computer vision and through speech recognition. And for this, we're going to dive into the Microsoft Cognitive Services. These cognitive services are divided in kind of 4 regions. So there is vision, to make your application see and interpret the world around you. There is speech, to make your application listen and talk to you. There is language, to kind of understand what is being spoken. And there is knowledge, if you want to tap into kind of the brain of the internet. So I don't have that much slides today. I just have a lot of demos on how we can use this technology. So we have seen the translator app, and a lot of different things are going on there underwater. So I just want to start with the speech API. And everything I'm going to show you today is in Python and is in Jupyter Notebooks. You can actually find on my GitHub, which I will share at the end of this presentation. So first we start with importing some dependencies. We need to install the Azure Cognitive Service speech package. We're going to play around with this written text. Accessibility empowers everyone. Accessibility and inclusion are essential to deliver our mission, to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more. We need a key and we need a service region. So you might wonder, how do you get one of those keys? So you have to create one of those keys in Azure. You need to create a Cognitive Services endpoint. I've already created a few, but we can go to the portal, click Create, type speech, and then we can click Create. We have to enter a few details. We have to select the subscription where we're going to run it in, the resource group you want to deploy it in, the region. So for region, you always choose the one that is closest to you. In my case, that is West Europe. We give it a name, test 001, and next we have to select a pricing tier. So there is an option of getting a free account. The downside from the free account is that you can't do that many requests per second. within the standard, obviously you get more requests a second. An Azure subscription can only contain one free speech account. So as I said, I have already created this resource. So let's take a look what it can do. We start with creating a speech configuration by providing the speech key and the service region. Oh, we have to run the actual notebook. So then we can run this cell. Next, what we're going to do is, this is our output file. And then we're going to create an output config. So we have a configuration about the speech, and we have a configuration about the output. Then, next, we're going to create a speech synthesizer. And this is going to make sure that it can actually read and interpret the text and then convert it to an audio file. So let's do that. And then play.
Accessibility empowers everyone. Accessibility and inclusion are essential to delivering our mission to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more.
So, you heard it is like 5 lines of code to make this happen. But you heard the tone was kind of flat from the AI. So there is a new thing, and that are called neural voices. So Microsoft Neural Text-to-Speech can add those human-like articulation of words, where to put a pause, where to raise and lower the voice. So now instead of using our default voice, let's see how it sounds if we use one of those.
Accessibility empowers everyone. Accessibility and inclusion are essential to delivering our mission to empower every person and every organization on the planet to achieve more.
So you hear, this sounds way better. So if these neural voices are available in many languages, so you can use them to make your text-to-speech sounds way better. So now we have covered from text to speech. But what about translating that spoken text directly into other languages, like we've seen in the Translator app? So we only need this few lines of code to do that. So we create from the speech SDK, in the translation section, we create a speech translation config just by giving the speech key and the service region. We say the input language is English, and we're going to output this language into Dutch and into Hindi. Then we're going to start it to create the translator recognition service, and then we are going to start to recognize it, display the recognized text, and then actually going to show the output. So let me grab my text. Accessibility empowers everyone. Empower every person and organization on the planet to achieve more. So here we see, okay, it stopped a little bit faster, the microphone is not powered, but here we see accessibility empowers everyone. And this is actually a quite correct correlation in Dutch. I don't know if this is the correct correlation in Hindi. That is for you to judge in the chat, please. So this is really cool. But what if we want to actually listen to the text? So we have seen that we can do text-to-speech. We can see that we can listen to voice and translate it. So we should be able to create some audio files from that translated text and actually speak it directly. So with this piece of code, we are going to listen in English, translate it to Dutch, English, Hindi, Chinese, and Portuguese. So we're going to do the same, create a translation speech config, add all the target languages, then creating that configuration, then we're going to say something, and then we are going, for each language, we're going to create a WAV file with the current translation. So let's run it. Accessibility empowers everyone. Empower every person and organization on the planet to achieve more. So here we see it is actually recognized correctly what I was saying, translated into English, obviously, into Hindi, into Dutch, into Portuguese, and into Chinese. So let's hear how the English translation is sounding.
Accessibility empowers. Everyone empower every person and organization on the planet to achieve more.
Let's see how it is translated in.
पहुंच और शक्तियां हर कोई ग्रह पर हर व्यक्ति और संगठन को और अधिक प्राप्त करने के लिए सशक्त बनाता है.
So I hope you could all hear that. If you couldn't hear that, then please let me know in the chat. So many possibilities with this, and this is like the foundation of the app I've shown you, the translation app. So if you want to follow this along in all the different languages, go to translate.it with the code you're seeing on the screen. So next, we're going to talk about computer vision. And this will help us make sense of the world around us by looking at images. Thanks, Danny. And this is going to help us make sense of the world we're seeing around us. So we can give this computer vision images, and it will tell us what is on the images. So we start with important dependencies, subscription key. So for the computer vision, it is exactly the same procedure. You go to the Azure portal, search for computer vision, create the endpoint, and then when you have the endpoint, you can copy the key and use that in your Python code. So we have to install the Python package with the pip package manager, the computer vision client. So let's run it. And we're going to look at an image first with just a scene in Amsterdam, one of the cities in the Netherlands. We see some bikes, we see some people, they're sitting, they're chilling. So one of the things the computer vision can do is generate a description for the image. So it tells me people sitting on benches in a city. So that's kind of correct. Here is a bench, here is a bench. This is like the stairs. There are people. It is definitely a city. So well done. But can it also detect where everything is on the image? And that is also possible. So we do create a new request. We say computer vision client. That's the client we created up in the notebook. We say detect objects in stream. We give it to the image stream, which we've created from the image. And then we're going to just display the result on the image. We will draw some square boxes around the objects it found, and then we will write what it has found. Oh, here we are. So here we see it is actually detected a bicycle, another bicycle, very typical Dutch bicycle where you transport your children in. Like you see here, it's also detected as a bicycle. A person, there's a person. Here it only sees one person, and this person it is unable to detect. But you see, with one API call, with one line of code, we can detect what is on the images. And this is really valuable information. But let's run this cell. We're going to look at a banknote. And here we see it is not going that well. So this computer vision API is trained on a large set of generic objects. It doesn't detect everything. So if we want to be able to detect, for instance, banknotes, all the different types of banknotes, then we would need to train our own object. Because here we see it is only detecting a person in it. So this is we can do with a service called the Custom Vision service. This is a service that lives in Azure where you can upload your own images, tag it, hit the train command, and then you have your model. This model you can publish in an API, and then you can just send images to it and it will classify these images for you. Like, hey, this is a 1000 node, this is like a 2000 node. So let's do that. So the cool thing is that this custom vision is available through a website where you can do it visually, but you can also do it using the SDK. So first we start with training our own model using Azure Custom Vision. So we start with giving our training keys, our Custom Vision endpoint, our prediction key, a link to our prediction resource, and then we specify where the training nodes are, where the training images are. We connect to the training client. Okay, you have to run these cells beforehand. Then we connect to the Custom Vision training client, and then we can start create a new asset conf. We can create a new project. Now the thing we have to do is upload the images and tag the images. So all my images are in folders. So I have a directory train, and in this directory I have a 1000 a folder for the 1000 nodes, 2000 nodes, 100 nodes, and so on. So we're going to use the image directory names as tags for the images that are in that directory. So we're going to run that cell, and then we're going to upload them in chunks of 64 images per upload. We see that there are some duplicated images in, but generally it is going okay. So I will kick off the training because that takes like around 2 to 3 minutes. But in the meantime, we can have a look at how those images look like, how the training set looks like. So these are our classes, all the different types of banknotes. We have 7 classes here. So the project is training, and with this little piece of code, we can monitor the status. So everything I've just done is visible in this interface, customvision.ai. So here we see our classification project. Under performance, we can see that our model, our first iteration of the model, is still training. So we can go to training images. Here on the left, we see all the tags and all the corresponding images. So I have used a very small amount of images. So 2018, 2021. You actually want to have around 50 images per tag to make this kind of work well. But this is a demo, so we've used 20 images. Another important thing is that you have balanced classes. So instead of you have from the 100 nodes, you have like 100, and the 200 node 10, it's better to have 50-50. We can have a quick peek, see if the model is already available. No. So we can dive a little bit into the settings in the meantime. So you give it a name. Here is about how many times, how many iterations that can be saved. You can do more, but then you have to delete a few. You can use up to like 100,000 images. And here you can choose those domains. So there are a lot of different type of domains. So if you want to train for food or landmarks or retail, you better select these domains because then it uses a different base model. There are also in general A1 and A2, and you can read all about that on our docs, in which cases you can actually need those two type of model. So we are choosing for general because that most of the time will work. And the cool thing is that you can kind of experiment. So I can change this model here and then train it and then see if my accuracy is better or worse than with a different model. You also see compact here. And if there is the word compact behind it, means that you can actually export these models. So the general model without compact you can publish and run in an endpoint provided by Custom Vision. If you have a compact, you can actually export it. You can get a Docker container with the complete API running in, or you can export it to CoreML so you can run it natively on your iPhone. So here I'm choosing my classification type. If it is multi-label, like multiple tags per image, or multi-class, it's a single tag per image. See my pricing tier, we see my resource settings. So all is good. It is still training today, so I have to talk a little bit more to kill the time so we can actually see if our model is working. So let me show you one other thing. You can choose between two different types of project. We went for a classification project. That means that it looks at the complete image and then tells me, hey, I'm like 90% sure that this object is in the image. So this is like the 100 currency bill or the 50 currency bill. What it can do is, if you have two bills on it, tells you, hey, I see this and I see this. So for that, you need to train an object detection model. Because what this can do is, it can actually tell you where the image, where the object is on that image. So you get a bounding box, like on this, starting on this pixel, ending on this pixel, is the $100 bill. And here is the $50 bill. So I have done one of those object detection projects with Simpsons. So here you see you need a lot more data for this to actually work. And while training it, you need to kind of specify where the object is. So you have to go through all these images and tag where it is. But then, if you do predictions, it can actually tell you where that Simpson is on the image. Or if there are multiple Simpsons, it can also do that. So by now, our custom vision project should be finished. Of course not, because it is taking its time. So let's hope it is starting soon, because I would really love to show you that we can, with like 3 to 5 minutes, we can actually create something that can be very useful if you implement this in your mobile phone. Take a picture of a bank building, and it tells you, hey, it is a $10 bill, and then the speech will speak that speech API. You use that speech API, so it talks to you. It speaks it out loud, and you can hear it in your ear. That is a very useful skill for people who have a visual problem. So I would really like if that would... here it is. So we see it is not the best model, but it is also not the worst. And that is probably because we don't have that much images. That is why this is actually red. So it should know, yeah, here. It is completed. I don't know why it is still waiting for 30 seconds here. Training, it says training complete. Oh, yeah. So, nice loop, Hank. Now it says training complete. So to actually use this model, we need to publish it. We publish it as version 1. And what we can do now is we can send a bunch of images that are in the test folder to this endpoint and see what is on the image. So we're now sending about 7 to 8 images to that endpoint. And here we see, hey, they're 60% sure that this is a 50 node. These are 2000 nodes. This is a 20 node. This is a 200 node, 500, 120. So let's pick some other random images and see how that works out. Yeah, this not trained very well on the 10 image, but the rest is actually doing quite well. And that with 3 minutes of training. Can you imagine if you actually would train it with more data, what it can do? So moving on. So now we know what can be on the image. But it would also be great to know who is on the image. So let's take a look at this image. So this is a very common scene. Our prime minister with someone else cycling in their suits to work. So let's see if we can actually detect that there are 2 persons on this image. We can still use the computer vision API for that and use the same function and then just ask for, hey, are there any faces in this image? And we draw the result. And we draw the result. So what it is doing, it's loading in the image, and then it is going to draw rectangles around it and gives us some information about what and who it is seeing. So it is here seeing a male of age 48 and this one a male of age 49. So it also does a guess for the gender and try to guess for the person's age. But I said these people are famous in the Netherlands. So there is also a function that can detect celebrities in an image. So let's see if these 2 people are famous enough to be celebrities. We're running it. So by asking, analyze images by domain in the stream, and the domain is celebrities in this case. So can you please show the image? Yeah, there we go. So here we see the left one is Stef Blok. I never heard of him. And here there is Mark Rutte, our prime minister on his bicycle. But not everyone is famous enough. So if you want to recognize your friends or someone else, or you want to have more information about the images, you can use our Face API. And this API is capable of identifying faces in images and even use it to authenticate and detect. So you also need, again, a Face API endpoint. You can create it exactly the same way as the computer vision endpoint. You need a key, and you need the key, and you need the endpoint a name. You create a new endpoint called a face client, and then we're going to take a look to see if we can identify, train the Face API to recognize these 5 faces in the image, in an image. So we're going to send this image to the Face API, and we're going to ask, hey, give us a guess of your age, give the gender, tell if these people are smiling, if they have facial hair, glasses, tell me which emotion their face is showing, if they have hair, the hair color, if they're wearing makeup, and if they have extra accessories. Then we're going to crop the image to the size where the face is and display that information below it. So here we see that it's seen that this is, we know all, it is Luke from Modern Family, but for now it is just a face ID. We're seeing that there's a male, he's smiling, guess around 18 years. He doesn't have any mustaches or beards or sideburns. He's not wearing glasses and not wearing makeup, and his emotion is classified as happy. If we look here at Alex, we see that female, also smiling, 26 years old, no facial hair. She's wearing reading glasses. It can actually detect between 3 types of glasses. It can detect for reading glasses, sunglasses, and swimming goggles. She is wearing eye makeup and lip makeup, and also classified as happiness. And so we can go through all the faces. But the important thing to remember is that when you call the detect method, every face is temporarily stored with a face ID. And later on, we can use this face ID to actually try to identify these persons against a person group. So now let's dive into how we can train this face API to recognize these people. So we have a directory with face photos. So let's show the data set. So we have a different picture with everyone's face on it, which we are going to use to train our person group in this case. So we give our person group a name. We call it Modern Family. I'm first going to delete it because I've already had it, and then I'm going to recreate it. So now we have an empty face group called Modern Family. Then we're going to loop through all the images, get a name from the folder name, going to open the image, and then we're going to create a person. And then we're going to add a face from the image to that person. So this enables us to add multiple faces from a person. So the model will be more accurate. So here we see we've added Alex, Haley, Claire, Phil, and Luke. So now the final thing you don't want to forget is to actually train that person group. And the training mostly takes a few seconds, but if you have like 10,000 people in it, it can take a little bit longer. So now we have now we have our list of face IDs. We have a person group. So now we can actually detect all the faces. We have all our face IDs again, and then we can identify the faces. So let's do that. And then, so we have found Luke, Phil, Alex, Haley, and Claire now in this image. So it translated basically this face IDs, it mapped to persons and then displayed the name from that person. So if we combine it all together and display the information on the image, we have Luke, Claire, Phil, Haley, and Alex identified. And as you saw in the previous thing, also described. So this combined with speech capabilities can kind of really describe what is going on. It can describe like who is on the image, how happy someone is on the image. We can train it to detect banknotes and all those helpful things to make our life easier and more accessible. So another thing that is really good is that this computer vision API can also read text in images. It can read type text, but it can also read handwriting. So let's start with type text. So here we see a message from our CEO, Satya, telling people with disabilities represent one of the world's largest untapped talent pools, and we need to create inclusive workspace that nurtures this talent. I'm Satya Nadella, CEO of Microsoft. So, but a blind person will not be able to see this text. So we can extract this text using the computer vision API. So we're just running it, we're displaying the result. Now we've sent this image to the endpoint, started detecting and gave us back the result, which we are displaying here. We see Microsoft, and then we see the text. But it also tells us where the text is in the image. So now this text is kind of only straight, but it can also detect text like upside down, straight up, horizontal, vertically. Can all detect these kind of things. So this is really cool. But can it also detect my handwriting? So here I have a paper, accessibility, and which says accessibility empowers everyone, empower every person and organization on the planet to achieve more. So let's see what happens if we run that through the API. Send it to the API, it is done. And here we see it has detected all the text that I've written down. And it is still busy showing the image, and it can also detect where this actually is in the image. So, what have we seen so far? We have seen in this notebook how computer vision can describe images, detect objects, detect faces, detect celebrities. We have trained our own model to classify our own objects. And we took a look at the Face API to describe faces in images, trained our own person group, and identified persons in an image. And then we looked finally at how we can detect text and handwritten text in images by one call to an API endpoint. So now we have seen a few of these building blocks. There are like 40 cognitive services in Azure that can really help you make sense of the world around you. And if you combine those things, if you combine these things in services, you can create really powerful applications. So I want to show you two services from Microsoft where some of these capabilities are implemented, and they're all coming together to make something more inclusive, to make things more accessible. So first, we're going to see how we can actually use Azure Media Services to create a stream that can generate captions for us. And then we're going to see how Video Analyzer combines all these services to make sense and tells us all these cool things about a video. So let's start with Azure Media Services. So I've already created an Azure Media Service. It is called a media service. So I've created a media service in Azure called Events. So you can do a lot with media services, but I just want to show you how you can do a live event and use media services to deliver that content, which is real-time being captioned. So we're going to go to live streaming. Then we're going to add a new live event. We call it conf test 001. We're going to use premium coding so that we have the highest quality. We're going to use an RTMP input so that we can send video using a program called OBS so that we can use a program called vMixer OBS to send our video stream to the endpoint. It can even be StreamYard. We're just going to generate a host name and then you can start it. Yes, and I have the rights. Next, we are not going to use a low latency mode, but we're going to enable live transcriptions. And only thing you have to do is to select the input language. So in this case, it will be English, United States. We say review, create, click create. Now it's setting up the streaming endpoint for us. And I can actually start streaming from another machine to that endpoint. So let me give me a moment to set that up while our endpoint is starting up. I'm going on my other screen now. I'm going to OBS. I'm going to look up on another machine even. I'm going to look up the endpoint. Click here. Gonna go to events, to live streaming here. We see that our event is running, and we see there our input URL. We're going to copy that and paste that in OBS as a custom RTMP. Apply, and then we click Start Streaming. So I'm now playing a video, and I'm sending this video now to this endpoint. We see that it is detected that there is something coming in. So you have to reload the player a few times before it shows, because there is mostly like a 10-15 second delay in this. And here we see the video coming. It is just someone talking. It doesn't make really sense for us now. Here we could possibly change the language, but we're not going to do that. So now we have the incoming video. So we need to create an output and start distributing that video so that people can connect to it. So we're going to create an output. The default settings are good, and we're going to create a streaming locator so that everyone knows where the stream is. Now that we have done that, we have a URL that we can copy and paste and put in the player. So here we can see our streaming locator we've just created. And here we see the output in a few seconds. The output streaming locator, apply. Takes again a few seconds, of course. So next what we can do is actually use the Azure Media Player to show our player with captions. My video is playing. I'm using my, the incoming video is there. Let's reload this one. There might be a hiccup in my internet because I'm also streaming to here and so on. So let's hope it is going to give us a little bit of bandwidth. Yeah, so it takes always a little while for Azure Media Services to boot up. So hopefully we can see our stream now also here. Perfect. So we see my stream here.
On the solution. So don't create a solution.
So now I'll mute this stream, then go to Advanced Options, and then add our caption track. We call it English, and in US, we update the player. Click it again, and now we have the possibility to get our English captions here.
It's important to be accessible because you have customers. Now,
did I do it wrong? Oh. Yeah, in US. And update it.
So for everyone with perfect eyesight, you would exclude.
So let's wait a little bit before that comes. It should be coming soon because we have put it on. Let me double check if we put it on. Yes, save English, United States. So we should be able to actually see it. Yes, there it is. Luckily it worked. So now we see that we can generate real-time captions using Azure Media Service. And when it starts running, it will not stop. So this is one of the things where the speech API is implemented and helping to make a media stream more accessible. And this player you can just embed on your website. So let's stop this here. Let's stop the live event and let's stop streaming. And move on to the video indexer, which will close off this presentation. So what you can do here is you can upload the video and it will start giving you insights about this video. And it is renamed from Video Indexer to Azure Video Analyzer for Media. So I've already uploaded this video. It's a Microsoft Accessibility Commitment. You can play that video.
Today, many report experiencing mental health conditions for the first time.
I will mute it, and here we can select, hey, give us English captions. What we can also do is say, hey, give us Hindi captions. So we'll translate it using those translator APIs to translate everything into Hindi, and then it gives us the ability to translate, to have Hindi captions. We can embed this video directly on our website, but we can also download these captions as closed captions or insights, or we can download the closed captions, type the format, choose the format, and upload them to YouTube. So this can generate captions in many languages for us. Like here you can see, it's almost 100 languages. But it does more. It detects where people are in the image. So I can just move through the video and see where, in which segment, this person was showing. If the person is famous enough, and it is a celebrity, we will actually see the name, and then see where this person is playing. I'm going to switch back to English, so it makes more sense for me. It will also tell us the fight setting scenes. It tells us what it is about Microsoft, LinkedIn, GitHub, and then tells us where in the video we're talking about that. It gives us labels. Where is it outdoors? Where is the video indoors? The 30 most important keywords. So it is a lot about accessibility, technology, disabilities, people. There are not much audio effects. And here are the main topics. There is also a timeline, basically the transcript about the video. So we can actually zap to that piece. We can download it. We can edit the video, all to make it more accessible. So that brings us to the end of the hour. We've done the more demos. And now I want to show you one video about the Seeing AI app that basically captures everything I've just showed you and more in one single app. So Dinesh, do you want to play the video I've shared?
Yeah, let me play. I'll remove your current screen and add the other screen.
Is definitely there for the taking. What you put in is what you'll get out. Two things important to me in life are My take on life is that life is definitely there for the taking. What you put in is what you'll get out. Two things important to me in life are family and music. They both play a huge part in my life. Technology allows me to be my own one-man band. I try to be as independent as I can, and the way that I do that mostly is with low tech, which is a white cane, and high tech, which is a phone.
Seeing AI.
Seeing AI is one of the biggest deals in technology, I think, at the moment for visually impaired users. It's an app that you can read almost anything, anywhere with it.
Kilburn High Road. Fashion, workspace, mayonnaise.
It has a multitude of functions, and they all work together to produce something that you can use whenever you need it. It might even be considered to be a Swiss Army knife of apps. Of all the parts of Seeing AI, I really do think short text is the biggest of the game changers.
Northwest 6.
Because I've never seen anything like that in any other app before. And I like being in the back of cabs or in buses and pointing it out the window and seeing what I pass on the way to places.
Mobile phone NC 4000 services.
One of the greatest things about short text for me is that if there's no one else in the house, I can sort the post into who's who.
Mrs. K. Louis. Mrs. Kirsten Louis.
So I don't open my wife's post and she doesn't get cross with me. Package.
Oh, well, Andre.
My man Alex.
Good.
One fella.
Blessed.
£20.
That's really cool.
Currency is a very useful channel because sometimes it's very difficult to know what notes actually are. So with currency, I can detect that straight away.
£5.
Job done. 2025.
Well done.
Scene preview.
Scene is actually really cool. It's quite descriptive, really.
Processing. A store filled with lots of different types of fruit.
I think that's pretty amazing.
Twitterific.
In my view, one of the best parts of Seeing AI is the ability to read pictures from social media. Because so many times someone will send me a picture of something that I cannot understand. So I will share that picture to Seeing AI.
Scene. Probably a group of people sitting on a bench in a park.
And then I'll get a description of what it is.
Person. 8-year-old boy with black hair looking happy, 7-year-old girl with brown hair looking disgusted.
And it's changed how I can view social media. It feels like I can participate.
Like, reply.
Far more than I could before.
Thank you for sharing. Handwriting preview.
With Handwriting Channel, I was actually able to read a card from a family member last year. That's the first time I'd actually been able to do that without help.
Dear Dad.
That was
Alice
very
worked.
good.
We can tell if Jake's been writing well if the handwriting tab can recognize it. That's good proof, really.
We love you, Daddy. XXXXXX.
We've got lots of X's. The effect of having Seeing AI to hand all the time is like having somebody who can see in your pocket.
34-year-old man with a beard wearing a hat looking happy.
Why not?
There is so much more that I can do now that I couldn't before. You've grown up.
I used to be nice.
I think Seeing AI really is a huge technological step down the road, and I hope that we can continue down a road like this for many years to come.
So this kind of wraps it. Up. And I hope this video kind of inspired you to use these AI services to make things more accessible for everyone in every possible way. So if you can share my screen one more time, Dinesh, then I will wrap it up. So if you want to have a look at this code, all the Jupyter notebooks, all the resources, go to ak.ms/hank/accessible AI. And we do like to get feedback on the session, like how you can improve it, if you liked it. If you have suggestions, go to ak.ms/acc-fb, accessibility feedback. And of course, if you have questions about machine learning or cognitive services or anything AI related on Azure, you can find me on Twitter on Henk Boelman, code samples on my GitHub, or more information on my blog. So thank you everyone for listening, and I wish you a very nice rest of the conference.
Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Henk. So it was very, very exciting to see the excellent demo, and I'm sure even though we don't have much of the questions, technical questions, a lot of people would have been inspired there The power of AI can lift up their life, and they can also be lead a normal life like every others. And even this at India MVPs, all of us know you very closely because uh, from the events like Global A to we have been closely working with you, and you are very passionate and very friendly and passionate towards the technology. Thanks a lot for being here.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you. So, we'll be starting with the next session with Ranjani and Ramani at 3 p.m. I think it's 3 p.m. now. So let us get started. Yeah. Think with your permission, can I? Yeah. Okay. So now back to the diversity and inclusion to be the whole complete picture. So now let's talk about the invisibility problem of artificial intelligence today. What role does diversity and inclusion play in AI? Why would the lack of diversity in artificial intelligence be an issue? How do we build inclusive AI? And can AI itself eventually help us ultimately solve the lack of DEI in AI? Joining us on stage are two prolific personalities in this field. First, Ranjani Ramani, Director of Analytics and Data Sciences at VMware, has more than a decade's experience in this field. She currently leads a team of global data scientists to engage with VMware customer experience, and she is a recipient of the Women in AI Leadership Award 2021. And next, P. Ramani, Senior Director, Customer and Partner Programs at VMware. He is an accomplished global technology leader with over 25 years of experience in managing large R&D organizations. Welcome, Ranjani and Ramani. And interpreting this session in Indian Sign Language would be Rajesh. And thanks a lot, Diksha, still, because I have just added Rajesh just now. And thanks, Diksha. And I'm adding Ramani and Ranjani as well.
Thank you,
The stage
Dinesh.
is
Great to
yours.
be here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Awesome. Thanks for having us here. We just got the last end of the previous session, and the video was fabulous, right? Very, very reflective of the power of AI and everything which tech can do for good. Yeah, I'll hand it over to Rami to kick off the session and
Yeah,
take it from
good
there.
afternoon, everyone. Just give me 1 second while I share my screen. Are you able to see it? No.
Not yet, Rami.
Not yet, Ramani.
Yeah, 1 second.
Once you share the screen, I should be able to see in the backstage. But yeah, I think keep it joining back.
Sorry about that.
Yeah, not a problem.
Hit the wrong button.
That was the UX problem. Every product has.
No, the problem is I have a PowerPoint screen. I'm not able to share that. Ranjani, you may.
Once you hit the share button, it will be showing up three options: entire screen, window, or Chrome tab. So
Yeah, that's
once
what
you
I've done.
click
I've
the
done the entire screen. So hopefully, if I now do
uh-huh.
PowerPoint, it should
Yeah,
bring
yeah,
it.
yeah.
You're
Now
able to
now
see it
I'm
now?
able to see.
Yeah, we can see it
Okay,
now,
perfect.
Ramni. Yep.
All right. Sorry. Long time Zoom user. So it's confusing me. That's all. All right. Good afternoon, everyone. So we can get started. Sorry about the delay. So I think the previous session is definitely a very uplifting session that I saw, but it's also a good segue to what we are doing here, right? When we think diversity, typically what comes to mind is only diversity in terms of gender. Mostly we think there is a divide between a number of men and women in the field, and largely diversity and all our hiring, everything is only towards that. But as we walk through this set of slides that we put together, you will see that there's much more to diversity than just gender. And things like how can we help disabled people when if you have only a voice enabled device and the person cannot hear, how is that person going to get an experience? So these are all things that are still emerging, still we have to get over our own biases, and that's what we hope to cover in the next 45 minutes, and we'll leave a little bit of time for Q&A. So to get started, right, AI is not new. ML is not new, right? I mean, actually 30 years ago when I graduated, did my master's, I did AI, right? And I had neural networks and things like that. But what changed between then and now is not the technology itself, is the scale, right? I mean, we have a really a perfect storm brewing right now. It's been brewing for a while, and it's kind of uh, growing in geometric proportions almost every year, which is you have four things coming together. You have mobile devices, ubiquitous, all your apps are there, everything, practically anything you think of in a day, you're probably doing it from your mobile. Each of those apps and the mobile itself, whether it's iOS or Android, is collecting volumes of data, right? And so the data is the big game changer from before. But great, even if we had the data, we didn't have the kind of compute power till maybe 7 8 years ago to be able to crunch it, and that's where the cloud comes in, right? With AWS, Google, and the proliferation of the cloud, you have amazing amount of actually infinite amount of compute capacity available to you to be able to crunch through this data. And AI ML, the technology itself keeps improving and maturing, which can crunch through this data and get you insights. And last but not the least, not only you have mobile phones, you have smart watches and any number of sensors that's collecting data, and data to ship it to the cloud is getting cheaper by the day, right? I mean, you can now get even in India with the Reliance Geo, 200, 300 rupees a month, you have almost no limit on the amount of data you can upload, right? So this is creating a complete loop, right? More apps, more data, more insights leads to more apps, and this keeps on feeding on itself, and this keeps growing, right? And so this data in terms of scale, data in terms of crunching, it's just unimaginable, and that's starting to you can see the results, right? I mean, companies already spend around $50 billion in AI systems, and that is growing. It's growing. It'll double by 2024, and everywhere you look, whether you realize it or not, you are surrounded by AI and ML. As simple as you go to Netflix, the recommendation you get for the next movie to watch, there is an AI ML behind. Amazon started it when you buy something, it recommends you on what is the next thing to buy. To think, just keep thinking around the things that you see and do, you'll notice that there is AI ML everywhere. And of course, the poster childs are the things that we've always dreamt of, right? Self-driving cars, robots, kind of doing some of the jobs that are risky for us to do. Certainly, AI/ML is there, but it's there much more than that in simple things like loan processing, simple things like your resume scanning for you to get hired, and so on. So with all this, we had so the potential for us to benefit from this kind of scale and AI is unimaginable, right? So the only thing we have to be careful about is, are these AI systems fair? So the one of the risks of something of this scale is any individual biases that we have, if that creeps into these systems, these are going to get magnified hundredfold, thousandfold, right? Because you're now dealing with hundreds of millions of people worth of data, on which you're going to be taking decisions. So it's imperative for us from day one to be thinking about the impact of what we are building and whether it will serve the people that we're trying to create it for. Over to you, Ranjini.
Thanks, Ramni. Yeah, again, it's a pleasure to be here today, and more so to do this with someone I truly admire for inclusivity, right, Ramni? So I wanted to start with this. I came across this guide in probably one of the papers I was reading. It's a guide to hiring women, something which came out in 1943. And it's surprising that this is from less than a couple of generations ago, right? Not very far ago. And amidst all of these guidelines which have been provided here to how to hire women, one caught my eye, right? It talks about how women make excellent workers as long as they have their job cut out for them, right? And the fact that they lack initiative in finding the work themselves. Yeah, I know it's a different time, but it kind of struck me because taking ownership is a deal breaker for me, right? It is as important to me as value as much as integrity is. So it just feels glad that we've come a long way from this, right? So with that, if we move over to the next slide, talking about diversity in the workplace, it I think it initially attracted widespread attention sometime in the 1960s. There was a lot of focus on protected classes of gender and race. And since then, the interpretation of diversity has expanded, right? It's expanded to include more demographic characteristics, disability, sexual orientation, and the fact that this is better than individual attributes. Which are less salient now, right? Such as just education or attitudes. So, like Ramani mentioned, right, not just gender, but inclusivity of all forms is proven to be not just the right thing to do, right, but also something which improves business outcomes in a knowledge economy that we live in today. So, I wanted to talk about this American social scientist. I'm trying to recollect his name. He's a professor of complex systems at University of Michigan, Scott Page. He shows research, right, that says that, and it's backed by research that increasing diversity has long been promoted as the right thing to do. But he says that that notion in itself can be viewed as very simplistic, right, because it ignores the deep benefits that inclusion can bring into the organization. He has a book on this topic called Diversity Bonus, and I highly recommend that in case you guys are interested, pick it up. So, come from a very quantitative background, so there's always strength in numbers. They don't really lie. So here are the numbers to prove it, right? So first of all, they impact bottom line. Companies with racial and ethnic diversities are 35% more likely to outperform similar companies. They impact innovation. They help attract better talent. There have been roles I've declined in the past because it's important for me to be part of a critical to be part of a diverse workspace, right? That's very critical for me. And what I increasingly notice is this, right? The third point over here. Having diverse leaders and executives helps drive this across the organization, right? And it helps drive profits as well. And I should probably share this anecdote, which happened just last week. I was having this conversation with a woman leader from a different geography, and I can't tell you how much it helps with this feeling of belonging, right? And in being heard. And she didn't have to do this, and yet she did. And it's not something which is there as part of my CTC, but it is as important a benefit for me, right? And it isn't necessarily a gender specific thing. I reach out to Ramani, given how much I look up to him as a mentor, and the fact that he leans in to drive diversity and inclusion is also important, right? So that's what I wanted to cover this slide. And if you move to the next slide, there's always this point which is brought up that about the challenges, about the fact that it is difficult, right? And I just wanted to add the statistic here to say that yes, it is challenging at times. It's not an easy thing to do. I think I read a report somewhere that it's going to take 99 years. It could take 99 years to potentially close the gender gap. But yes, yet the trade-off is positive. The benefits does outweigh the challenges that it brings in, right? So if we move on, why does this happen, right? And I'll let Ramli talk a bit more about how this bad AI results in all of these bad consequences before we get to the why.
Yeah, thanks, Rajani. So I think before we get into the why part, and of course we'll also close it with why diversity will help in solving these problems. We want to take some case studies just so that people understand. I want the audience to understand what goes wrong when AI makes bad decisions, right? Sometimes it's comical, sometimes it's funny, and when we all respond when we hear of things like that, saying, "How can a company this big make this mistake?" But it goes way beyond that, right? So, for instance, there are proven case studies where AI-based models, which were touted as ways to speed up hiring process, ended up uh, discriminating against women. Right? It rejected women just as much as if human beings had done it themselves. Right? There are crime prediction software that were introduced mainly because they thought humans were biased. So they wanted a software to predict where crimes may occur. So police and security can be kind of pre-positioned to reduce the incidents, only to find out the crime prediction software itself had a bias and it is targeting minority neighborhoods. So one of the fallacy that people fall, I mean, if you see many of the CEOs come and give lectures in Congress and things like that, right? When they're called to talk, they always say that, hey, decisions were not taken by humans; they were taken by systems, uh, with the implication that the system doesn't have a bias like a human does, and therefore you should accept what it says. And that is the fallacy. There is no. It's like saying that computer cannot make a mistake. It cannot make an accounting mistake. Of course, it doesn't make it by itself, but at the end of the day, it runs a program that we wrote, and all the mistakes we write in the program do reflect in the computer program that does whatever it does, right? Same is true here. So any mistakes we do in every step of creating the model will reflect in the final result. One of the interesting things that happened when and this is Apple, I think, when they opened a AI-based credit line, same family, husband and wife. Wife actually has a better credit history, and yet when the system decided to give a credit line, it gave a 10x more credit line for the man than for the wife, right? Similarly, facial recognition. This is something that off and on we hear it. It's kind of companies get embarrassed about it, but it's much more than embarrassment, right? I mean, imagine if you're tracking terrorists and somebody gets picked out just because the system doesn't understand or recognize the face properly, right? Or I was reading a medical article, skin cancer. A lot of the skin cancer is detected by AML by looking at skin pigmentation colors, and if the system doesn't understand dark colors as much as it understands white colors, you are less likely to find a skin cancer in a person of a dark color. So these are really heavy consequences when things go wrong. Doing a Google search itself, right, on a CEO, there is a higher tendency, 70-80% chance that you'll find male CEOs listed rather than female CEOs, even though the proportion of women CEOs is not as low as the search engine shows, and much more. I mean, it's in employment, when we go for employments, when we get advertisements for employment opportunities, men are higher likelihood to get higher paying jobs as the ads than women. So is true for school admission. So is true for any kind of a risk check when it comes to criminal cases, or even background checks that happen before people like us apply for a new job. So it's kind of ubiquitous around here. So it's very important to understand what are some of the reasons why some of these AIML fail, and what can we do to make sure that these things don't keep creeping in. So to add to this, right? I mean, one of the things that this is Microsoft research, if I remember, they essentially built an AI model, and they ran it across a whole bunch of Google, I mean, like a newspaper articles, right? A whole bunch of them, and asked just by word association, they wanted the system to classify whether this particular article or this particular profession is male dominated or female dominated, or is it's more men or more women. And just by news articles that have been written, right, the system kind of automatically decided that if it's a homemaker, it has to be a she, right? If it's a financier, it has to be a he. If it's a boss, it has to be a he. If it's a secretary, it has to be a she, and so on and so forth. Right? If it's a doctor versus a nurse, without in any way programming for it, just by reading a bunch of newspaper articles, the system automatically starts making inherent assumptions and stereotyping, which we typically accuse ourselves of. This is what we struggle with. The computer struggles with exactly the same problems that we struggle with. Back to you, Ranjani.
Yeah, no, great points, right? So getting back to why does this happen? So it's a multi-pronged problem, right? Much like most complex issues. So let's try to deconstruct this a bit. So the most obvious one, bias in data in itself, right? Let's take the case which Ramni was alluding to earlier. It's the software is called Predpol. It's a crime prediction algorithm, and it was supposed to predict where the crimes would take place and reduce human bias, right? That was the objective. But did it do that? So, or did we just translate the bias into the systems? Right. So what it did is it went ahead to target neighborhoods with racial minorities, though the actual crime rates did not corroborate to what the software was predicting. Right. Why? Why? Because it learned from report files versus actual crime rates. Right. So great examples of the bias in data in itself driving this. The next thing that we can intuitively think of is, oh, okay, all right, this is what is contributing the bias. Can we solve this programmatically? Like what Ramni was calling out, can we remove gender as a variable? But the fact is that it isn't like we can remove a variable alone and fix the bias, right? The algorithms usually tend to find proxies or other signals for the prediction. So it isn't something which can be fixed by just coding for it, right? That's the point I wanted to make. And the other thing, and there's a very strong statement which I read in a white paper, that we tend to think that machines are unbiased because, well, they are machines, right? But machines learn what humans teach, right? They aren't neutral by default. So, like this quote clearly calls out, very well articulates. The systems are built on learning from data, and if the data is skewed as per the view of the person who's building it, it can have major consequences, right? And that is something I think we need to acknowledge and work towards fixing. The other 2 points over here, just to kind of make this tangible, right? The impact, the cognitive cost, which will influence AI. So think about it this way, right? If you want to teach a machine to estimate a factor such as, say, disease prevalence across various demographics, what you do is you feed in millions of data records and you tell it how do you identify the target groups and the contributing factors, right? Now, from this, the machine would learn how to make the relevant distinction. But if the underlying data is inherently biased and say it doesn't contain a diverse representation of target groups, then the AI algorithms, just by the sheer fact that they're machines, cannot produce accurate outputs, right? And that's the bottom line. So, for example, if the data which is used for AI technology is gathered only from, say, medical centers or academic medical centers, then the resulting AI model will learn less about the patient population who do not seek care at these academic medical centers, right? So the data is not diverse in itself. So there's a huge cost to it. Right. And talking about these tangible human cost to biased AI, this is more evident, especially in something like healthcare, like Ramani was talking about earlier, right? There's this Booz Allen paper which talks about the healthcare costs. So there is this healthcare provider which built out an algorithm with all the right intentions, right? The algorithm, it used past spending data to predict the severity of the illness without considering the broader societal factors, right? That could result in inequities in terms of the amount of care which is received. Because since like generally less money was spent historically on Black patients with the same level of need as their white counterparts, the algorithm falsely assigned Black patients as the same level of risk as healthier white patient, right? And a study of this particular bias algorithm determined that it could underestimate the number of Black patients in need of greater care by more than half, right? And by altering the algorithm to remedy the bias, it could increase the percentage of Black patients receiving additional help from somewhere around 17% to 46, 47%. That's a substantive change if you think about it, right? So why, therefore, do you think that AI cannot move forth without DEI? We spoke about a lot of these case studies, right? And broadly, there are two parts to the problem, and we'll talk about it more as we move forth, right? One, there is bias in data in the AI systems. Two, there is bias in the people building the systems, right? Advertently or inadvertently. All right, so before we move on to how do we address these, let's clear the air regarding some myths and facts, okay? First of all, and this is something I hear a lot, right? Diversity isn't just gender diversity. I know that we tend to associate or use this between these two terms, but there are many organizations who start a women in tech program saying I'm addressing diversity, right? Diversity is not unidimensional. Organizations are better suited to improve the company diversity when you consider it as a multidimensional factor, right? You examine industry, nation of origin, gender, instead of just using one label. So it's a multidimensional factor. So that's one, right? The other thing, kind of reiterating on what we speak about earlier, right? We intuitively think that machines are by nature neutral, right? We touched upon this earlier. But we need a thorough understanding of the biases which exist in A, humans, and B, algorithms. And the decision-making processes, how can they be designed in which algorithms and humans work together jointly to compensate for these respective blind spots which exist, right? So that we can arrive at much clearer and, as the article called out, less prejudiced outcomes, yeah? I love this quote, right? Humans must teach AI what information is relevant and what outcomes are moral, right? In order to create a system that ethically reduces conscious bias. Yeah. All right. So if we move on to the next slide, like most problems in life, starting to solve them needs you to acknowledge the issue, right? Acknowledge that this is a problem. And acknowledgement that this is a hard problem, right? It is, there's no solution that exists. We need to kind of work towards creating it. And that requires change. So let's look at various aspects to this problem, right? First of all, it starts with defining bias as a spectrum, right? And this is important because we tend to think ASCII, right? We tend to think of 1 or 0. But it isn't really a fight of good over evil, or of this evil terminator versus humans, right? It isn't as extreme as that. Bias is usually very subtle and it adds up very quickly. And that's the need why we need to think about it as a spectrum. So conversations of AI are often polarized between this good and evil. But if you think about teams which are building AI products and services, therefore they think, oh, I have a very difficult time relating to these offensive examples, which usually grab media attention, right? But instead of focusing on the extreme cases, I think the research shows that teams that engage faster with AI bias issues, they do that when they consider it as a spectrum, right? Because bias can show up in these small ways in our everyday experiences. And for example, think of a product, right? Think of a time when you felt that the product was not made for you and you couldn't really explain why. And this happens a lot of times and we tend to ignore it, right? Just as a example, I've always struggled to understand why the AC was always low, right? And always freezing in any environment when we move to a new place. And I recently came across this article which talks about how it was actually a published article by American Society of Heating, where they say that the ambient temperatures, heat radiation, and other factors are calculated against a 40-year-old man's metabolic rate and clothing choices, right? And that's believed to be perfect for the average person, which it isn't, right? So that's the point, that sometimes these are small, these are minor, and they show up in small ways. And by thinking of it as a spectrum, you tend to address it better versus 1 or 0. Yeah, so that's the first one. Second one, right? How do you enlist and include customers in this journey towards correcting bias? So most of the time, unfortunately, this development of AI algorithms happens behind closed doors with experts, right? And it's restricted to input from teams that may be representative of the different customers, the diverse customers for whom they are designed for. And it can be quite humbling exercise if the teams reflect on not just the applications of the AI they build, but also implications of this technology that they're building, right, out in the wild world that they're building it for. So, for example, can we include the customers in the build process itself, right? How can you do this? Like, what about open sourcing it? And I remember reading a couple of examples of this, right? There are these synthetic simulators, apparently, which is used to improve self-driving cars. And I remember reading about a crowdsourced initiative, which is used to train speech models in a more natural voice. So there are initiatives like this, and more power to them, right? But definitely helps in adding this very requisite feedback loop to correct the bias. All right. The third one, which is again a very common misconception, that AI becomes better over time. Yes, it could, given the iterative feedback, but it doesn't automatically become better over time, right? For it to become better over time, what we need to cultivate is diversity, including privacy and consent. So the premise, as we have seen in the examples so far, is inclusive AI requires data sets to be more diverse, more correctly labeled, and in a way that is representative of every customer, right? If there is a bias in the system, it only exacerbates the bias. And for the underrepresented population, there's very little incentive to participate in something which is broken for them. If I think that this isn't a system which is beneficial to me, I wouldn't consent to it, right? And especially if they think that the information that they're providing could be used against them. And without their data, the cycle of learned bias in AI continues. So therefore, how do you cultivate diversity? How do you ensure that you work with them to provide consent and have the data to be more diverse? And that's a very important point. The fourth point, right? Again, human-centered AI. So if you're attempting to build AI that really helps and understands us, we need to think about it from a human perspective. And there's this MIT Sloan human-centered AI, which talks about having a feedback loop from people from various perspectives, right? Backgrounds and lifestyle when you're designing these systems itself, right? Because usually you tend to think about it, these are engineers, these are data scientists. They necessarily do not come from different backgrounds that way, right? So human-centered AI and the practice of including inputs from people of different backgrounds, experiences, and lifestyles while you're designing it is something which you work towards making it better. You're designing for a better future. The fifth one over here, and I found this quite interesting, right? Most of the times, this is the outcome of unintended consequences. People don't start out saying, I want to design a bad system. I want to design a non-inclusive system. It's a very unintended consequence that way, right? And that's probably what they call lazy bias at times, right? They do not mean to algorithmically punish you for being female or having an ethnic name or living in low-income neighborhood, as this quote points out, right? It's just that they were hustling to push a product out, and we are just saying that, okay, I'll push this out, and then I'm expecting that it will take care of itself downstream, right? And this is probably lazy bias. So probably, how do we address this? Can we make our algorithms work on stripping out these mistakes back out of the software? Can we reset these words to be more gender neutral? Can we equalize words which are gender specific, right? Can we work on removing the lazy bias essentially? And that's a critical part, right? Because it's not intended most of the times. And finally, but most importantly, addressing the elephant in the room, right? How do you build these inclusive teams? So AI reflects the people who build it, right? And I know Ramni is going to talk a bit more about this going forward, but I feel very strongly about this, right? As much as we want to believe in neutrality, it depends a lot on the people who build it. So hiring diverse backgrounds, disciplines, genders, races, cultures into teams which are designing and engineering these experiences is critical, right? As this quote says, AI reflects the values of its creators. So yes, inclusivity matters. Otherwise, think about it, right? We risk making a machine intelligence that mirrors a very narrow, privileged vision of a society. And it's going to continue to have its old familiar biases and stereotypes, right? Just translated into machines. Yep. So with this context in place, I'll hand it over to Ramni to talk a bit more about how these are being addressed right now and what are our next steps going forward. Over to you, Ramni.
Yeah. So to kind of go from where Ranjani is mentioning, right? I think in order for you to kind of build AI models that essentially serves the target audience, the first point is understanding what is your target audience, right? You cannot build a generic enough system that works for everybody, right? If you're going to do that, then your data has to be completely diverse for that target population, right? So the taking something, let's say for instance, that skin cancer example I gave, if you built the model only with patient data from say white patients, applying it for patients in India, patients in Africa is just a bad idea, right? I mean, so even if it's a model that you want to start with somewhere with a certain data, you need to be very conscious that the data that you have should reflect or should match with the target audience, right? But it goes beyond that. I mean, so if you really want diversity and inclusion in AI, your team has to be much more than male and female, right? You need psychologists, you need data scientists, you need people who can ethically challenge your questions, right? I mean, make sure that just because something can be done, something can be collected, doesn't mean it needs to be collected, right? And then to the variable point that Ranjani made, right? Saying that, hey, I fed all the data. For instance, let's say we are doing resume scanning, right? And we want the system to be completely unbiased. Saying that I'll feed the resume, but I won't tell the system whether a particular resume is from a male or female is not good enough, because the system, this is the problem of models learning. Models learn to find proxies, right? So for instance, you might in the resume you might say I'm a woman hockey captain, right? Or I play in the women chess club. Even simple things like that will be good enough for the system to understand that the resume is from a woman, and whatever bias was fed by the data would propagate into the result, right? Some of these biases are unbelievable. I mean, for instance, just the fact that you use an iPhone versus a low-end Android phone could determine whether you will be classified as rich and safe or poor and not safe, for instance, in a loan processing system. So these biases are not very out there in the open, nor are the models specifically. Nobody is feeding into the model saying that look for this guy, this person's phone, right? Nobody's entering it in the system. The system, based on the data fed, learns all this, right? So to be able to kind of avoid this, we really need to accept that this is a multidisciplinary field and bring in the expertise, psychologists, data scientists, and so on, right? And then make sure that you're compliant with all the requirements. For instance, equal employment opportunity requirements is very important in the Western world, especially US. We have to make sure that you can prove that the algorithms meet those requirements, not just say that the algorithm spit out this data, I just believe the data, right? The second thing is, in order for you to make sure that the models over time do represent the target audience, we may have to feed data also along with a framework. So for instance, right, one of the things that now when we all hire, compared to how we used to write job descriptions a couple of years ago, we are trying to make it as gender neutral as possible, right? We are focusing on skills, we're focusing on behaviors, rather than use verbs, adjectives that may potentially leave out a bunch of people. Where you even advertise, you may have to think through. While LinkedIn may be a great place, depending on the target audience you're trying to hire, maybe there are other places we may have to go after to look for the people that we want, right? Third, I think we have talked about this a couple of times already, but putting the right data in and using the right algorithms is important. So training the data, we have to make sure that the data going in is not biased. And you can't do that with a homogeneous team. You won't know. If you're a homogeneous team, the odds are that you know that the data is biased. you wouldn't know, because you are the same people taking these decisions all along, right? So this is why you need a multicultural, multi-gender. I'm saying multi-gender because it could also be more than just male and female. You need a team like that in order for them to be able to say that the data going in is representative of the target audience. And finally, as we talk about DEI, and I think more and more this is a word that we hear in every company, everybody has a target of 30%, 40%. It's all boiling down to a pipeline issue, right? People are saying that, hey, we need to get more women in work. So we have a target. Everybody is now trying to get more women in work. But really, if you want to address the problem, it's way beyond a pipeline issue, right? I mean, yes, there is a severe disparity. Just taking the gender problem alone, there's a severe disparity in terms of number of men and women, but it goes much beyond that, right? I mean, even if you get the women in, are we making it a hospitable place for people to work? Not just women, whoever we bring in, right? Is the culture attuned for people to give their best, right? Are we empowering our employee workforce to do the best they can, right? How is our harassment? How do we deal with posh things like that? All of this put together is how we have to solve the problem, and not treat it as a binary exercise like Ranjani pointed out, saying that, oh, I need to get some women tick mark. Now my AI model will get better. AI model is not getting better just because you brought a few women into the group. So I think it's we'll have to at the root of our belief, we'll have to believe that we have to solve it and create a diverse team, not diverse just in terms of gender, diversity in thought, diversity in backgrounds, diversity in education. All that is needed depending on the algorithm you're creating and the target population you're targeting. Okay, so I think a lot of this we have done. So one area we have not covered is, and I think this is one of the problems of any high tech, right? The laws and regulation are always catching up. I mean, that's why you see a lot of these CEOs constantly go up in US in front of Congress. In India too, we are trying to come up with our own data sovereignty laws, our own AI ML laws. These are important, right? I mean, tomorrow, let's say an AI ML takes a decision, and based on that somebody dies. Who do you sue? Do you sue the algorithm? Do you sue the creator of the algorithm, the user of the algorithm? It's very difficult because the more opaque the system is, nobody knows why it took the decision, right? So first, like we talked about a couple of times already, make sure that the data represents the target population where we are going to go deploy this AI ML. Make sure that we have a right interdisciplinary team, right? We need ethics people, law, policies. All these are important in order to make sure that we feel we are doing the best we can to root out any bias in the system, right? The third point is the system you cannot opaque. In fact, the variable problem that we talked about, right? More and more, the feeling is you want the system to know the variables, right? And yet the system should be able to take the decision by ignoring the variables. That is the right way. So the reason that is important is, let's say you feed it 100 resumes, it picks 5 people. We need to know, for us to be able to validate that the system is not having any bias, we need to know these 5 people got picked because they're the best for this job, or because all the inherent biases caused it. So those variables are important for us to manually validate whether the system is doing the right thing, right? Like any system of any consequence that we ever built in computer science from day one, you need rigorous testing. Again, this assumption that an AI system will automatically do everything right and we don't need to test it is a bad idea. So at every point, especially if these are sensitive things or things that seriously impact people's lives, we'll have to make sure that we keep testing and refining, try it out with customers like Ranjani pointed out before. We need to do that to make sure that the system is constantly improving, right? And finally, a lot of this is not just about technical, right? It's not about changing an algorithm, tweaking a thing to make sure that you can make it go better. Lot of what we do and apply, depending on where this AML is going to get used, there is a larger social context. So you cannot ignore the social context and try to make sure that the system comes out unbiased, right? So finally, auditing, risk assessment, like any other classic, like if you go to a bank will not deploy a system without a thorough risk analysis, without a thorough audit. The same applies for AAML. So you need to work on transparency, accountability. You need to be able to explain how the system is spitting out the data, it's spitting out the decision, it's spitting out. We have to keep constantly testing and validating it's being fair. And to the points we started before, we have to make sure that we do have an imperative that we're building things responsibly. I mean, it's easy to unleash these monsters, and then you lose elections. Complete countries break out of European Union because they got manipulated. So consequences are dire if you unleash things into the world without understanding the repercussions of what we do. Right? So this is a fantastic quote that both of us like. That's why we wanted to end with this. AML seriously has potential to make all our lives better. We've seen plenty of all examples of that. But end of the day, you can have all the right intentions, but if you end up creating the technology with a homogeneous group, expect the result only to help that group. Right? Taking something that is built with a homogeneous group and applying it in a heterogeneous population is certainly a recipe for disaster. Thanks for hearing us out. We're happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Ranjini and Ramani. Oh boy, that was such an eye opener for me in terms of a lot of. Ranjini, I cannot believe that the air conditioning systems are designed as such. Now I know why I shiver in office. I'm sorry, but that's such a. I was almost going to tweet. I was today years old when I came to know why I actually shiver in an office, because that is such an I was browsing on the internet as you was speaking to that, and I found lots of articles, and that's insane. Wow. And kind of think is that the way we build technology and AI solutions, which is quite scary. So thank you so much for the session, Ranjini and Ramni. As we wait for the audience questions to come in, a couple of thoughts I wanted to really share on this, apart from the indoor climate control systems, was, the fact about diversity not being unidimensional is such a very powerful thought. You would know that Ranjini would know for a fact that I spam users with my work on conversational AI and chatbots and whatnot. That's an area that I'm deeply interested in, and it's as much as I advocate and I say that it takes a village to raise a board in terms of perspectives, thoughts, as you said, Ramani, not just bringing in people for the sake of it, for checklist, for KPIs, but honestly trying to bring in people because you want to build the best product. And we know as techies, we take a lot of pride in craftsmanship. We love the products and services we create, and we are so proud of whatever we do. But if someone truly cares about innovation, you wouldn't mind taking that extra step ahead in bringing on board such diverse teams. I want to share an anecdote with you, something that happened recently with me. So we built this retail assistant, and it was doing pretty well for itself. And I had my teams test it and rigorously, end to end, pillar to post. And one fine day, I had a team member from a completely different background, no way associated with my team previously before, who came in to just check out how this bot was behaving. And technically, it scored very well, and it answered every question that it was supposed to answer. The person goes ahead and actually tests it for the social side. So you tell me that, so the bot said that these are the certain the parameters of a certain product, and the user, the person who's testing it, really reviewed that, because this was a person who was allergic to a certain area of that product, and actually took a pause there to question the response that was given by the bot. We went back and we saw that that was actually false. But that was what we had trained it to, and literature wise we were on spot because that's what the technical documentation said as well. But that was interesting because unless you bring in a person with that kind of perspective, now I would not dare question that bot with such a response. And I thought I was just lucky to have someone on our side to really raise that alarm without having an actual customer, bring it on board. So,
such a great example, Liji. Yeah,
yeah, so
absolutely.
well relate to so much that you've shared, Ranjini and Ramani. I can't thank you enough for this session. This is a huge eye opener. I'm sure the audience has found this extremely helpful as well.
We
Yeah, I
both
think
found it as a quite learning experience too. Sorry, Ramni. Yeah, just wanted to add that. Right? As we
you
were going
brought
through
that,
this,
that point up
yeah.
before, Ranjani. I think that customer testing, right? I mean, when you build a normal enterprise product, we always have a design partner program. We always bring customers when we have them test it out. Uh, AML has to be the same way. We have to find these diverse pockets of customers and have them try. What you did is exactly the right thing. I mean, there's no way we'll have all the answers, and just blindly trusting that the bot always says it right. I thought it's a bad idea. So I think that the diversity in testing is extremely important.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe if I
That's a
can just
shame.
add one.
Go ahead,
Add one
Ranjini.
thing, right? I think we tend to think linearly, right? We tend to think the way the world was when we were growing up is how the world is going to be as we go forth, which is not the case, right? It's just so exponentially changing. And just like I think a couple of days ago, I was telling my daughter about how I had to go to a library, look at encyclopedias to read up stuff. And she's like, why don't you just ask Google Home? And it doesn't even strike her that this is something which is just like 5-10 years old, right? That's the speed at which things are changing. So this is going to happen, right? It's not like it's inevitable. The only good part about this is we can design this, right? It's not that it already exists set in stone. We have the power to design these systems, and being conscious and accounting for how do we design it is in our hands. So yeah, it's quite exciting times that we to live in.
Yeah, yeah. Unfortunately, we were probably not ready for the level of proliferation that AI did
Right.
take
Yeah.
place. We didn't have the laws in place, like Ramni rightfully asked. Who are we supposed to sue in case something goes wrong? Right?
Right.
I mean, do you sue? Do you sue the producer? Does the developer get sued? Does the project manager get sued? Like whoever gets sued in the first place. So that's interesting, and definitely a lot happening in our space, and a much needed conversation should be definitely designed first
Just
as
one interesting last parting thought I'll leave. It just came to me as we were talking about the suing. I don't know if you guys are watching this was it a week or 2 weeks ago in Europe. An algorithm was granted the first patent. An AML algorithm generated a new idea, and it's patented against it's mine. US, fortunately, they don't do it. US said it has to be a human, it can't be a model. But we are in uncharted territory every day. I mean, there's really, we don't understand a lot of these things, and people are taking decisions and moving forward, case by case, code by code, state by state, right? So I think at some point we'll have to rein this in, and we play the technologists play a big part, because I think the comprehension of the politicians and the lawmakers, this may be beyond them. I think it's beyond even the technologists now. Certainly it's beyond them, so we have to be way more responsible to make sure that the end it does more good than harm.
Yeah, honestly, we're in a reactive mode at this point in time. It might take a lot of us to actually come together to actually get into that proactive mode. And I happened to read that article, Ramani, and it reminded me of another article that I read. I think was in Economic Times somewhere. It's a hypothetical situation, but the way that story was laid out was rather scary, I must say, where the AI really comes out with a work that qualifies and actually wins the Nobel Prize. And there's a whole conversation between people. Why would you not award it to the AI system? And for that day, for that fact, the AI system was awarded the Nobel Prize in a specific subject. Now we are yet to comprehend, is that something that should be or should not be, even for a hypothetical. That seemed quite scary. So yes, definitely possibilities.
Thanks, Liji, for having us.
Sure. Thank you, Ramani, and thank you, Ranjini, for taking time off your Saturday afternoon to share thoughts with our community. Definitely an eye-opener, great insights, great conversation. And we hope to stay connected with you And on behalf of Azure Community Conference, pleasure to have you. Thank you once again.
Thank you, Lichi. Thanks, Rajesh, again. Yeah, it was great being here.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, folks, we have a couple of more minutes before we start with the next session. And we take a 5-minute break and we'll be right back. Thank you. Hello there, and welcome to this session. This is on ability in your inability. Our next speaker is Dhanya Ravi, a professional freelance content writer and disability evangelist. Dhanya has addressed over 4,000 people globally. Her life strong instills confidence and has empowered many differently abled people to improve their lives and careers despite their challenges through her life experiences. A TEDx speaker, she's been named as one of the honorees of the list of D30 Disability Impact List, an award-winning global movement. She's also the recipient of several state and national awards. AZConf is proud to host India's glass woman, as she's affectionately called, Dhanya Ravi. Welcome, Dhanya.
Thank you, Vijay. Thank you for having me for this conference. Indeed, the Saturday has been very insightful. I've been listening to some of the speakers. I thank the sign language interpreter. Thank you so much for making a communication more inclusive.
Thank you, Dhanya, and all the stage is yours.
Thank you so much. Yeah, so just starting up, I was mind blown by all the speakers that they've been addressing today. A lot of new learnings. Now, I just thought, I'm someone who hasn't paid a lot of attention to myself. But from the past few days, I had to do because Liji had been telling me, Dhanya, this is what your session title is going to be. How I find my abilities in my inabilities. In other way, how do we discover ourselves, or how do we rediscover ourselves from our pain, from our setbacks, or from our owns? When I first thought about it, I felt abilities and inabilities both really exist within us since birth. Probably the best we can introspect is how we can discover ourselves when everything looks clouded. I believe the best ideas can change who we are. However, not everyone follow his or her best ideas. Paramountly, it is because of fear. In the next few minutes, let's understand how life would be when there is a set of limitations that are infused in us forever. In that state, how do we discover ourselves from all these barriers? Rajesh, can I please have the next slide? As some of you already know, I'm born with this incurable condition called osteogenesis imperfecta. The condition were highly romantic with me until my teenage. Because of the same, I used to have frequent bone fractures until I'm 16 years. I was told by my doctors of the number of days that I would live. My parents used to wonder if I would live a dignified life. How would society accept women with disability, or maybe how would Dania herself survive? Everything around me seems different because I am born different. Now, what was quite interesting for me was I'm growing every day. There was about 6 plus types of OI, and I am born with type 3. This condition has given me the experience of having more fractures than the number of bones in my body. However, I feel thankful for God's creation of not having a bone in my tongue, because that's the only organ in my body that did not experience physical pain. I started to ask myself, amidst all these stories and adventures, I asked myself, is my life worth it? That's when I had my first discovery. Growing differently is worth millions. The world is beautiful. Sometimes it's all the people fail to validate their differences of others, and mostly, sometimes our own, we fail to acknowledge. Next slide. My life started when doctors and technology failed to diagnose my condition. Growing up with bowed legs, shortened height, and rolling on my BMW wasn't easy. I call my wheelchair BMW. Before even getting a resume of myself, I was rejected from mainstream schooling due to lack of social accessibility and inclusion. From education to my workplace, it was stigmatized. Victoria Auntie, my neighbor, is someone I truly admire. She taught me what selfless service means. For 10 years, she voluntarily taught me with academic books and ensured that her contribution to my life is a knowledge and not monetary benefits. Later, I took my studies to the Open University and my captain incubated at NSRCEL. This handful of barriers that I faced, which I faced, uh, I would say all these barriers are much of what I face in our best of times in life, that is called the childhood. However, these experiences help me to discover something new again. We don't have to seek approval from everything and everyone. Rather, understand what you want in life and respect people's choices. Can I please have the next slide? Being part of mainstream education is definitely powerful to kickstart an expertise profession. Unfortunately or fortunately, this is what I lack in my life. Let me tell each one of you how I am here regardless of what I went through. Environmental stigma is much more than the disability disgrace. If I never faced my pain, or if I had gone with the beliefs of what other people told me, I will not be invited here for a speech this evening. Because I started to love myself and started to understand life itself is a precious gift, it opened up amazing opportunities for me. Opportunities that helped me to rediscover myself through the barriers. It is my fracture, it is my struggle towards education, work, and self motivation that made my journey more compelling. I understood what matters when you are in a deep struggle. It is a willingness to move on and trust the life journey that makes you a star. There is a constant battle of ups and downs all of us go through, and probably I was going through a little more. No matter what area in life it is, it's extremely easy to let the beliefs of what others, soak into our minds, leaving us to think that we are just not worthy. During the uncertainties, I had to be on a track with the determination to nurture my personal life with liberation, and that which has helped me to, have all these set of emotions of being gratitude, many more, whatever you can read on the presentation. Need to say it is always a consistency or a vision that always pulls us to the kind of journey that you all were aspire. Can I please have the next slide? Thank you. When I was physically, emotionally, and mentally abused as a child, all I tried to do was what it means to do with your own wild and personal life. This is one of the questions that I asked firstly. I started to question myself. How do I make the best? How do I break the biggest barriers? So that's when these are like some of the points that help me understand. It's very important to make sense of your past, seek meaning on what you do with your words, with your actions, and with everything. And it's very important to have a vision in your vision. Discover that personal power. There is no one here who is worthless, and it's very important to silence your inner critic. Move life with passion and generosity. I always got the magical touch of opportunities each time when I was down, bent, because I was trying to keep up myself. That's where I got all the magical touch of opportunities. It is through the internet I started to experience the world through my room. My further studies to become a freelance content writer and disability evangelist started from the choices of people I met through networking groups. Can you believe all those years? All my set of who I am today happened from this particular room that I'm talking from, and it is all through the networking groups. That's the power of technology and internet. Today, every aspect of this world is unique. Sometimes we all get lost. Even the globe is struggling to understand where it's leading from the last 1+ years. My life taught me that the only way to embrace in the difference of diversity, inclusion, and belonging is by appreciating the uniqueness amid the differences, accepting the individuality, and embracing the circle of differences. Accepting, and embracing is one of the best gestures that all could ever own, I believe. A magical discovery happened just when I first started to accept my uniqueness. When I started to, just accept the way I am, my condition, my bowed legs, and all that which look entirely different. Accepting my differences, the wounds, and embracing the way I am. That's where the magical discovery happened. And that is when everything around me and everything in me actually changed. Can I, yeah. Today, if just I'm so sorry, I'm having some technical issue here. So today, what life has actually taught me to one of the best ways to discover, our own potential, rediscovering the particular gift that we all are born is some of these methods. If you're one of those who want to reach up there, reach your dreams and make your vision come true, be in the reality and be a part of an inclusive world, let us understand a few things, something that I kind of experience in my journey. People who inspire us to be better are not weak, scared, or stuck. People who inspire us are those who actually have done to work on their own. Today, whatever kind of leaders or stars or celebrity we kind of inspire, they are they are one of those who actually worked on their wounds. And secondly, it's very important to move beyond fear. Fear limits us. We might complain about these limitations, but we do nothing to move beyond them. So let's move, just get that next step going. Thirdly, be courageous to take risk. If you do not take risk for the unusual, then you will settle for the ordinary. The choice is always ours. Fourth, move beyond your comfort zone. Comfort is the biggest enemy of progression, and today we are here in that zone. Five, deal with your inner demons. These inner demons comfort us with our own anxiety, insecurity, and weakness. Let's learn how to deal with them. And lastly, be comfortable with the changes. Detachment can be incredibly powerful, especially when it comes to taking your life to the next level of success. Today, if I am sharing my stories, it is to open doors for my community friends. I'm voicing just because I do not want myself and others to go through the same stigma of what I went or going through. Wrapping up from the session by sharing my biggest discovery of life is through which I believe each of us can create an inclusive world. We are the fortunate generations to have the best ever information for every problem and technological support that stands as a solution for every question mark. Let us make this life a celebration by always finding possibilities amidst the challenges. That's when we have the access of our birthrights. And I'm sure all of you will be able to rediscover all that beautiful birthrights of what you really own. Thank you.
Thank you, Dhanya. That was a fabulous session. It is truly a delight to hear from you on your radiance, your inner radiance just excites the whole lot of us. And I'm sure you realize this by now, that you inspire not just people of a specific group or a specific community. You really inspire the whole lot of us with regards to your journey and the way that you have carried yourself and the way you have made use of what you powerfully call your birthright, to be happy and to be respected and to be able to live a life in society. And the conviction with which you say that the world is beautiful is amazing, because even people like me, and I would admit it, for the smallest of imperfections that we deal with on a daily basis, be it physical, be it social, be it something at work, something at home, we tend to fret and we think of how unjust this is and how difficult life and the world is. And and coming from that background, it's amazing to hear your school of thought, where amidst all that you have been through in your journey, profoundly you start with the sentence that the world is in fact quite beautiful. And from your BMW, we still wish you only nothing but success. You are yet to do a lot more things for yourself and for the community, Dhanya. We can't thank you enough for having graced the stage of Azure Community Conference. It's truly a delight and an honor to have had you with us today.
Thank you so much.
So we do not have any questions from the audience, but thank you once again, Dhanya, for your time, and take care. We look forward to further conversations with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Bye-bye. So that was Dhanya Ravi on her talk for abilities in disabilities. And we will be back at 5 o'clock with another great session from one of our speakers, Shilpi Kapoor. Till then, stay tuned. Thank you and take care. Hello and welcome to the next session on AZConf. So this is on embedding accessibility in organizations. Accessibility is a journey. It is time to shift the perspective, but from accessibility being an afterthought to being a part of the mainstream journey and to go beyond the compliance part. To talk about this is our next speaker, Shilpi Kapoor. Shilpi is a serial entrepreneur with a passion for technology and disability. She's always looking at ways to make digital accessibility a priority. She's been recognized at various levels, including being one of the top 20 most powerful women in business India for the year 2017. Shilpi is the founder of Barrier Break, 24 by 7 accessible documents, and Newshook, India's first inclusive news website and app. An Ashoka Fellow, and she's a supporter of increased employment opportunities for people with disabilities. She's built a business model in disability products and services. Welcome, Shilpi. Glad to have you on stage.
Thank you, Lizzie. Always a pleasure to talk about this. And I must say, want to congratulate EasyConf that you have an entire track on inclusion and diversity. I think it is very needed and really appreciate what all of you are doing.
Thank you, Shilpi. It's fabulous speakers like you whose support actually makes this possible. So thank you for your support. If you do have a screen to share, I can wait for that to come.
I am just doing that. Perfect.
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, stage is yours.
Fabulous. So hello everybody, I'm Shilpi Kapoor. I'm going to be talking to you about embedding accessibility in organizations. Um, you know, accessibility, like Lizzie just said, is very often an afterthought. And I think it's really critical for all of us to understand that accessibility should be a part of the process, and which is why I thought I will talk to you about this. Um, so let me start with really telling you why I do what I do and who I am, because that will help put context to a lot of what I'm saying. I was a young kid out of college, um, was studied at Xavier's, did my bachelor's in sociology, and wanted to do something different in technology, looked at different aspects to one day landed up in an internet chat room. And when I landed up in that chat room, I started to learn how to hack. Luckily, I learned good hacking. So I learned to be a white hacker and learned to look at how to keep servers secure. But in that journey of mine of learning this, I got employed by an American company. Imagine being a young kid, and this is back in 90s, 2003, I think. And getting to learn all of this at that point of time. And what I found was that, one day I was on a shift with my boss and I caught the hacker and he didn't. And I asked him, I said, what happened? You are so amazing. I've learned everything from you. How did I beat you in this game? And he was so sweet. He turned around and told me, he said, Shilpi, you don't know this about me, but I'm paralyzed. He had met with an accident, and because of it, he was paralyzed below his neck. He used to use a sip and puff device. Because I had never really met him in physical format or even in video at that point of time, I had no clue about this. Now, think about the internet for a minute and this virtual world where we don't know who the other person is. Here was an amazing person who was a brilliant white hacker himself, but who was paralyzed. And I had never ever experienced disability this up and close and personal. For me, it was a shock that here was a person who was paralyzed, but he was faster than me. It actually just shattered a lot of my stereotypes that I had in my hand. And I must say, I did have them at that time. For me, people with disabilities were not somebody that I had encountered in school. They were not people that I had encountered in college. And suddenly, there was this burst of awakening, if you might say. So from there, I went on to start the first ever computer training center for the visually impaired in India. Again, a very interesting journey because I taught people with disabilities computers, and I wanted them to have jobs within the space. But they were yet getting the same telephone operator jobs at that point of time. So again, I looked back and said, I'm doing something wrong. I need to do something different. And that is why the genesis of my company today, which is Barrier Break. So Barrier Break set out to do three things. The first is employ people with disabilities. We are 240 of us, 65% of us have a disability. So we said that we ourselves will employ people. The second thing I said was because I was working in digital and I could always see that I could make an impact within the digital world in India as well as globally. So I said, we will help other technology companies to make their tech accessible. And the third was that I said I wanted to go beyond the charity model. So Barry Break is a for-profit. Actually, all of my organizations are for-profit because I believe that disability does have a business model around it. There is an opportunity and that we can make that happen. So now you can understand that here is a company which actually itself employs people with disabilities. Thus, our own technology has to be accessible. Everything that we procure, we need to look at and see, does it work for our employees? And it starts really from there. So as you can see, I'm really passionate about this, but I'm also passionate about doing accessibility at scale. Most of the time, we find organizations looking at accessibility for their website and not considering it for all of the other technology that's there within the organization. And today, I can say that technology is really everywhere. I think with the pandemic, we have seen more and more acceptance of technology. We've never seen this much digital payment in the world as much as we've seen today, thanks to the pandemic. Now, imagine if you get on a website to buy your groceries, but you can't complete the transaction purely because it isn't accessible to you. Now, that is a huge problem that we need to solve, which is why we need to look at accessibility at scale. So, I'm sure you've heard some of these conversations today, but let me throw a little bit of light from my perspective on it. So, I think the numbers are a given. A billion plus people globally live with disability. These are as per WHO. Now, when we look at a billion plus, but when you actually look around you, you actually wonder, but I don't see so many people, should be. And that's the normal response that I get. You tell me a billion, that's one third of the world's population, but where is it? I don't see them everywhere. So, which is why it's very critical that we understand that we're talking about, what groups of people. And here I'm going to throw a little bit of light on, the definition of disability without defining it. So, some people with disabilities actually might be people that you can visually see. So these are visible disabilities. So it might be somebody that you see with a white cane and thus notice that, this person might have a visual impairment and need support. Or you might see somebody who might be a wheelchair user or even an elderly person. Because believe me, you and me both are going to face, things where we are going to feel impaired and have a disability as we age, whether it's just simple hearing loss or, in the last 6 months, I have just got specs. So it is something that we are all going to have a lived experience of. But very often, we don't assume that that is someone with a disability that we know. Now, on the flip side, there are also some invisible disabilities. Like you might see somebody and not even notice their disability. So I have a colleague in my office, right? And his name is Kayum. And when you see Kayum, you really don't see anything different, right? But the moment he starts to sign, you can make out that this is somebody who's deaf and he is using sign language to communicate with you. So there are lots of such different types of disabilities that are invisible to us, right? It might be somebody with cognitive challenges. It might be somebody with, even neurological challenges, but you might not be able to notice So I think it's important to realize that, we can't assume that this is only someone with a disability because of when we look at them. So you get into a room, and this is an experiment I'm going to ask all of you to do. So the next time you're in a room with, let's say, 10 people, just look around. How many of them are wearing specs, right? And you'll notice that specs is also either near or farsightedness. The person might not have a disability, but they might have an impairment. Then look around the room and see how many of them might be wearing contacts. In the last 20 years that I have done this test, in every room I've gotten into, I have always found people with a disability at a very high ratio, sometimes as much as 6 people out of 10 people within a room. So think about it and start looking at how do you broaden your horizon, because sooner or later, you and I will require some of these solutions. But let's forget sooner or later and let's talk about today, right? One of the words that you will hear when we talk about disability inclusion is a term called assistive technology. And assistive technology is really technology that can help a person with disability to do the same thing that you and I do. Very simple, right? Now let's talk about some assistive technology. So when you start using your keyboard, I'm sure a lot of you, who've learned how to type properly, go and look for the two keys where you place your fingers, the F and the J key. How many of you have noticed that there is a small dot on that? Now, that is actually something to help somebody keep their hands, and you'd be surprised to know that it was actually done for people with disabilities. Now, once you keep your hands out there, you can then position and then you can type easily because you know where you're at. And just think of a typist. A typist never looks at their keyboard. And that's also true to most of us today. And we use those keys to center ourselves and then we continue to type. So if you're somebody who's using a keyboard and using the F and J key, you're using a feature that was built for somebody with a disability. Now, are you using, Google Maps to travel? So I was driving the other day myself, which is a rarity nowadays. And while I was on my way, I was going to this new place, and I wanted Google Maps on, and I kept saying, I don't want to keep looking at my screen. So what I did was I synced my phone with my car, and I had Google Maps on, and I had auditory support on, so I didn't have to know when the next turning point came. Now that is, as good as somebody who is, cannot focus on something, is visually impaired, and is going to be using auditory support. Now, a very simple one. You and me in this presentation right now, right? So though we have a lovely sign language interpreter with us, Eunice with us, we also might want captions because there might be people who might be deaf, who might be listening to this conversation, or there might be people like you and me who might be sitting in a room of people and yet wanting to listen to this conversation that we're having, and are using the subtitles at the bottom to understand what I am saying. So many different use cases to accessibility. So please, the one thing I'd love you to do when you leave the session is to expand your horizon of that definition of disability, and just stop looking at accessibility or assistive technology is for them, and start looking at it as it is for all of us. And that's really why we say embed accessibility within organizations, which is the theme of this conversation today. Oh, and sorry, my slide seems to be slightly off, but let me read out what has happened. There seems to be some distortion with the character. But I will now give you my definition of the word accessibility. Right? For me, accessibility is actually something very simple. It allows every person to use anything, product, or service in the way that they want to, using it the way they want to, using the tool they want to. Right? Now, what does that mean? You come on this website and you want to use this website with Google Chrome, and you want this website to allow you to have, let's say, zoom of 200% because you have low vision and you can't see clearly, right? That choice is in your hand. That means you decide which is the tool you want to use, or which is the browser in this case that you want to use, and what is the feature you want to use it with. You might also be somebody who has to go and make a choice on which is the mobile device you want to use, for example. Most people don't realize that, but accessibility is very prevalent on all mobile devices. So whether you are on an Android system or on an iOS system, they all have accessibility built into it. So we need to take away that conversation of accessibility will only be available to you if you use this product and this version. But accessibility should be available to you irrespective of what you use, what you buy, who you buy it from. Everything must be accessible because that is the only way we can build inclusion within society. And since our track today is about diversity and inclusion, what a better way, this is the place to have this conversation that if you are creating, let's say, an HR tool, please think about how do you make it accessible, because if you do not make that tool accessible, then people with disabilities will have a challenge getting employed. If you're making an e-commerce website and everybody can come on that site and shop, why wouldn't a person with disability also? So think about that billion number and think about that business potential that you are blocking out. And that is how we need to start embedding accessibility at every stage of the conversation. So let's jump to what needs to be accessible. I've already touched on this a little, but let me broaden the horizon for everybody. It has to be every website, and just not the static web pages, but you might have a form, you might have a chat, you might have a career portal. All of that needs to be accessible. Within your own organizations, your intranets need to be accessible. Your HR systems, your leave application forms, your training information, your tax information, business applications, right? Like, you might have somebody who joins your organization in sales or in accounting. Are those solutions accessible? And then marketing collateral, something most of us forget. So we have an amazing customer who is one of the largest mobile phone providers, and we make every user manual of their phones accessible, each and every user manual. Now, that is the extent to which accessibility has to go. Right? Are your products, are your newsletters accessible? Is that invoice that you send out via an email to your customer accessible? And then obviously communication solutions, right? Virtual meetings like this are today, just something that everybody has to do. Are you providing the kind of communication support that people with disabilities would require? Or then if you are even, going through a survey today, every time you shop, what happens? Somebody sends you a survey and says, how was your shopping experience? And if you can't fill up that survey, then you can't share your views. So start thinking beyond just that main website of your organization. Think about all of the digital services or solutions or technology or properties that you have within your organization, and look at how do you embed accessibility within those. So here's a very interesting statistics. There's a Gartner report which says that people with disabilities have an $8 trillion disposable income, making them the third largest economic power in the world. Imagine an $8 trillion disposable income. Now that is huge, right? And yet, when we talk about people with disabilities and we talk about the billion plus people, very often we find most solutions do not consider accessibility. So here, let's talk about digital accessibility for a minute. And I'm sure some of you might have already heard about it, but I'm just going to try and give you the lay of the land a little. So whenever we talk about digital accessibility, the most important thing for us to understand is that there are laws and standards that support accessibility. So let me first talk about some of the laws that you might find. So today in every country worldwide, there are disability laws. These are basically laws that promote equal opportunity, non-discrimination, and require that those countries are inclusive. So if you are in India, we have the Rights for Persons with Disabilities Act. If you are in the US, we have the Americans with Disabilities Act. There might be certain other laws that might be there within every country which require that you ensure there is equal access provided to people with disabilities. So remember, every country worldwide you would find disability related laws, right? So that's the first. The second thing that you need to know is standards. And standards are basically what we use in the accessibility world to build something which everybody gets equal access to. Standards are basically rule sets and guidelines that this needs to be done so that, X group of people can get access, right? So, like captions would support people who are deaf or hard of hearing, right? And that's the standard. So, the standard states that. So, something as simple as that. So, now which are the standards that you need to think about? So, the first standard that I would want you to go and learn and work with is the Web Content Accessibility Guideline. This is this guideline released by the World Wide Web Consortium. The current version of this guideline is 2.1, and this guideline is really interestingly created. It actually has three levels: level A, AA, and AAA. So it also gives you something that you want to achieve. So you start off with making your product level A compliant, and then move to AA and then AAA. Most of the world, and most of the countries worldwide have adopted level AA as the accessibility standard for WCAG. So that's the first thing that you need to go and look at, the Web Content Accessibility Guideline. Now, initially, when WCAG was created, the world was just about websites, and now the world is a lot more interactive when it comes to the web. So there was another standard that was created called the Accessible Rich Internet Applications. Right now, this guideline basically allows us to make interactive applications more accessible. So, for example, if you have a drag and drop, and you can drag your product and put it into your cart, that also needs to be accessible. So, this is the guideline that you will use, or the techniques that you would use to make, your drag and drop feature of the cart accessible. The next is the Authoring Tool Accessibility Guideline. Now, this is a guideline whereby anybody who creates an authoring tool must ensure that that is accessible. So you might say, no, Shilpi, I don't create an authoring tool. I'm not, I don't have that feature in my product. But let's say you have a product which is an employee engagement product. Right? And this product allows a person to go and add a message and then even make that bold or add an image, kind of like what we do on Facebook or on LinkedIn. Now, automatically, those become authoring tools because we're allowing somebody to author a message out there. We're allowing them to make it bold or italic. We're allowing them to upload an image. And when they upload an image, they should also write an image description so that visually impaired people can get access to that information. So we don't realize that our tools very often do have or do play the role of being an authoring tool. So keep an open mind and look for these solutions. Now, when you look at the PDF, standard, you've got the PDF UA, which looks at accessible PDFs in very simple words. And just think about the world today and think about how much of PDF do you yourself use. Your bank statement comes to you in a PDF format. You might file your income tax return and you might get that information in a PDF. You might be, downloading your invoice when you shop in a PDF, or you might be getting your payslip, which might be a PDF. Now, in all of these things, we need to ensure that all of this is accessible. So, there's an interesting conversation I was having with a person with a visual impairment and a very dear friend and colleague in the accessibility world. And he said a very interesting thing. And he said, Shilpi, um, I know the whole world isn't accessible, and I pick my battles. And I ensure that the first thing I look at getting made accessible are going to be the ones which are critical, which I use very often, which have sensitive information. Like, I don't want everybody to know my payslip. Why would I give anybody access to know what that information is, or my tax return, right? But I am okay if I can't do something on an everyday, if I'm not using it on a daily basis, and if I do something like, say, once in a year, I won't look at that as a priority at this stage, but I would look at things that I use more often. I would look at things which have sensitive information and want those to be made accessible first. So, again, something that when you start embedding accessibility within your organizations, and I've had a lot of people ask me this question that, Shilpi, you are telling us all of these standards and all of these laws that we need to comply with, but we really do not have the bandwidth to take everything on. So start looking at your digital properties and putting them in a priority. Start looking at, how many touch points do people have of certain solutions. Look at the criticality of those touch points and of those solutions and the use cases of those, and understand what is it that you should start with. And then how can you create a roadmap for your organization as you go along? So this is, these are all international standards that I'm talking about and guidelines. And again, a lot of people ask us, but India doesn't have anything, so why should I make my website accessible? Actually, that's totally incorrect. The Rights for Persons with Disabilities Act very clearly says that all websites and mobile apps need to be accessible today. And we do have the guideline for Indian government websites, which requires that all government websites also should be accessible. So, it's time to get back to the drawing board, to sit down with all of your technologies, to understand what are the different, areas of focus for each technology, understand the criticality, understand that there is a need for you to focus on making these accessible, and then create a roadmap for yourself or your organization to make this happen. So this is something from my years of experience that I wanted to share. So when we talk about embedding accessibility within an organization, right, it's first important to understand where does accessibility lie today within an organization before we can talk about where it should be. So today, sadly, accessibility, right, lies outside the puzzle. It is not the first thing on our mind. It is an afterthought. Even after working in this space for 17 plus years, I so often get a customer who would write in and say, I've got this project to launch, this product has to launch in 3 days' time. We want an accessibility check done on it. Why is accessibility coming in so late within the conversation? Right? So that is the first thing that you will have to solve within your organization. We find that people with accessibility experience within organizations are often working in silos. So you will have one accessibility team in one part of the organization. And sadly, they might not be talking to all your product teams, to your HR, to your accounts, to your procurement. And they would be sitting on the sideline waiting that somebody is going to tell them that test this product. Whereas the way it should be is we have these 20 products that we've created as an organization. Each of these 20 products should also have an accessibility manager within them or an accessibility tester who aligns with that other team. But there is that constant conversation of, are we embedding accessibility through the entire product cycle? So let's take people, working in accessibility from, those separated cabins that they're sitting on, and put them within different product teams, different operation teams, so that they can help you build inclusion truly. Now, this is one that I must say, the next point is one where I think all of us in the tech world needs to play a role to make this happen. There is basically a lack of awareness of accessibility. Even after working in this space for so many years, when I speak to developers with 10 years and 12 years of experience, and I say, oh, do you embed accessibility? Or do you even look at some of those requirements? Invariably, the answer I would get is, we do not work on accessibility. Or that, we have an entire organization of maybe 50,000 people developing technology, but there might be an accessibility team that's only 3 or 4 people. The UI designers, the developers, the testers do not know accessibility, and very often do not embed it within those stages. So the problem is about that we have a lack of awareness. And this actually comes from how we are teaching technology today. Right? It's a skill and a knowledge gap that exists. So, where are we learning HTML? Where are we learning JavaScript? At that point, are we also teaching accessibility at the same time? So, if you're an organization which is hiring those 10,000 freshers every year and putting them through an entire technology course before you can take them on projects, are you putting accessibility as one of those teaching areas for them, or are you ignoring it? If you are ignoring it, I urge you to go back and look at your entire training program and bring accessibility right there. And today we are all reading the papers, and there is this recruitment drive happening across all of digital, right? Um, it's happening in India, it's happening globally. There is this burst of need for people. And when we add all of those people within the organization, let's give them the accessibility knowledge right there and then. Whether you're a UI designer, whether you are a project manager, whether you are a product manager, let us see how we can teach them accessibility so that whatever they do from then on, accessibility is no longer an afterthought but is a part of the process. Because of these challenges that we don't have enough skills, accessibility is not a part of the conversation right from the start. One of the biggest things that stops people from implementing accessibility is the thought of the additional costs that they have to incur. And I can understand that concern, because it's like, you build an entire building and then you want to go and build a ramp within it, and the cost increases. In this case, we build an entire product and then we say, oh, the color contrast is ineffective. Let's go and change the color contrast across the entire application, because people with low vision or color blindness might not be able to see this application clearly. And that's where the problem lies. It is an afterthought, thus the additional cost. So we need to shift the conversation on accessibility. We have to take it from outside the puzzle and put it inside the puzzle. So I hope each of you can go back within your own organizations and ask these questions and say, why do we have a separated team? Even if they are separated, how do you bring them into your meetings, into your design phases, into your development cycles? How do you make accessibility testing a part of the process? And how do we integrate this so that we get accessible and inclusive technology that comes out? So, like I said, accessibility needs to be a part of the puzzle. It has to stop being something which is on the outside. It has to become a part of everything you and I do. Right from simple conversations like how do we talk about disability, down to how do we make a carousel accessible. All of those conversations need to be had, and we need to bring this into the puzzle and take away all of these myths, all of these notions that we have that no, accessibility is not for us. So here's a story of me going to buy a new HR solution within Barrier Break. So for years, we'd actually built a homegrown HR solution because we couldn't find an accessible one. And then I think it was last year, at the end of last year, that I said, we are not an HR solution company. We have to stop building our own and we need to go and buy an HR solution which is accessible. So we went out into the market. We wanted an Indian-based solution because some of the laws and requirements that there are, we wanted all of those already built in. And we started to write to all of the different organizations there were. So we created a list of top 10 companies providing HR solutions. And you would not believe that not a single one of them was looking at accessibility. Now, as a company that employs people with disabilities, that was not okay for me. So we actually had to sit down and speak to them and say, where are you in your accessibility journey? One of the leading organizations actually sent me an email and said, accessibility is not in our roadmap. So we don't think you should buy our product. That was, one of the most weirdest emails I've ever received. And then I met one company and they said, we know we're not accessible, but we are ready to make it happen. And they actually worked with us and are continuing to work with us to make their solution accessible on an ongoing basis. So what it did for me is it gave me a solution for my organization, and I hope that they have learned and will take that out to other organizations. So we need to bring accessibility as a part of the puzzle, right? I'm saying this again and again because I'm hoping that you are listening and that you are the ones who are going to make this happen, right? I'm just going to be the person who's hopefully going to give you some information that you can take back and make this a reality for all of us. So now let's say you've heard me and you go back to your organization and you say, but Shubhi, I have an organization which is maybe 500 people or maybe 50,000 people. Where do we start? How do we go about embedding accessibility within our organization? What should we be doing as an organization? So the first thing that we need to start to do, right? Actually, not the first. These are things that you can do at different stages, I could say. At some of them intertwined, some of them happening, parallelly, some of them happening in a linear format based on what your organization is. And you can plan for it accordingly. So the first thing I tell everybody is set up your own goal as an organization. Where do you want to be? So one of our customers, who's a large publisher worldwide, set up a goal for themselves that by 2022, anything that they would be building on from there on will be accessible, right? There will be no solution that they will build which will not think of accessibility right from the concept stage. Everything would have that. They also put down a scale saying that legacy systems that they would make fully accessible by 2025, right? So the first thing is set up your goalpost, right? And set up what that looks like. And once you've set that up, also then start to measure to that. So you should have a dashboard for accessibility so that you can see where your organization is going. Build champions within the organization. You have come and heard this talk today, but you need to be giving similar talks within your organization, or you need to be finding the experts to come and give these talks to your organizations so that you build champions in all divisions, in all product teams, across the organization, so that there is somebody always asking the question, is this accessible? So let's say you are hosting a conference, and it might be a tech conference that might be a flagship for your organization. Is that accessible? Let's say you've come up with a new training program. So your recruitment and training team should ask the question, is this training program accessible? Right. Your hiring team should be asking the question, which is, do we provide a reasonable accommodation to people who are coming in for interviews? and asking that question. So at every business process, right, across, your organization, you need to look at how do you build champions there. And remember, champions do not always only have to be you and me. They must include people with disabilities. So it's a great place to also, engage with your employees who might have a disability and with them to be a part of this conversation. If you do not have in-house champions and want to build them, then bring in organizations like Barrier Break and others to help you build those champions, to help have those conversations and take, the value proposition ahead across the organization. The next is training. I've already spoken about this, but most of the time I find that accessibility does not even have a single slide within organizations' training programs. Forget an entire training program, right? So I think it's important for all of us to realize that whether we are hiring a UX designer or a React.js developer or an HR person, we need to talk to them about inclusion, diversity, and we need to have the right trainings in place so that we can actually stand for whatever your organization is saying is your diversity mandate. Because without accessibility, right, and inclusion of people with disabilities, your diversity mandate will not be met. And again, this is something that we see, that even though people talk about diversity, they very rarely include people with disabilities within that conversation. So, surely something for all of us to look at. The next is about process integration, right? At every stage, right from concept to design to development to testing, um, is accessibility a part of that conversation? So, see how do you bring that in, help build process integration where accessibility is a key, part of that. It's a key enabler. It's something where you are looking at accessibility at every stage, where you are understanding that it is about people, and a lot of these people will be your customers, they will be your employees. So it's important for you to start integrating accessibility within your process. And here also remember to include people with disabilities. My own team has so many people with disabilities. This is an interesting one you might find. So we do a lot of PDF remediation and document remediation, which is we make documents like brochures, annual reports accessible, or training programs or training PowerPoints like this for customers. The people on our team who help us remediate are people who are physically challenged, people who are deaf and hard of hearing, who have mobility challenges. We have people who are visually impaired who test those documents or PowerPoints to see that they are accessible. So imagine the entire team comprises of people with disabilities themselves. So it's surely doable, surely possible. And last but not the least, talk about the information that you are doing. Whatever you are doing in the accessibility world, don't hide it. So I met a company who was investing a lot in accessibility and making their solutions accessible. But they weren't talking about it. And you know why? Because they said, we aren't fully accessible yet. Right. So what will happen? So remember, accessibility is a journey. You will constantly be making things accessible, right? Do not wait for that point where everything is accessible, but start talking to your customers, to your employees about this has been now made accessible. And then as you build it into your process, you will not have to worry about it, but it will become something that you do as you go along your process as a standard, and then you won't have to worry about that. But when we all start off, it is not that everything is accessible. So just since we have restarted our offices, we are now looking at people coming to work one day in a week. So we needed a new feature in our HR portal whereby when they check in, they need to say, are they checking in from office or from home? Now, one way to do it was put in a Google map, but personally, I think that's a privacy issue, and I do not want to do that to my employees, that I know where they are sitting and to be able to track them. So I opted not to take that approach, though I could have. The second approach that I took was, let's just put in a drop down menu and people choose work from home or work from office. Simple feature. Now, the challenge was, remember that HR organization I was talking to you about? So they built the solution for us, but we had to test it because we know that they forget the things that we tell them. And yes, they had forgotten that they had to provide a label for that drop down. So we gave them the feedback, they fixed it. And then we announced it to the team saying this is now being made accessible. So please continue to use the feature. But that information needs to be provided. So just before I got onto this conversation, Liji told me that, can you please put on subtitles on your PowerPoint? And I was like, yeah, I surely can. So, oops, did I lose something? So what happened there was, I already knew the feature. But what was nice was that Luigi actually called it out and said, can you please put this on because we would like you to have the subtitles feature on PowerPoint working. So I think providing that information is one of the key differences in building inclusion and accessibility. We have to talk about what we're doing. Yes, everything we do might not be perfect. We might get feedback. We might get, new ideas of what we should do. But that's only going to help your solution or your process to become better. So please do share information about accessibility because that's how people will know, is your solution accessible. So now let's go from there to accessibility adoption. Right? And again, some things that I've already spoken about. Build a vision for your accessibility implementation. Create a strategy and a plan. Look at all the different digital properties that you have. Look at how can you start with the most critical applications. What are those? Identify partners that you might need to take you on this journey. Integrate it into a process. Build your own capacity. Implement accessibility understanding. And last but not the least, continue to monitor. Monitoring is very, very important in accessibility. So this is a question that I was asked at my last speaking engagement. And this person with visual impairment in a fellowship asked me this question, saying, Shilpi, we have all these laws and guidelines, but where is the implementation in India? And I said, you've brought out a very valid point. The challenge is the disability sector is not monitoring the implementation, and neither is the government. So invariably, what we're doing is we are actually not moving the needle at all because we're not asking the tough questions. So monitoring is a very critical part of embedding accessibility. And if you truly want your organization to adopt accessibility, first set up a monitoring mechanism so that you can continuously ask these questions. Last but not the least, put the people first. The people that I'm referring to in this is people with disabilities. Have them as a part of this process. Bring them to the forefront of this experience. Include them within your teams because they're the ones who are going to be able to tell you how you can make things accessible. So start with where you are in this journey and where do you want to be. Remember, it is a journey and it is one that you are going to constantly be working towards. So be ready for it and have some fun, just the way that I've been doing. With that, just think accessibility, and if you want, think of us at Barrier Break, and we would be happy to support. Uh, with that, I think that's me, Liji.
Thank you so much, Shilpi. This has been a great 1 hour for me where I have learned quite a bit from your presentation, including the fact that I've been very vulnerable here. This is the first time I've observed those bumps on my F and my J key, and I've not noted that till date. Before the pandemic, one of those days I happened to note the the braille dots on my elevator at my smart city, my office building. And it's and one of my kids asked me one of those days, why was that in our apartment building? So it's great when every day we get to learn things like that. Amazing how I'd be very curious to quiz techies here on how many of you have actually observed those ridges or those bumps on F and K. Amazing, Shilpi. And some of those questions that you asked, where are you learning accessibility from? You should be learning it from wherever you learn JavaScript from, or wherever you learned HTML from. And we've never actually thought about it that way, right from schools or from colleges or from Udemy courses or Pluralsight. I've not encountered even one chapter of accessibility, even as a chapter 11 or a 12, after having gone through the core technology per se. And great thoughts there. I'd love to share some comments that have come in from our users. And Denny says those are great examples. So with regards to the subtitles and parts, so honestly, for non-native English speakers, subtitles are great, and I love it and look at it too. Sometimes the accent of a speaker can be difficult. Denny brings, I mean, he really nails the point there. In Azure Community Conference at AZConf, all our speakers, we have over 200 plus speakers and sessions over the 3 days that we do, Shilpi. They are all in English. And our audience is a global audience. Though we are hosting it from India time, it is an India APAC audience live. But it's open to the world, especially when it's hosted on YouTube. It is a global audience. There's no reason specifically for us to even ask for subtitles, but we do for the specific reasons that you said. Our AZConf comment itself, I would love to share with you. And I've experienced this firsthand. I've been able to watch technical videos, when I'm driving a Uber, when I'm passenger on Uber, when I'm quietly waiting at a dentist's office, which can be a long wait, as we know. There's so much that you can actually do, even attend AZConf without having to disturb anyone if those subtitles were on. So this is a great presentation for us to have, for you to have just reiterated what we've been standing for, the theme of the entire track itself, and also having emphasized on those little things that everyone can do, the eye of the inclusion. Thank you so much, Shilpi. I've learned quite a bit in this presentation of yours: temporary and permanent, visible and invisible disabilities. Even just the fact that you're wearing a spectacles is a sign of impairment. So thank you so much.
Thank you for inviting me, Lizzie. Thank you so much. And thanks to everybody listening.
Yep. Thank you, Shilpi. We will keep in touch, and we look forward to hearing further from you. And all the best and good wishes for Barrier Break and all your ventures. Thank you. Take care.
Thank you. Thanks so much.
Bye-bye. All right, we have our final session happening in another 7 minutes. And that would be the closing note of the track and of the AZConf DNI track 10. Stay tuned. We'll be right back. Evening. Welcome to the last session of the day, which is the closing note of the conference and the track. When 21st century students were taught by 20th century teachers using 19th century curriculum and 18th century techniques, our next speaker proposed a diverse, well designed curriculum made for the needs of students from different backgrounds. AZConf proudly invites on stage Ranjit Singh Desale. Ranjit Singh Desale is the winner of the Global Teacher Prize 2020, which is considered a Nobel Prize equivalent for teaching. He's known for having shared his prize money of $1 million with the other finalist teachers to help transform this profession. Interestingly, he took up teaching as an alternative profession to a career in IT. He has successfully transformed so many lives, breaking significant barriers for girls in society and the education field in India. By actively fighting for girls' education, he has significantly boosted the retention of girls in schools and improved their learning outcomes. He has been a vocal advocate of technology to close the gaps in education. Let's hear from Ranjit Singh sir on being a champion of inclusion. Welcome, sir.
Thank you so much, Liz. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, you are audible and the stage is yours.
Yeah, it's a great privilege to be here and speaking with you all people. Thank you so much for inviting me to speak to you here today. Let me just try to share my screen and let me know if it is visible to you. Okay. Whether my screen is shared?
Yes, we can see.
Hello?
Yes, all
Okay.
good. Go ahead.
Good. Thank you. So today we're going to talk about we all can be champions of inclusion. My name is Ranjit Singh Disle. I'm from Jilla Parishad Primary School, Paritibadi here in Maharashtra, India. Uh, as rightly introduced by Liz, that I'm the recipient of the 2020 Global Teacher Prize. That Global Teacher Prize does not recognize just me, but entire teaching community, and it shines light on teaching community and giving them the respect that they deserve. So everyone can be a teacher. As rightly introduced, and Liz was saying that this is the current scenario of education system across the country and across the India, that these 21st century kids are being really taught by 20th century adults using the 19th century curriculum and techniques on 18th century calendar. I hope you all might be agree or some might not be, but it's a true. I'm facing the same thing because what happened during the pandemic, entire teaching system was supposed to shift from face to face to online teaching, and teachers were asked to train themselves to learn how to teach online, but students were not asked to do so because we assume that students know how to learn online. So it's all about teachers and their change make as they need to change themselves to bring that inclusivity in the classrooms and in the society. So my journey begins in a cowshed and now currently is now in a global classroom. I still remember my day one, 2009, 5th of January, and my headmaster took me to my classroom and he showed me the classroom. Ranjit, this is your classroom, and now start here. And looking at the scenario, the status or situation there, I was really shocked because my classroom was not a classroom. It was a cow shed. Cows, buffaloes, goats were there. Their foods was stuck there. So it doesn't look like a classroom. So interesting thing was that parents were not complaining about the status of the school. And I was surprised. I asked my headmaster, "Are you sure this is my classroom?" He said, "Yes, it's your classroom." But the hurdles before me, the problems before me were multiple. The day one taught me that I had to face so many challenges here, and something to do, something to change. Now start doing here. If I couldn't motivate myself, I wouldn't have been here today. But I think all the efforts put here in this same classroom to turn from the cowshed to global classrooms, I must thank to all the parents, students, and my colleagues as well. So how I turn these things, simple way. I would like to share a small video that will gives an idea what I did. Let's watch it out.
I just wanted to create a learning environment for every student that could spark their curiosity and make them innovative problem solvers so that they could contribute to the community.
I think the screen share will stop. Let me just try again.
Is mostly known for farming. So we can see that all of them are below poverty level parents. The boys are actually lending the helping hands to their parents. Girls' education is not given that much importance. So education is not a priority. I still remember the day one when I saw the school building, and I saw that this is like indifference of a parents looking at the education. So I started to interact with the parents. I learned their language, participated in their events. So it was like being a member of their community.
परंतु ज्यावेळेस डिसले सर आले त्यावेळेस पासून काय झालं की एक विद्यार्थ्यांना प्रेरणा मिळाली की आपण शाळेमध्ये येऊन शिकलं पाहिजे. पालकांनी त्यामुळे काय केलं की जास्तीत जास्त विद्यार्थ्यांना शाळेमध्ये जास्त वेळ कसे राहतील याकडे लक्ष दिलं.
Even though I'm teaching to 12 and 13 students in a class, but everyone is learning at their own pace. I have made some QR codes on each and every textbook. So when the students scan those QR codes, he or she gets the personalized and well-curated content for himself. Considering his style of learning, I change the content at the back end. So this is how I make their learning personalized. They can challenge themselves. They are not competitors of others. Technology is helping me to bridge that gap between students living in villages and students in cities. Schools are closed, but still our teaching learning process is going on. Right now I'm running my online classes from my home. We are using some video conferencing software, so where my students could join my classes. I just make sure that they are achieving the learning outcomes of a respective class at the end of the every year.
मोबाईल वरती क्लास घेत होतो. व्हिडिओ कॉल वरनं आम्ही शिकत होतो. खेळतो, मोबाईल वरचा अभ्यास करतो, सरांनी दिलेली स्वाध्याय पत्रिका सोडवतो.
The major issues is girls getting married at the age of 12 and 13. Girls are not considered to be contributing to the family to change the status. I'm proud to say that in last 10 years, that culture of getting married early age what now completely banned, and I'm very happy to stop that tradition.
अनेक मुलींचे तर लहान वयात लग्न लावायचे पण मी आई वडील व रणजित सरांची आभारी आहे त्यांनी आम्हा मुलींना एक आत्मविश्वास दिला.
Girls' education is more than just getting them in the schools. It's more about feeling safe in the community, in the society. I'm really enjoying my job. I'm being a teacher. Now it's like it's my soul. It's my aim of life. Teachers are actually catalysts that can change the society, that can really make the world a much better place that the students would like to live.
So that was just a glimpse what exactly I did in my classrooms, and now let's get back to the presentation. So after analyzing the parents' indifference, surveying the data, collecting the data, sorry, and analyzing the data, I set up three targets before me. The first one was to change the parents' indifference towards education. Second was to make sure 100% students are attending the classrooms. And third was to improve academic performance of each and every student. So to achieve these targets, I initiated the projects, and whatever I achieved, it's just because of all these initiatives, like starting from community engagement program, then later on alarm on TV off, then later on I introduced QR coded textbooks, then we went on a virtual field trips across the world. Currently, we're working on the Let's Cross the project. So let's dive deeply into each and every program. The first one I initiated was the community engagement program. As I mentioned earlier, that parents were not aware of the education. They didn't believe in educations. It was like investment in education is a waste of money and waste of time. So I need to pursue them. I need to change their mindset. So I initiated this program, community engagement program, started a meeting with them, living with them, trying to understand their mindsets, why they are looking at education in that different lenses. After getting their understanding their mindsets, I invited few girls from nearby villages who used to share their experiences, how education helping them, how education has changed their status, and how education can benefiting others. So listening to those real life experiences was the master stroke, I think, that helped me to ensure that every parent is willing to send their kids in the schools. Uh, I more believe in a principle of acceptance rather than forcing our thoughts or rather than forcing the change. So change should be accepted by the community, by the society, and this program helped me to do so. Later on, when parents were sending the kids in the classrooms, I want to ensure that everyone is learning. So what I did, I set up an alarm on school's building. You can see in the picture that it goes rings at 7 p.m. every night. So this was an indication for parents. Now stop working whatever you're doing. Now sit together with your kids and help them to complete their homework. Ask them what they did in the classrooms, or recall what they have learned. And this is how parents could be involved in a class in the teaching learning process. Because I think when you involve parents, community, and teachers, these are the three key pillars of education. When they join their hands, work together, then the better results can be achieved. So, but as these parents were, illiterate, they didn't know how to take a homework, how to help their kids. So I was sending a text messages on their mobile phone in the afternoon. So what they are expected to do at night. So after reading those messages, they realized their duties, their responsibilities, and managing their works. So this project has actually what is the impact of it? It's actually boosted the active participation of parents. Second thing, that Students started taking the ownership of what they are doing, their learnings as well. And third is that the culture, getting learning at the home as well was really boosted by this initiative. Then I initiated a project called QR coded textbooks. It's all about inclusive classrooms, because in my classroom it's a diverse classroom, right? Students, girls, boys, special needs students, everyone is there. And it's very difficult for a teacher to teach everyone at their own pace, at their own level. To do so, I recorded my lessons, uploaded it on the drive, and the link of the same been embedded in the QR codes. So whenever students want to learn, whenever he want to recall, relearn, he just need to scan that QR code. And after scanning the QR code, he will be accessing my online lectures, pre-recorded lectures actually. So after watching the lessons, he or she needs to take an exam as well. Online test was they has to solve, and after getting the results, I get to know whether my students are understanding the concept or not, or whether he needs more support, whether he needs remedial teaching. So this is how I ensure that even though students were not coming to schools, but still they were able to learn at home, even the sitting at home. This idea of this QR coded textbooks, it actually helped my students to learn, to give them freedom, learn at home or learn anywhere, wherever they want. After getting a huge success and huge response from parents, state government of Maharashtra later on decided to scale up this project across the state. And then later on in 2019, central government of India scaled up this project across the country. So when the pandemic stuck in 2020, schools were closed. Well, students in India were able to learn just because they have these QR coded textbooks. So I think this helped not only my students but students across the country to continue their educations, to learn whenever they want. Because I think in the 21st century we should give a freedom to students what they want to learn, when they want to learn, and how they want to learn. It's very important for students to give them the freedom. Then what I did to give some elements of virtual field trips or real life experiences, I was taking my students on a virtual tour, virtual field trips, we call it. It's very simple. Whatever the content being explained in the textbook, we've used to watch that concept, to learn that concept in a real life. For example, we learn, we get to know more about seven wonders of the world, right? So these seven wonders are actually existing everywhere, anywhere in the world. So if you want to know more about Eiffel Tower, so we do a video call to a teacher who is living, whose class is, whose school is nearby the Eiffel Tower, and we request him to please go nearby the Eiffel Tower, show us how it looks like, shows everything about it, and then later on my students used to ask the questions to them. So it's more about learning from the expert. I think I'm not a alone source of knowledge for my students. I have to manage multi-grade classrooms, but it doesn't mean I'm the best. What I do, who is the best, who knows how to teach mathematics better, I invite that guest speaker in the classrooms so that my students could learn from the best teachers ever. So we are doing these virtual studies since 2017. This is one of my visionary projects. Let's cross the borders. I'm making a peace army of students from most conflicted countries, coming, getting them together, sitting together, and discussing about why these countries are fighting. What are those similarities and differences in between these countries? What could be done? We as a students, we as a citizen or futuristic leaders of 21st century, what can be done to stop the violence? Because we believe in a principle of non-violence. War is not a solution, but dialogue, communications can open a door to solve these problems. And this is what we are doing through the world of education, to making these peace army, letting them to understand each other. They looks like similar, they talk like similar, they dressed up, their culture is similar. Then why we are fighting? So when they understand we're fighting for a very small reason, very small cause. So students decide themselves, now stop. Now be together, be friends of each other. And this visionary project is aiming to achieve sustainable development goal number 16, that is about peace by 2030. So thank you so much for listening to me. And if you have any questions, do you have any question and answer session here? She might be on leave now, but it's okay. It was really great to know about Azure Community, and thank you. And how can I call you, Eunice?
Eunice.
Eunice. Oh, thank you so much for helping some others, those who couldn't speak but understand your sign language. It was really great to be here.
Thank you so much, sir, for your splendid session. We have, I'd love to share some of the comments from the users. So Denny says, thanks a lot. Denny, thanks to you a lot. You've been a very good supporter for most of my sessions on DNI track. So thank you. Denny joins us from Belgium. It says wee hours of the day. It's very different hours of the day. Thank you, Denny. And thank you, sir. This has been very enlightening. And we could not have thought of another speaker to sort of set the stage for our AZCon. As technologists, we typically spend a lot of time around technology. What is the latest technology? What is the next technology? What more can we learn? We also need to start thinking about, our comments are keeping on coming. I'm posting them on the screen for you. Thanks a lot, they say. So one of the things that a lot of our audience this year has told us that we need to stop worrying less about the technology and start talking a little more about making that accessible and inclusive for everyone. Build technology that everyone can really use. And it's really testimonies like your life with in the capacity that you are in the ecosystem that you are as a school teacher. The kind of impact that you have created is very motivating and inspiring for normal technical professionals like us. So thank you so much on behalf of AZConf and on behalf of the entire community. I'd like to thank you for taking your time off a Saturday evening to spend time with us.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, have a good day. Good day. Bye. Thank you.
Bye. And thank you, Denny. Must be honest, I woke up very early in the morning for 2 days, and right now, you deserve a well-rested weekend. Happy weekend, Denny, and happy weekend, Azure community. See you next year. We've had an awesome year this time, and we'd love to do that. Dinesh, let me add you on stream for a second if you'd like to say a few words as well. You're live, Dinesh.
Yeah, Liji, I'm sorry, I just missed.
No, if you want to say a final goodbye to all our audience and thank everyone for being such a great audience.
Yes, of course, and yes, that's a very thankful session, I would say, than a learning session. That's a thankful session, and the efforts from the organizers and especially Lichi who pulled up all the speakers and especially the interpreters. I thought that how it would make an impact, but just it was mind blowing because this YouTube video is not going to be watched away, right? It is going to be present all the time.
Yes.
So it's going to be the lifetime, and any person who is going to view this session online is going to get benefited. They may not get such a chance of learning, right? So yeah, that's one thing. And the other thing is, in a tech conference, the audience
were able to identify this track, and many people have joined in, and they have attended the session. That is also a whole different thing, which is unexpected in my personal opinion, anyway.
Yes.
And especially
Yes.
thanks Eunice, Pavitra, and Diksha for their great contribution. They deserve a special gift, Liji. We have to.
Yes, yes, yes. You deserve a special gift from us, a tea party from us, Eunice. When I love you interpreting this part. So Pavitra, Eunice, Rajesh, and Diksha are our rock stars for our interpreters team from Enable India. Awesome job, people. We couldn't have done this without you. Thank you, and until next year, stay safe, take care. Goodbye.